Chapter 942. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also lowered his head and bowed to the chief pagoda master's shadow. So many people. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others, the chief pagoda master was also quite surprised. No need to be so polite. Then, the chief pagoda master smiled at everyone, appearing amiable. Next, he looked at young Master Hao and asked, How, is there something you need from your father? Aren't you talking nonsense? Why would I look for you if there's nothing? Young Master Hao rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly became strange. Was this how young Master Hao usually spoke to the chief pagoda master? The chief pagoda master was also a little embarrassed, and said, What is it, speak. Young Master Hao said, Guofeng poisoned me before, and he used the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion. Crack. The teacup in the chief pagoda master's hand instantly shattered. Poisoned young Master Hao? Pang Su was also shocked. Such a big thing actually happened? What's going on? After a moment of silence, the chief pagoda master asked. Young Master Hao waved his hand impatiently and said, It's a long story, come here and I'll tell you slowly. The chief pagoda master's shadow immediately dissipated. Boom! In less than 3 breaths, a terrifying aura descended above the Dragon Phoenix house. It was a purple-clothed youth, with a jade-like appearance, a tall and straight figure, and an unfathomable aura. Shwa! Next, with another flash, he entered the hall of the Dragon Phoenix house. In an instant, the Dragon Phoenix house fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the purple-clothed youth with fear in their eyes. The purple-clothed youth glanced at the hall and said in a deep voice, Little junior brother, where are you? Here. Young Master Hao replied. Little junior brother? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Whoosh! When the purple-clothed youth heard young Master Hao's voice, he jumped up and landed directly at the door. So it's him. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw that the person who came was Gong Sunbei. But Gong Sunbei actually called young Master Hao junior brother. Could it be that he was also a disciple of the chief pagoda master? Greetings Lord Gong Sunbei. Pang Su hurriedly went up. However, Gong Sunbei ignored him and entered the room. He closed the door and walked to young Master Hao's side. Young Master Hao looked at Gong Sunbei and frowned. Where's my father? Gong Sunbei said, Sir is drinking tea. However, there is no need for Sir to come personally for such a small matter. I almost died, and you call that a small matter? It seems that my son is not as important as a cup of tea in his eyes. Young Master Hao snorted coldly. Gong Sunbei beamed a bitter smile. He glanced at Guofeng and frowned. What happened? Young Master Hao said coldly, I just wanted to drink a cup of wine, but I didn't expect Guofeng to put poison in the wine cup. Gong Sunbei's eyes turned cold as he shouted, Who gave you the guts to plot against young Master Hao? Guofeng's body trembled. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, no, no. Sir, it wasn't me who poisoned them. Gong Sunbei was stunned. Young Master Hao and Qin Feiyang also frowned. But soon, Qin Feiyang thought of what Guofeng wanted to do and said, He is trying to quibble now. Quibble? Young Master Hao was suspicious. If I'm not wrong, he will definitely frame me or drag me down with him. After all, there was no one else present at that time. He can say whatever he wants. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Young Master Hao asked secretly, Then what should we do? I have a way. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. At this time, Gong Sunbei looked at Guofeng and frowned. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Guofeng pointed at Qin Feiyang and said, At that time, other than me, there was only him, so he must have poisoned young Master Hao when we weren't paying attention. As expected. Qin Feiyang muttered, but he was not in a hurry to explain. Gong Sunbei turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He frowned and said, "Do you have anything to say?" This, Qin Feiyang was doubtful and did not say anything. It can't really be him, right? Pang Su looked at Qin Feiyang and muttered. Gong Sunbei said impatiently, "Don't dawdle, tell me. Whoever poisoned him must have the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion on him. Even if there is no venom, there must be a container to hold it. You'll know when you search." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Makes sense." Gong Sunbei nodded and turned to walk towards Guofeng. Seeing this, Guofeng's expression suddenly became panicked. At that time, he did not expect that young Master Hao would come, nor did he expect this to happen. So after poisoning him, he did not dispose of the excess venom. And now, the excess venom was in his arms. Gong Sunbei walked over and first searched Guofeng's Qingquan bag. Obviously, there was nothing. Then, he grabbed Gong Sunbei's clothes and tore them off. Clank. A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Gong Sunbei lowered his head and saw a thumb-sized jade bottle fall to the ground. Qin Feiyang glanced at the jade bottle, crossed his arms and looked at Guofeng. He smiled faintly and said, "I don't know how you're going to quibble now." Guofeng's face was pale. Gong Sunbei picked up the jade bottle and pulled out the cork. After carefully observing for a moment, killing intent surged in his eyes. This is indeed the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion. How do you explain now? He looked at Guofeng coldly. Guofeng stammered, terrified to the extreme. Gong Sunbei shouted, "Tell me, why did you murder young Master Hao? Is there anyone else involved?" "Yes." Guofeng's eyes flashed and he nodded fiercely. "Who?" Gong Sunbei asked. "It's him, Ancestor Mu. It's him who bewitched me to poison young Master Hao. Lord, I'm at most an accomplice. Please show mercy." Guofeng begged. Still quibbling. Gong Sunbei shook his head and sighed. "When you said that it was Ancestor Mu who poisoned you, I didn't believe it at all. Do you know why?" "Why?" Guofeng looked at him suspiciously. Beside him, Pang Su also looked at Gong Sunbei in confusion. "Because Ancestor Mu is about to become the chief pagoda master's personal disciple. So, as long as he's not a fool, he would know that even if he really wanted to murder young Master Hao, he wouldn't do it now." Gong Sunbei said. "What? Become the chief pagoda master's personal disciple? What's going on? Why isn't there any news at all?" Guofeng and Pang Su were both shocked. Gong Sunbei said, "I'll give you one last chance. Why did you murder young Master Hao? You're really long-winded." Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows imperceptibly and transmitted, "Brother Mu, you have to silence him immediately." "Why?" Qin Feiyang asked secretly. "Although Guofeng did murder you first, if Guofeng tells the truth, I'll definitely be scolded by my father. And your plan will also fail." Young Master Hao said. His words woke Gong Sunbei up. Qin Feiyang had almost forgotten this point. As young Master Hao said, if Guofeng told the truth, Gong Sunbei would only kill Guofeng at most. He made a prompt decision. He took a step forward and slapped Guofeng's head before Gong Sunbei could react. Ah! Crack! With a scream, Guofeng's head exploded and he fell to the ground, dead. Gong Sunbei was stunned. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "What are you doing? I haven't asked clearly yet. What if there's someone behind him? If you kill him now, won't the clues be lost?" Qin Feiyang coughed and pointed at young Master Hao. "Young Master secretly asked me to kill him. He thinks you're too long-winded." Gong Sunbei was stunned. Young Master Hao also glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. How could he just throw this mess to him? How despicable. But there was nothing he could do now. He could only brace himself and accept this mess. He looked at Gong Sunbei and snorted coldly, "Yes, I asked him to kill Guofeng. The evidence is conclusive, and you're still asking questions. I've never seen such a dawdling person like you." Gong Sunbei smiled bitterly. This is not dawdling, this is taking responsibility. But what was done was done. What else could he do? He could only forget about it. All right, this matter is over. You should go back early. Don't fool around outside all day. Gong Sunbei said helplessly and took out a teleportation gate. Over? Young Master Hao frowned. Gong Sunbei was stunned and asked, isn't Guofeng already dead? Young Master Hao said, Guofeng is dead, but the other people of the Scorpion tribe are still alive. I want you to eliminate them all. Eliminate them all. Gong Sunbei looked at him in surprise. Yes. For those who want to poison me, I will make them pay a heavy price. Young Master Hao said, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Gong Sunbei fell silent. I agree with young master's approach, because by doing so, we can make an example out of them. Qin Feiyang said. Gong Sunbei looked at Qin Feiyang, then at young Master Hao, and nodded, all right, I'll make the arrangements now. Finished. He opened the teleportation gate and turned to leave. After the teleportation gate dissipated, Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao looked at each other with a hint of a smile in their eyes. Young Master Hao sent a sound transmission, Brother Mu, I've already helped you get rid of them. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Qin Feiyang was about to speak. But at this moment, Pang Su suddenly looked at young Master Hao and bowed, Young Master, I'm really sorry. Young Master Hao was startled and asked in confusion, it's not like it's your Dragon Phoenix restaurant's poison, why are you apologizing to me? Although it's not my Dragon Phoenix restaurant's poison, it still happened in my Dragon Phoenix restaurant. So I thought that I would give the two young masters 2 jars of Dragon Phoenix wine for free as an apology. At the same time, it can also be considered as an advance congratulations to young Master Mu for becoming the direct disciple of the Chief Pagoda Master. Pang Su said. Dragon Phoenix wine. Still 2 jars. Young Master Hao's eyes lit up, and he laughed, then I won't be polite. As long as the 2 young masters don't mind. After Pang Su finished speaking with a smile, he hurriedly turned around and left. Steward Pang, what happened? Just now, we vaguely heard that Guofeng poisoned young Master Hao. Is this true? The moment Pang Su went out, the people gathered in the restaurant started to ask questions. But Pang Su did not say anything and walked straight to the wine cellar. Now, appeasing young Master Hao was the most important thing. Inside the pavilion, Qin Feiyang walked into the tea room and slowly brewed tea. Seeing this, young Master Hao frowned and also followed into the tea room, saying impatiently, Brother Mu, hurry up and help me break through to the War Saint realm. What's the rush? Come to the alchemy room tomorrow to find me. I promise to help you break through in one go. Qin Feiyang laughed. Actually, the real reason was because he had yet to refine the 9-turn dragon blood pill. And now, it was impossible for him to go to the castle to refine it. Well, anyway, I've waited for so long, one more day won't make a difference. Young Master Hao thought for a while and nodded with a smile. Then, he sat opposite Qin Feiyang and looked at the beauty of Qinghai on the tea table. This tea set, suddenly. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. This tea set is called Beauty of Qinghai. It was made of Qinghai nephrite and was also given to me by Guofeng. Qin Feiyang laughed. Tisk, tsk. In order to make you lower your guard, he even took out this treasure. He really knows how to spend a lot of money. Young Master Hao was speechless. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, to tell you the truth, I really like people like him. You're taking advantage of me, you know? Young Master Hao rolled his eyes at him. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and asked curiously, tell me, how did you and Guofeng become enemies? It's interesting to talk about it. I remember that day, Pei Yi invited me to the Dragon Phoenix restaurant for a drink, and Guofeng happened to find me. Qin Feiyang made tea while satisfying young Master Hao's curiosity and slowly told the story. Chapter 943. Swoosh! Above the pill tower, one figure after another appeared unceasingly. They wore all kinds of clothes, men and women, basically all middle-aged appearances. Looking at their waists again, they all had a reddish gold token hanging. That's right. They were the divine envoys of the main tower. There were 10 people in the main pavilion, each one emitting an unfathomable aura. Mu Qing's grandfather, Lu Changfeng, was also among them. Lu Changfeng shouted, "People of the Scorpion tribe, come out immediately." What's the situation? The disciples of the 10 pill towers were all alarmed in an instant. So many divine envoys? In the third pagoda, a person appeared first. It was precisely the king of the third pagoda, Guiyun. But when he saw that there were actually 10 divine envoys, his pupils suddenly constricted. After Guiyun, the rest of the Scorpion tribe's people also appeared continuously, gathering around Guiyun. Looking at Lu Changfeng's 10 people, everyone's faces had unresolvable bewilderment. In less than 100 breaths, over 1,000 people gathered here. Guiyun bowed and said, "Lord Divine Envoy, may I ask why you called us out?" Boom! However, what answered him was one terrifying emperor pressure after another. The 1,000 people of the Scorpion tribe were all imprisoned in the void in an instant. Guiyun's expression changed and he hurriedly looked at Lu Changfeng's 10 people and said, "Lords, why is this?" Guofeng poisoned young Master Hao in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, committing a heinous crime. And as his clansmen, you all can hardly absolve yourselves from the blame too. Lu Changfeng opened his mouth coldly. What? Poisoned young Master Hao? Everyone's expressions changed when they heard it. Guiyun's face was also full of disbelief. Didn't Guofeng go to poison Ancestor Mu? Why would he poison young Master Hao? Guiyun said anxiously, "Your Excellency, there must be a misunderstanding here. Lords, please investigate clearly." Misunderstanding? Young Master Hao almost lost his life under the bloodthirsty scorpion's poison, and there was even Ancestor Mu testifying by the side. Is this called a misunderstanding? Lu Changfeng shouted. Ancestor Mu testifying? Guiyun was completely stunned. What on earth was going on? But no one gave him an explanation. Lu Changfeng raised his arm, battle chi surged on his index fingertip. A destructive aura rolled out crazily. Even if Guofeng has guts as big as the heavens, he wouldn't dare to murder young Master Hao. My lord, please investigate this thoroughly. Don't kill the innocent. The people of the Scorpion tribe immediately panicked. It was obvious that these divine envoys had come to kill them. Boom! However, Lu Changfeng turned a deaf ear to him. Battle chi surged out of his fingertip and pounced toward the thousands of people. No, I beg you, the group of people cried out in despair, but it was of no use. The battle chi instantly drowned them. Ah! Along with cries of agony, everyone died on the spot and their blood dyed the sky red. Including Guiyun. When the disciples of the Pill Tower who came out later saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. Second grandfather. What's going on? Did Guofeng really poison young Master Hao? Mu Qing also came out. She looked at the blood-soaked sky and secretly sent a message to Lu Changfeng. I don't know the details either. But I heard that it has something to do with Qin Feiyang. My guess is that this is Qin Feiyang's scheme. Lu Changfeng thought to himself. Mu Qing was stunned. This bastard actually caused such a big commotion as soon as he came back. I still have to go to the major cities to clean up the remnants of the Scorpion tribe. When you have time, go and ask Qin Feiyang. By the way, tell him not to make any decisions on his own in the future. It's best to discuss it with us first. Lu Changfeng said secretly and opened the teleportation gate. He walked in with the other 9 divine envoys one after another. Mu Qing's eyes flashed. Then, she turned around and entered the first pagoda without looking back. Warrior Mountain Range. There were more people of the Scorpion tribe here than in the Pill Tower. At this moment, the same scene was happening. Blood was raining down from the sky and corpses kept falling. More than a dozen divine envoys were like cold-blooded gods of death, harvesting everyone's lives. The disciples of the entire main pagoda were shocked. They were also laughing at Guo Feng's stupidity. He actually dared to poison young Master Hao. Wasn't he courting death? And in less than half a day. This matter spread throughout the entire Central Divine Kingdom cities and tribes. Everyone found it unbelievable. Was this Guo Feng a fool? Didn't he know that young Master Hao was the only son of the main pagoda master? Poisoning him? They were simply digging their own graves. At the same time. Dragon Phoenix House. So that's how it is. After listening to Qin Feiyang's story, young Master Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. He's really unlucky to have met a fiend like you. Fiend? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He said helplessly, "Can you blame me for this?" He can only blame himself for wanting to have a foot in both boats. That's true. Young Master Hao nodded. He definitely couldn't tolerate this kind of person who had a honey mouth and a sword in his heart. Otherwise, who knew how many women would be ruined by his hands in the future? Buzz. At this time, the image crystal in young Master Hao's arms rang. Young Master Hao took it out and Gong Sun Bei's shadow immediately appeared. Gong Sun Bei smiled and said, "Junior brother, as you wish, the people of the Scorpion tribe have all been eradicated." So fast? Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao looked at each other with a trace of surprise in their eyes. Then, young Master Hao looked at Gong Sun Bei and asked, "What about those outside? They're still being pursued. After all, the news has already spread. The remaining survivors will definitely hide. It will take a lot of time to find them." Gong Sun Bei said. "All right, do as you see fit." Young Master Hao nodded and smiled. He then turned off the image crystal and smiled at Qin Feiyang. "How is it? The efficiency of my head pagoda is not bad, right?" Qin Feiyang gave a thumbs up. From this moment on, the Scorpion tribe could be considered to have truly perished. "Right. Why did Gong Sun Bei call you junior brother?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Young Master Hao pursed his lips and said, "He's my father's disciple, but he has already finished his apprenticeship." Sure enough. Qin Feiyang muttered and asked again, "Do you know where the Mu family is?" Young Master Hao frowned and said, "Why are you asking about the Mu family?" "Some time ago, I accidentally heard someone mention that this Mu family is very mysterious, so I'm a little curious." Qin Feiyang calmly said with a smile. Young Master Hao nodded and then his face became serious. He whispered, "Junior brother Mu, listen to me. Don't ask about the Mu family in the future." "Why?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Young Master Hao said in a deep voice, "This Mu family is not only mysterious, but also very terrifying." Terrifying? Qin Feiyang was more and more surprised. "Let me tell you this. Since I was a child, my father has told me that I can be prodigal and bully others, but I must never offend the Mu family." Young Master Hao said. This, Qin Feiyang was surprised. "As for where the Mu family is, I don't know. I've asked my father before, but he didn't tell me because he was afraid that I would act recklessly." Young Master Hao said again. Qin Feiyang's eyes showed a trace of disappointment, but he quickly concealed it. Young Master Hao got up and smiled, "Let's not talk about the Mu family. Let's go and drink some Dragon Phoenix wine to celebrate." "Yes, we need to celebrate." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. At about noon, Qin Feiyang got up and left, returning to the alchemy room number 10. As for young Master Hao, he still stayed in the Dragon Phoenix house. The purpose of staying in the Dragon Phoenix house was naturally for the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. Dong. Not long after Qin Feiyang returned to the alchemy room, there was a knock on the door. He waved his hand, and the stone door slowly opened. Mu Qin came in with a smile on his face. "What are you doing here?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Mu Qing walked into the lounge, sat on the chair, and said, Guiyun poisoned young Master Hao, was it your plan? I don't have that ability. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Don't play dumb. Who is young Master Hao? Unless Guo Feng's head was kicked by a donkey, he wouldn't poison him. Mu Qing pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang smiled, maybe his head was really kicked by a donkey? Mu Qing rolled his eyes, and said, don't talk nonsense, let's talk business. Since young Master Hao is willing to help you get rid of the remnants of the Scorpion tribe, does that mean his relationship with you is very good? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, not very good, because I promised to help him step into the Battle Saint Realm. Help him step into the Battle Saint Realm? Mu Qing was stunned, and asked, can you do it? Whether I can or not, you don't need to know. Now tell me, other than your second grandpa, is there anyone else in the Holy Land? Qin Feiyang said. What? Mu Qing immediately stared at him vigilantly. Qin Feiyang said, now that we are in a cooperative relationship, of course I need to know who is on the same side. What if I kill them by mistake when there is a conflict? Don't worry. They all know you, so they won't deliberately target you. On the contrary, at the critical moment, they will secretly assist you. Mu Qing laughed. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he sneered, so, you really arranged for someone else to enter the Holy Land? Of course. We can't just hang on a tree like you, right? Okay, good luck in the Holy Land, I'll wait for your good news. By the way, second grandpa asked me to tell you, don't make decisions on your own in the future, and discuss with us first. Mu Qing smiled proudly, then got up and left without looking back. Discuss? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but sneer. Although this time it was because of the Mu family that he was able to escape from the imperial capital, he really didn't have a good impression of the Mu family. Especially this Mu Qing, sometimes he really wanted to kick her. After closing the stone door, Qin Feiyang went to the castle. Everyone was concentrating on cultivation. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and said, give me 2 sets of medicinal materials for the 9-turn dragon blood pill. Fatso opened his eyes and frowned. There is not much dragon blood left. Are you sure you want to help young Master Hao? Qin Feiyang said, I must do what I promised others, not to mention that the other party is the son of the chief pagoda master. Fatso sighed. Yes. If Qin Feiyang went back on his words now, young Master Hao would definitely not let it go. At that time, as long as young Master Hao casually said a few words in front of the chief pagoda master, then Qin Feiyang's dream of becoming the chief pagoda master's disciple would probably be ruined. Suddenly, Lu Hong opened her eyes, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, right now, the blood flowing in your body is purple gold dragon blood. I was thinking, could it be used to refine the 9-turn dragon blood pill? Qin Feiyang and Fatso were startled. That's right. Why didn't they think of it? Fatso immediately took out a set of 9-turn dragon blood pills medicinal ingredients and handed it to Qin Feiyang, urging, boss, quickly try it. Although Qin Feiyang was a human, the blood in his body was indeed dragon blood. Since it was dragon blood, then it might really be able to refine the 9-turn dragon blood pill. Qin Feiyang took the medicinal ingredients, glanced at Fatso and the other 2, then turned and walked towards the pill furnace, a trace of anticipation in his eyes. If it was really possible, then the problem of dragon blood would undoubtedly be solved. Fatso and Lu Hong also got up and followed behind Qin Feiyang. Arriving in front of the pill furnace, Qin Feiyang placed the medicinal ingredients one by one on the altar, then closed his eyes and calmed his heart. Phew. A moment later, he let out a long breath, and his entire body and mind seemed to have entered a state of heart as still as water. Then he opened his eyes, waved his hand, and the netherworld devil flame turned into a stream of light, suspended below the pill furnace. Then with a thought, the netherworld devil flame slowly began to recover. When the temperature in the pill furnace reached a certain level, he cut his finger, and a drop of purple gold blood immediately flowed out. The blood was suffused with a hazy purple gold divine light, and carried a pure dragon's might. Swish. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's head, a wisp of mental strength swept out, wrapped the drop of purple gold blood, and entered the pill furnace. The temperature in the pill furnace continued to rise. Under the control of Qin Feiyang's mental strength, the purple gold blood was like a colorful gem, constantly rotating. Time passed breath by breath. Suddenly, a trace of spiritual liquid flowed out from the purple gold blood. The spiritual liquid was also purple gold, looked very dazzling, and emitted a refreshing fragrance. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang did not have any emotional fluctuations, but it was not that he did not, but that he did not dare to, because once there was an emotional fluctuation, the pill furnace might explode. However, Fatso and Lu Hong behind him could not hide the surprise on their faces. Because the appearance of the spiritual liquid already meant that Qin Feiyang's blood could be used as medicinal ingredients. Qin Feiyang had refined the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pill several times, so he was not unfamiliar with it. After refining the spiritual liquid of the purple gold dragon blood, he began to refine the spiritual liquid of the other medicinal ingredients step by step. About 200 breaths passed. Whoosh! Finally, the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pill was out. Qin Feiyang grabbed it in his hand, immediately opened his hand, and looked down. Fatso and Lu Hong also came closer to take a look. The size of the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pellet was about the same as the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pellets he had refined in the past. The only difference was that the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pellet was purple gold in color. Even the 6 patterns on the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pellet were emitting a bright purple gold divine light. A strong medicinal fragrance filled every corner of the ancient castle. "Boss, we're rich." Fatso's eyes lit up. The other medicinal ingredients of the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pill, such as the dragon saliva fruit, although very rare, were not difficult to find. He had a lot of them now. Only the dragon blood could not be bought with money. But now that the problem of dragon blood was solved, they could refine a large number of 9 Revolutions dragon blood pills in the future. If they were to auction it, who knew what kind of sky-high price it would fetch? In other words, the purple gold dragon blood in Qin Feiyang's body was an inexhaustible treasure. Can you not show your greed so obviously? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. That's right, we don't even know if it's effective now. Why are you so excited? Lu Hong also looked at him with disdain. Fatso rubbed his head and chuckled. Won't we know if it's effective after we try it? As he spoke, he reached out to grab the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pill. Qin Feiyang grabbed the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pill and raised his eyebrows. Can you stop? Fatso laughed dryly. Fat Lord wants to personally test it. Test? Qin Feiyang sneered. How could he not know what Fatso was thinking? Seeing that he had stepped into the Battle Saint realm, he started to feel anxious, so he wanted to use the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pill to step into the Battle Saint realm in one go. But Qin Feiyang firmly disagreed with this kind of thing. It was not that he was stingy, but that it was not time yet. Fatso had opened the door of potential. Even without the help of the pill, he could easily break through to the Battle Saint realm. And after stepping into the Battle Saint realm, the time needed to break through each small realm would gradually increase. For example, it took 10 years to break through from a 1-star Battle Saint to a 2-star Battle Saint, so it would take at least 13 to 14 years to break through from a 2-star Battle Saint to a 3-star Battle Saint. In short, the further one went, the longer the time needed. So, if they took the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pill now, it would be a loss. Qin Feiyang's plan was to wait until everyone broke through to the 7 or 8-star Battle Saint realm before taking the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pill. Of course. Except for the double-winged snow eagle and Yen Wei, after all, they had already taken it. Being seen through by Qin Feiyang, Fatso's expression was rather awkward. He smiled flatteringly and said, Fat Lord is just saying, don't take it seriously. Lu Hong shook her head and laughed. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, you broke through to the Battle Saint realm, the chief pagoda master already knew, but why didn't he come to find you? This kind of thing can't be rushed, let's wait. Qin Feiyang kept the 9 Revolutions Dragon Blood Pill and took out the Soul Refining Technique Jade Slip. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to comprehend it again. His stubborn temper rose. Chapter 944. Time flew by. Early the next morning, young Master Hao came to the first tower and stood outside Qin Feiyang's alchemy room, knocking on the door. Sigh. Inside the alchemy room. Hearing the knock on the door, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He slowly opened his eyes with a trace of disappointment in them. After a night of meditation, he still didn't gain anything. Why is it so difficult to comprehend a rankless battle art? What kind of joke is this? He muttered and put away the Soul Refining Technique Jade Scroll. With a wave of his hand, the stone door quickly opened. Good morning. Young Master Hao waved his hand and smiled. Good morning. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile, and said, Please come in. Young Master Hao entered the alchemy room, closed the stone door, and asked, Can we start now? He looked a little impatient. Of course. Qin Feiyang smiled. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he asked calmly, I wonder if Brother Hao has heard of the Soul Refining Technique? Soul Refining Technique? Young Master Hao was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, Yes, but it is said that this Soul Refining Technique is only a rankless battle art, and doesn't have much value. So, Elder Wang really didn't lie to me? Qin Feiyang muttered. Forget it. Don't think about it. Let's talk about it later. He took out the 9-turn Dragon Blood Pill, walked in front of young Master Hao, and handed it over. What pill? Young Master Hao looked at the 9-turn Dragon Blood Pill and asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang laughed, a pill that can help you break through to the War Saint realm. Heard of it? Young Master Hao's eyes lit up, he grabbed the 9-turn Dragon Blood Pill and stuffed it into his mouth. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang grabbed his wrist and frowned. Aren't you worried that this is a poisonous pill? Young Master Hao was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. If you wanted to harm me, you would have done it yesterday at the Dragon Phoenix house. Why wait until now? Qin Fei shook his head and smiled, at the same time letting go. Young Master Hao directly put the 9-turn Dragon Blood Pill into his mouth. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it turned into a majestic energy, like a tide, crazily surged into his limbs and bones. What pure energy! Moreover, it also carries a strong divine dragon qi. Could it be that this elixir was refined using the flesh and blood of a divine dragon? Young Master Hao was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, Don't ask anything. Focus on breaking through. In fact, he was also quite nervous. He was afraid that the purple gold dragon blood would not work. However, his worries were completely unnecessary. Boom! In less than 10 breaths, young Master Hao's aura soared uncontrollably. Isn't this too fast? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Could it be that the effect of the 9 Revolution Dragon Blood Pill refined with the purple gold dragon blood was better than before? Rumble. All of a sudden, inside young Master Hao's body, a muffled explosion was heard. His aura was like a rainbow as he broke through the shackles of the 9-star Battle Master and stepped into the 1-star Battle Saint realm. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. This effect was indeed better than the 9 Revolutions Dragon Blood Pill that he had refined in the past. It really worked, at the same time. Young Master Hao was also dumbstruck. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He felt as if he was dreaming. He had been trapped in the 9-star battle sect for several years, but he didn't expect that he would be able to easily resolve it with just a single pill. Who? Qin Fei let out a long breath, cupped his hands and smiled. Brother Hao, congratulations. Young Master Hao finally came back to his senses. Feeling the surging power in his body, as well as the powerful holy might, he was immediately overjoyed. I still have to thank Brother Mu for this. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take for me to get what I want. So no matter what, Brother Mu, please accept my bow. Young Master Hao bowed and said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. We are all friends, Brother Hao, you don't have to be so polite. Friend? On the other hand, young Master Hao fell silent. There was an indescribable emotion in his heart. A moment later, he seemed to have made some sort of decision. He retracted all of his aura and laughed loudly. All right, from today onwards, you are my friend, no, my brother. In other words, it was only at this moment that young Master Hao could be considered to have truly accepted Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was also rather surprised. He didn't expect young Master Hao to say such words. He laughed half-jokingly. With a brother like you, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want in the main tower in the future? Of course. Young Master Hao smiled proudly. Looking at the sincere young Master Hao, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel hesitant. Because from the beginning to the end, he had been using young Master Hao. He had never thought of becoming a true friend with young Master Hao. But now, young Master Hao treated him as a brother and treated him with sincerity. He really didn't know how to face it. However, young Master Hao didn't know about this, nor did he notice Qin Feiyang's abnormality. He smiled and said, this time, I came here for another matter. What? Qin Feiyang asked. Young Master Hao said, Father wants to see you. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. That is to say, you will soon become my father's disciple, and before that, you may get a good fortune. Young Master Hao said. A good fortune? Qin Feiyang was doubtful. Let's keep you guessing first. Young Master Hao smiled mysteriously and then said, go and pack up. Come with me immediately. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to enter the lounge. He washed up a little and changed into a new set of clothes. But just as he was about to leave the lounge, he suddenly lowered his head and fell silent. Brother Mu, what are you doing? Can you hurry up? Outside. Young Master Hao urged impatiently when Qin Feiyang didn't come out for a long time. Coming. Qin Feiyang hurriedly responded. Alas. Then he sighed in a low voice, adjusted his mood, and walked out of the lounge. He looked at young Master Hao and said with a smile, let's go. His smile was sincere. And when he showed such a smile, it meant that he also recognized young Master Hao as a friend. Yes. He didn't want to use young Master Hao anymore. And he didn't want to let down young Master Hao's friendship. Otherwise, his conscience would feel uneasy. Of course. He wouldn't give up snatching the 5-colored crystal because of this. Because the 5-colored crystal was related to the safety of Yan Wei's entire tribe. After all, Yan Wei's tribesmen were now in the hands of the mysterious lady. And the mysterious lady was also a person who would do what she said. If he dared to change his mind at this time, then none of Yan Wei's tribesmen would survive. One had to know. That was millions of people. So there were some things that he had no choice. As for the future, what his relationship with young Master Hao would become, it could only depend on fate. Buzz. Young Master Hao opened a portal and the two walked in one after another. In the deepest part of the main tower, there were endless mountains and rivers, with overlapping peaks and verdant grass and trees. Below the mountain stream, there were many courtyards of various sizes. Every courtyard was independent, and it was extremely quiet and secluded. Whoosh! In front of one of the courtyards, Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao appeared out of thin air. The courtyard was located in front of a lake. At this time, the sun had just risen, the morning sun spread over the earth, and everything was revived. The clear lake was also covered with layers of dazzling waves. And in the courtyard, there was a 2-story pavilion, with an antique style, full of an elegant and quiet atmosphere. In front of the door of the pavilion, there was a flower bed, with hundreds of flowers in full bloom, attracting bees and butterflies. The strong fragrance of the flowers could be smelled from far away. And a winding path, winding through the flower bed, led to the pavilion and a pavilion. At this time, the main tower master was standing in the pavilion, with his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he was closing his eyes to rest. And in front of him, there was a stone table with a piece of snow-white paper on it. Next to the paper, there was a brush, an inkstone, and ink neatly placed. Seeing the appearance of the head pagoda master, young Master Hao rolled his eyes. Then, he said to Qin Feiyang, "My family's old man likes to play with words. Brother Mu, please don't take offense." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Brother Hao, don't look down on playing with words and ink." "Why?" Young Master Hao was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "Playing with words and ink can cultivate one's temperament and stabilize one's state of mind. It is of great help to one's cultivation." Ugh! Young Master Hao was stunned, and said with a wry smile, "My old man said the same thing, and even told me to try, but I'm really not interested. Everyone has their own ambitions." Qin Feiyang laughed. "That's nice to hear, unlike my old man, who always says that I'm idle and don't do my job. Actually, I'm also very wronged. Although I often take my friends out to play, it doesn't delay my cultivation." Young Master Hao said with a sullen face, looking very wronged. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Without opening the door to potential, to be able to cultivate to the 9 Star Wars sect within 100 years, young Master Hao's talent could be considered 1 in 10,000. But if young Master Hao could calm down and cultivate, he might not have come to ask for his help today. Of course. As the only son of the main tower master, he did have the capital to play. After all, there was no pressure. "Let's go in." Young Master Hao kicked open the gate of the courtyard and swaggered in. "Does he have a problem with his father?" Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and he quickly followed. The two of them passed through the flower bed and walked to the pavilion. "Greetings, Chief Pagoda Master." Qin Feiyang bowed and said. However, the Chief Pagoda Master acted as if he didn't hear him and still closed his eyes. "Don't talk at this time, because even if you do, he won't pay attention to you. Just watch." Young Master Hao whispered in Qin Feiyang's ear, then went straight into the pavilion and sat on the stone bench opposite the Chief Pagoda Master. Qin Feiyang also followed him into the pavilion and stood to the side, silently looking at the Chief Pagoda Master. Time passed breath by breath. After about 100 breaths, the Chief Pagoda Master suddenly took a deep breath. Qin Feiyang immediately knew that the Chief Pagoda Master had begun to write. He glanced at young Master Hao and saw that young Master Hao was indifferent, so he took the initiative to step forward, pour out the ink, and grind the ink for the Chief Pagoda Master. The Chief Pagoda Master also finally opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang's actions with a hint of admiration in his eyes. But he didn't say anything. He grabbed the brush and wrote on the white paper on the table unhurriedly. Every stroke he wrote seemed to be vigorous and powerful, but it was also filled with an ethereal aura. And there was no pause at all. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, all in one go. Furthermore, there seemed to be a formless demonic power contained within those words. It caused Qin Feiyang's state of mind to calm down. Chapter 945. What a good word. Qin Feiyang murmured. Young Master Hao looked at him in confusion. The Chief Pagoda Master also looked at him in surprise, then put down the brush and asked with a smile, "Why do you say so?" Qin Feiyang was silent for a while, then said, "Because I saw your painstaking efforts in the word." "Oh." The Chief Pagoda Master was immediately interested and said with a smile, "Tell me about it." Hearing this, young Master Hao looked at the word on the white paper again, but he didn't see anything. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. "It's just a word. What painstaking efforts can there be?" "Brother Mu, don't be deliberately mystifying." "Deliberately mystifying?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "The ancients said that stillness can give birth to calmness, and calmness can give birth to wisdom. Of course, the word stillness here doesn't refer to the stillness of external objects, but the stillness of the soul. Only with a calm heart can one's body and mind be as one, see through the essence of the world, and comprehend the root of all things. Similarly, there is a saying in Buddhism and Taoism that stillness can lead to enlightenment, and also to enlightenment." Qin Feiyang then turned to look at young Master Hao and said with a smile, "If I'm not wrong, the chief pagoda master wrote the word stillness specifically for you, Brother Hao. For me? Young Master Hao was stunned. Yes. The chief pagoda master hopes that Brother Hao can understand the true meaning of this word and concentrate on cultivation in the future. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Young Master Hao frowned and looked at the chief pagoda master. But the chief pagoda master didn't say anything. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I finally know why Elder Wang likes you so much. He likes me? Qin Feiyang was surprised. You don't know yet, do you? Elder Wang was full of praise for you in front of me. In fact, from the looks of it, he even wanted to take you as his disciple. The chief pagoda master said with a smile. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned, then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Chief pagoda master sighed deeply. He looked at young Master Hao and said, Hao, if you had even half of his wisdom, I would be satisfied. Am I really your son? Yes, he is about to become your personal disciple. In the future, we can be considered as a family. But there isn't one yet, is there? Is there a need for you to talk about me like that in front of him? Besides, haven't I already broken through to the battle saint rank? Young Master Hao was obviously displeased and felt that he had lost face. Breakthrough? The chief pagoda master was startled. He carefully sized up young Master Hao and was overjoyed. Previously, Xiaochen had been so focused on talking to Qin Feiyang that he did not notice the change in young Master Hao's aura. How is it? I didn't embarrass you by becoming a battle saint in less than 100 years, did I? Young Master Hao said proudly. The chief pagoda master rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. Can you tell me how many years you've been cultivating? Me? Qin Feiyang looked at young Master Hao with a hesitant expression. Young Master Hao said, It's fine. I'm not afraid of being shocked. Just tell me. It's been too long. I can't remember clearly. I guess it's been 200 years. Qin Feiyang said vaguely. Young Master Hao immediately laughed and said, See, I'm still the best. Look at how proud you are. The chief pagoda master glared at him, then looked at Qin Feiyang again and transmitted his voice, Thank you. Thank me? Qin Feiyang was startled. He was puzzled and asked, Why do you say that, sir? I can see that you're not telling the truth. I also know that you're not telling the truth because you don't want my son to be shocked. In the future, please help me take care of him. After all, you're all young people. There's no generation gap. The chief pagoda master transmitted his voice. Okay. Qin Feiyang secretly replied. The chief pagoda master said with a smile, All right, back to the topic. I'll take you to a place. I want to go too. Young Master Hao hurriedly said. You? The chief pagoda master frowned. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, All right, since you've already broken through to the battle saint realm, you can give it a try. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and swept up Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao into the sky, flying deeper into the sky. The chief pagoda master's speed was extremely fast. The mountains and rivers below flashed by like lightning. Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao could only see blurry reflections. About 100 breaths later, the chief pagoda master suddenly slowed down. The mountains and rivers below immediately appeared clearly in front of Qin Feiyang's eyes. The mountains below were stacked on top of each other, towering and majestic. Ferocious birds spread their wings and flew in the air. They were as big as mountains and as small as sparrows, but without exception, they all exuded an extremely terrifying aura. And in the mountains, there were even groups of ferocious beasts. Boom! Suddenly, a series of deafening noises could be heard from somewhere below. Qin Feiyang looked over and was instantly shocked. There was actually a few hundred mountains moving quickly there. The earth was trembling because of it. The mountains could actually move. Did he see a ghost? Young Master Hao transmitted his voice, That's not a mountain, it's a stone beast. Stone beast? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He had also heard of this kind of ferocious beast. It was also a species from 10,000 years ago. And its appearance was just like a mountain. If it lay on the ground without moving, no one would notice that it was a ferocious beast at all. But the ferocious beasts here were a bit too strong, weren't they? According to his observation, most of the ferocious beasts and birds here had the strength of a battle emperor. As if seeing Qin Feiyang's doubts, young Master Hao transmitted his voice. The existence of these ferocious beasts is only to guard a place. Qin Feiyang was surprised. What kind of place would need so many powerful ferocious beasts to guard? The land of inheritance. Young Master Hao said. The land of inheritance? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Young Master Hao secretly said, "You'll know when we get there." The deeper they went, the more shocked Qin Feiyang became. Because in the depths, almost all of them were Battle Emperor-level ferocious beasts. Soon, a huge mountain came into sight. That giant peak stood tall and upright among the mountains. It was taller and more majestic than any other mountain, towering into the clouds. However, the peak of that huge mountain was very strange. It was as if someone had once used a huge axe to chop it. It was as flat as a mirror. That's the land of inheritance. Young Master Hao transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. He looked at the peak of the mountain with a strong desire in his eyes. Qin Feiyang raised his head and saw a few blurry stone statues on the flat peak of the mountain. Very tall, very big. Although he could not see the faces of those stone statues clearly, he could already feel a strong pressure. Shwa. 10 breaths later. The chief pagoda master led the two of them to the peak of the mountain. Qin Feiyang glanced at the peak of the mountain. The peak of the mountain was about half a mile long. It was paved with a layer of dark stone bricks, emitting an ancient aura. In the middle of the peak of the mountain, there were 4 stone statues standing side by side. From left to right. The first stone statue was of an old man with white hair. He wore a white robe and had a kind face. His body was emitting an ethereal aura. The second stone statue was of a middle-aged man. He wore a black robe. His long hair was draped over his shoulders. His hands were behind his back. His pitch-black eyes were looking down at the ground. His entire body exuded an astonishingly sharp aura. The third stone statue was of a woman. Compared to the previous 2 stone statues, she was particularly petite, but her aura was more outstanding. Her silky black hair was tied up high with a golden hairpin inserted in the middle, making her look graceful and luxurious. Her facial features were delicate, and she was tall. She wore a light golden long dress that dragged on the ground. A true phoenix pattern was embroidered on the dress. She looked like an empress who had descended to the world with a great majesty. When Qin Feiyang looked at the 4th stone statue, it was like a bolt from the blue. His mind rumbled. The 4th stone statue was the same as the 2nd stone statue. It was also a middle-aged man. But the difference was that he was wearing a purple gold dragon robe. His entire body was emitting a shocking domineering aura. And in his hand, he was holding a broken sword. Wasn't this his ancestor? How could this be? Qin Feiyang's mind was in a mess. One must know. This was the inheritance ground of the chief pagoda. The so-called inheritance ground was actually the place to accept the inheritance. This place could be said to be the most important forbidden area of the chief pagoda. And his ancestor, as the first emperor of the great Qin Empire, how could his statue appear here? Greetings to the 3 ancestors. Suddenly, the chief pagoda master's voice sounded, waking Qin Feiyang up. Ancestor? There was a trace of surprise in his eyes as he followed the chief pagoda master's gaze. Immediately, his body and mind tensed up. He saw that under the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd stone statues, there was an old man sitting cross-legged. These 3 old men had white hair and their eyes were like gold coins. There was not the slightest aura on their bodies. It was impossible to distinguish their cultivation. But Qin Feiyang could clearly feel a strong sense of crisis from the 3 of them. Greetings to the three ancestors. Young Master Hao also put away his frivolous attitude and bowed to the three people. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was still looking at the three of them as if nothing had happened, young Master Hao hurriedly sent a sound transmission. Brother Mu, what are you doing? Hurry up and salute. Qin Feiyang quivered and hurriedly bowed, saying, this disciple admires the ancestors, greets the three seniors. However, in the face of Qin Feiyang and the other two's salute, the three old men did not open their eyes, nor did they say a word. Seeing this situation, Qin Feiyang's heart suddenly felt inconceivable to the extreme. It was understandable that these three old men ignored him and young Master Hao. After all, they were juniors. But the Chief Tower Master was the person with the highest authority in the Forgotten Continent. To put it bluntly, he was the ruler of the Forgotten Continent. So no matter what, in the face of the Chief Tower Master's salute, they should at least reply. But these three people did not move at all, as if they did not put the Chief Tower Master in their eyes at all. This was something worth pondering. Even the Chief Tower Master did not pay attention to them. What kind of role did these three people play in the Chief Tower? But the Chief Tower Master was not surprised by the three people's attitude, nor did he have the slightest trace of anger. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, do you know who they are? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Let me introduce them to you. The first statue is our Pill Tower's ancestor, who is also the first Chief Tower Master. The Pill Tower was also founded by him. The second statue is the second Chief Tower Master. He is also the ancestor's only disciple. As for the third statue, she is the previous Chief Tower Master. Moreover, she is the daughter of the second Chief Tower Master, and also my senior sister. Chapter 946. Senior sister? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He looked at the Chief Tower Master and said, so, you're the disciple of the second Chief Tower Master? Yes. But because my talent is much worse than senior sister's, Master passed the position of Chief Tower Master to senior sister. Until 10,000 years ago, when senior sister met with an accident and had no successor by her side, everyone let me take the position of Chief Tower Master. If senior sister were still here, the current Pill Pagoda might be completely different. The Chief Tower Master sighed. There was a touch of disappointment between his eyebrows. Met with an accident? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Who would dare to harm the Chief Tower Master? However, he also knew what to ask and what not to ask. Phew. The Chief Tower Master took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, do you know why I brought you here? Qin Feiyang shook his head. In our Chief Tower, there has always been a rule that only those who have obtained the inheritance of the previous generations can become the Chief Tower Master's disciple. The Chief Tower Master said. It's really an inheritance. Qin Feiyang was secretly happy. Because as long as it was an inheritance, he would inevitably obtain great benefits. The Chief Tower Master said, now, as long as you can obtain the inheritance of any Chief Tower Master, I will officially accept you as my disciple. Qin Feiyang looked at the three statues, then looked at the statue of the ancestor, and asked suspiciously, whose statue is that? This sentence seemed to have touched the Chief Tower Master's heartstrings, and his eyes suddenly sank. His hands and his sleeves were tightly clenched together. Qin Feiyang was surprised. What did this mean? Could it be that the Chief Tower Master and the ancestor were enemies? But no, if they were enemies, the Chief Tower Master would definitely not allow the ancestor's statue to be placed in the place of inheritance. What secret was hidden in this? Qin Feiyang glanced at young Master Hao from the corner of his eyes and transmitted his voice. Brother Hao, do you know? I don't know. I've been here a few times before, so I'm not unfamiliar with the statue. But as for who it is, my father never told me. Young Master Hao said to himself. It seems that there must be a story behind this. Qin Feiyang mumbled. The Chief Pagoda Master looked at the statue of the first emperor. After a moment of silence, he said, he is a famous figure, but it has nothing to do with the inheritance. Oh. Qin Feiyang nodded and did not continue to ask. Chief Pagoda Master withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang and young noble Hao. He asked, which one of you will go up first to receive the inheritance? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Brother Hao, you go first. After all, you are the host. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Young Master Hao excitedly walked up to the 3 statues and bowed to them one by one. Immediately after, he retreated more than 100 feet and stood in front of the 3 statues. He bowed again and then cut his fingertip. 3 drops of blood flew into the air and entered the glabella of the 3 statues. Next, young Master Hao then closed his eyes, looking extremely pious. This inheritance needs blood to open? Qin Feiyang was surprised. This kind of situation was nothing for others, but for him, it was a very troublesome problem. Because his purple gold dragon blood was too special. And the Chief Pagoda Master, judging from his previous expression, must have known the first emperor. Since he knew him, then it was very likely that he also knew that the blood of the first emperor was also purple gold dragon blood. In this way, when the Chief Pagoda Master saw that he also had purple gold dragon blood, he would definitely associate him with the ancestor. How would he explain at that time? Buzz! Suddenly, the statue of the second Chief Pagoda Master bloomed with a hazy light. Did it work? Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked over, a touch of surprise crawling up in his eyes. At the same time, the Chief Pagoda Master also looked up at the stone statue with an unconcealable joy on his face. Almost in the next moment, a white divine light flashed out from the glabella of the statue and entered the top of young noble Hao's head like lightning. Young noble Hao immediately entered an ethereal state. After 100 breaths, the light on the statue began to slowly dissipate. But young noble Hao showed no signs of waking up. Until another 100 breaths passed, he suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light burst out of his eyes. How is it? The Chief Pagoda Master hurriedly walked up and asked. Young noble Hao raised his head and glanced at the Chief Pagoda Master. A sly look flashed in his eyes, then slowly got up, and said in disappointment, I only inherited an inferior battle art. What? The Chief Pagoda Master's face turned pale. At the same time, the 3 old men also opened their eyes, their old eyes full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang also had a look of astonishment. Inferior battle art? What kind of joke is this? How could someone leave an inferior battle art to a descendant? Young noble Hao glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, then looked at the Chief Pagoda Master and sighed, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Sigh. The Chief Pagoda Master looked at young noble Hao and finally sighed, his expression incomparably lonely. That look was more like he had aged more than 10 years. But suddenly, young noble Hao laughed and said, Old man, I lied to you, I got a divine art. Divine art? The Chief Pagoda Master was stunned. You didn't expect that there would be a day when you would be deceived by me, awesome, young noble Hao laughed out loud, with a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. Little bastard. The Chief Pagoda Master flew into a rage and directly slapped young noble Hao's head, causing him to grimace in pain. Serves you right. The 3 old men glanced at young noble Hao with schadenfreude, then closed their eyes again. At the same time, Qin Feiyang looked at young noble Hao, a bright light flashing in the depths of his eyes. He never thought that what was passed down was actually a divine art. This was a huge temptation. Now he didn't know how to choose. Accept the inheritance? But what if the Chief Pagoda Master recognized the purple gold dragon blood? Actually, the exposure of the purple gold dragon blood would not expose his identity for the time being. Because, in the entire Forgotten Continent, only the Mu family knew that he had just awakened the purple gold dragon blood. So as long as the Mu family did not say it, even if the purple gold dragon blood was exposed, no one would associate him with Qin Feiyang. But he had to consider the relationship between him and the ancestor. If the Chief Pagoda Master really knew that the ancestor was also the purple gold dragon blood, if the Chief Pagoda Master really had a grudge against the ancestor, then when he showed the purple gold dragon blood, it would definitely arouse the Chief Pagoda Master's suspicion. At that time, he would also inevitably ask about his identity. If it was someone else, he might be able to make up an excuse and dodge it. But this chief pagoda master, from the word quiet he wrote, Qin Feiyang already knew that he was not a simple character. Dodge? It would probably only backfire. But he was unwilling to give up. Because he had worked so hard for so long, for this moment. Not to mention that there was a high chance of getting the divine art. Moreover, the mysterious lady also said that the 5-colored crystal stone was on the chief pagoda master. If he didn't become the chief pagoda master's disciple, he wouldn't have the chance to get it. What should he do? Qin Feiyang's heart was in a mess. The chief pagoda master reprimanded young noble Hao a few words, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and laughed. It's your turn. It could be seen that he was very happy and gratified. Come on. Young noble Hao also looked at Qin Feiyang and gave Qin Feiyang an encouraging look. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 statues. On the surface, there was nothing strange, but in his heart, he was struggling. What are you waiting for? Go quickly, maybe you can also get a divine art. Seeing this, young noble Hao urged. How can the divine art be so easy to get? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. How do you know if you don't try? Young noble Hao rolled his eyes at him, walked behind Qin Feiyang, and pushed Qin Feiyang towards the statue. Okay, I can walk by myself. Qin Feiyang looked at him helplessly, and then, like young noble Hao, walked to the 3 statues and bowed one by one. Then, he also walked to the position where young noble Hao received the inheritance, turned to look at the 3 statues, and let out a long breath. He was going to take a gamble. Because if he went back on his word now, it would arouse the chief pagoda master's suspicion. But just as Qin Feiyang raised his arm and was about to cut his fingertip, the old man sitting cross-legged below the first chief pagoda master suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. Wait. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Could it be that he had already been seen through before it even began? The chief pagoda master, young noble Hao, and the other 2 old men also opened their eyes one after another and looked at the old man in confusion. The old man said hoarsely, "This old man has a few words that I want to say to him alone. Can you all leave first?" Alone? The chief pagoda master and the others looked at each other, their eyes full of suspicion. The old man said, "It won't take too much time." All right. The other 2 old men stood up, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the mountain stream below like lightning. Since the 2 old ancestors had left, the chief pagoda master naturally didn't dare to say anything. He waved his hand and quickly led young noble Hao into the mountain stream below. Qin Feiyang frowned imperceptibly, looked at the old man, and asked puzzledly, "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" The old man said, "Then answer this old man first. What are you hesitating about?" Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. Enough chit-chat, while they are not here, quickly open the inheritance. The old man said indifferently. Qin Feiyang was surprised. This old man was actually helping him. But why? Hurry up. The old man urged. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly and quickly cut his fingertip. 3 drops of purple gold dragon blood flowed out, and in the blink of an eye, merged into the forehead of the 3 statues. Looking at the purple gold dragon blood, the old man's eyes flashed with an imperceptible light. You can come up. Then. The old man shouted to the chief pagoda master and the other 3, then closed his eyes and fell silent. Thank you, senior. Qin Feiyang bowed, then sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. Although he was very confused, he knew that even if he asked, the old man might not tell him, so there was no need to waste time. Soon after, the chief pagoda master and the other 3 also flew to the top of the mountain one after another. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was accepting the inheritance, they didn't disturb him. Time slowly passed. About 300 breaths passed, but the 3 statues didn't move at all. What's going on? Could it be that he failed? Young noble Hao muttered, his brows tightly knitted together. The inheritance here can only be obtained by the fated person. And obviously, this child is not the fated person. The chief pagoda master whispered, a trace of regret on his face. He was quite satisfied with Qin Feiyang. Chapter 947. Another few hundred breaths passed. There was still no reaction from the three statues. The old man who helped Qin Feiyang couldn't help but gradually frown. The chief tower master looked at Qin Feiyang and sighed. Although you didn't get the inheritance, as long as you work hard, you will achieve something in the future with your talent. Qin Feiyang slowly opened his eyes. There was a trace of disappointment on his face. He would be satisfied if he could get a perfect battle art, let alone a divine art like young Master Hao. But he didn't expect that the statues wouldn't even satisfy him. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the inheritance here depended on luck. No one could force it. Buzz. But just as he was about to get up, the first statue suddenly released a ray of blood-red light. The chief tower master was shocked. The three old men also opened their eyes at the same time and stared at the statue in disbelief. What's there to be surprised about? Young Master Hao was a little confused by the chief tower master's reaction. What do you know? The chief tower master glared at him. What do you mean? Young Master Hao was even more confused. The chief tower master said in a low voice, since ancient times, only one person has obtained the inheritance of the first chief tower master. Who? Young Master Hao was surprised. The chief tower master said, my senior sister, the previous chief tower master. Young Master Hao was shocked. Then, isn't Ancestor Mu the second person? Yes. It is said that the inheritance of the first chief tower master contains the opportunity to become a god. In other words, as long as one can obtain the inheritance of the first chief tower master, there is a high chance that one will become a god in the future. Actually, this is not a legend. That's because that senior of mine managed to reach the semi-divinity realm not too long after she obtained the heritage. And our chief tower master has a rule. Anyone who obtains the inheritance of the first chief tower master, no matter who or what identity they have, must be protected by everyone in the chief tower master. And let them inherit the position of the chief tower master. The chief tower master said in a deep voice. This, young Master Hao was also stunned. There was an opportunity to become a god. Wasn't this too shocking? Whoosh. Suddenly, a dazzling blood-red light flashed out from the forehead of the first chief tower master and entered Qin Feiyang's head. Qin Feiyang also immediately entered an ethereal state, his expression extremely serene. Young Master Hao glanced at Qin Feiyang and said inwardly, old man, according to what you said just now, wouldn't this Ancestor Mu already be the next chief pagoda master? Yes. After I abdicate, he will be the chief tower master. No one can replace him. The chief tower master said. Young Master Hao asked, then what if it's someone who has committed heinous crimes or has a grudge against our main pagoda? Can only be reformed. Can't be killed. This is the will left behind by the first chief tower master. No one can go against it. The chief tower master. Isn't this equivalent to having a death exemption token? Young Master Hao stared blankly at Qin Feiyang. He couldn't help but envy him. At the same time, the chief tower master looked at Qin Feiyang with an inexplicable color in his eyes. Time flew by. Half an hour passed. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Young Master Hao was surprised. It takes a long time to inherit the inheritance of the first chief tower master. That senior sister of mine took an entire half a month back then. This ancestor worship should take even longer. Let's go back first. The chief tower master pondered and said. Half a month? Young Master Hao was surprised. He shook his head and said, you go back first. I'll stay here and wait for him. The chief tower master was slightly taken aback. He frowned and said, when did your relationship with him become so good? Young Master Hao snorted coldly. Can't I have a close friend? Close friend, the Chief Tower Master glanced at Qin Feiyang and raised his eyebrows. Then, he didn't say anything else and quickly turned to leave. The inheritance of the first Chief Tower Master, you brat, you really hit the jackpot. Young Master Hao looked at Qin Feiyang and muttered. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to recuperate. The three old men looked at each other and closed their eyes. The land of inheritance soon fell into a dead silence. Back to the Chief Tower Master. After leaving the land of inheritance, he directly returned to his residence and sat in the pavilion with an upset look. Gong Sun Bei, come and see me quickly. Suddenly, he shouted through the air. Whoosh! Soon, Gong Sun Bei streaked across the sky and landed in front of the Chief Tower Master. He bowed and said, Sir, what orders do you have? The Chief Tower Master said in a deep voice, immediately investigate the identity of ancestor worship. Gong Sun Bei was taken aback and asked suspiciously, why? The Chief Tower Master said, he just obtained the inheritance of the first Chief Tower Master. What? Gong Sun Bei's face changed. Then, he looked at the Chief Tower Master's expression. A light flashed in his eyes as he nodded and said, I understand. I'll investigate immediately. Remember, don't leak out the fact that he obtained the inheritance of the first Chief Tower Master. The Chief Tower Master reminded. Okay. Gong Sun Bei nodded, then rose into the air and flew toward the north. After a while, he stopped in the air above a courtyard. Next to a flower bed in the courtyard, a white-haired old man was lying on an armchair, basking in the sun. He looked quite comfortable. Old Lu, you're living a good life. Gong Sun Bei landed in front of the old man and chuckled. That's right. This old man was Mu Qing's second grandfather, Lu Xingfeng. Lu Xingfeng opened his eyes and said with a smile, I'm just taking a break from work. Why? Do you need something from me? Yes, there is something. Gong Sun Bei nodded and said, I heard that you were the one who recommended ancestor worship. You should know his origin, right? Lu Xingfeng's heart trembled. He asked calmly, why are you suddenly asking about him? To tell you the truth, Sir just told me to investigate the identity of ancestor worship. But I really don't know where to start, so I came to ask you. I hope you can tell me the truth. Gong Sun Bei cupped his hands and smiled. His attitude was very polite. Sir is investigating his identity? Did he do something wrong? Lu Xingfeng was surprised. No, he didn't. Gong Sun Bei shook his head. Lu Xingfeng frowned and said, then why do you suddenly want to investigate him? I guess you've heard that the Chief Tower Master thinks highly of him and wants to take him as his disciple. Before that, we have to find out who he is. Gong Sun Bei smiled. So that's how it is. Lu Xingfeng suddenly understood. He stood up and smiled, to be honest, I don't know his identity either. Gong Sun Bei raised his eyebrows. This answer was out of his expectations. He asked suspiciously, since you don't know his identity, why did you give him the God Envoy token? When I saw him in the 9th area, I saw that he was very talented, so I wanted to take him as a talent. At that time, we were at the crucial stage of capturing Qin Feiyang, so I didn't investigate his identity. Lu Xingfeng said. Hearing this, Gong Sun Bei frowned and said, his talent is indeed very outstanding, but you can't just ignore it. Yes, that's my negligence. Lu Xingfeng nodded and said, but there's someone who should know. Who? Gong Sun Bei asked. Qin Dai. He's with Ancestor Mu, and the two of them seem to have a good relationship. He should know about Ancestor Mu's situation. Lu Xingfeng said. Okay, I'll go ask him now. Sorry to bother you. Gong Sun Bei cupped his hands. It's fine. Lu Xingfeng waved his hand. Gong Sun Bei smiled and then turned into a stream of light and quickly left. After Gong Sun Bei left, Lu Xingfeng's eyes flashed. He turned around and entered the attic. He closed the door tightly and then took out the image crystal. Wang! In less than 3 breaths, Mu Qing's figure appeared above the image crystal. Second Grandpa. Mu Qing's pupils shrank as she hurriedly said, Second Grandpa, didn't we agree not to send me a message in the chief tower? What if someone sees me? I know. But I have to send you a message now. Because the chief tower master asked Gongsun Bei to investigate Qin Feiyang's identity. Lu Xingfeng said. What? Mu Qing was shocked. Was the chief pagoda master having a stroke? Why didn't he investigate before? Why did he suddenly attack now? Lu Xingfeng said, There's no time to explain. Gongsun Bei has already gone to find you. Arrange it immediately. How? Mu Qing frowned. Lu Xingfeng said, You have to create a fake identity for Qin Feiyang in the 9th area. Create a fake identity, Mu Qing pondered for a while, then her eyes suddenly lit up as she nodded and smiled. I know what to do. Seeing the smile on Mu Qing's face, Lu Xingfeng also let out a sigh of relief. In terms of cultivation, he was much stronger than Mu Qing, but in terms of brains, he was inferior. Alchemy room number 9 of the first tower. After Mu Qing turned off the image crystal, she immediately sent a message. After a while, a middle-aged man appeared. He was tall and wore a long white robe. There were strands of white hair at his temples. His dark eyes emitted a sharp light. His whole body exuded the majesty of a superior. Father. Mu Qing bowed. The Mu family head nodded and asked with a smile, How's the progress on your side? Mu Qing said, It's going well, but there's a small problem now. I need father's help. Small problem? The Mu family head frowned and said, Say it quickly. I need you to immediately arrange 2 people to go to the 9th area and pretend to be Qin Feiyang's parents. Their cultivation doesn't need to be too high, 1-star combat emperor will do. Also, they need to dress plainly. Mu Qing said. The Mu family head's eyes slightly sank. So, the chief tower has already suspected Qin Feiyang's identity? No. Just investigating. Go and arrange it quickly. I'll take Gongsun Bei to the 9th area later. Mu Qing urged. Good. The Mu family head nodded and asked, What about the location? Since they want to pretend to be Qin Feiyang's parents, they must fake a home. And to fake a home, they naturally have to find a suitable place. When I was in the 9th area, I encountered an ice lake in the south of Ice Crystal City. There were few people there, so the location was chosen. As soon as Mu Qing finished, there was a knock on the door outside. It should be Gongsun Bei. Go and arrange it, do it carefully, don't expose any flaws. I will also try to delay Gongsun Bei here to buy more time for you. Although the Mu family has countless strong rankers, it will take some time to fake a home. If they take Gongsun Bei to the ice lake now, there will be no time to arrange it. After that, Mu Qing gave the coordinates of the ice lake to the Mu family head, then put away the image crystal, but didn't immediately open the door. Instead, he walked into the alchemy room and started the alchemy fire. What are you doing inside? Outside the door. After a while, Gongsun Bei gradually lost his patience and reached out his hand to knock a few more times. The stone door still showed no signs of opening. Is he not in the alchemy room? He couldn't help but frown. After waiting for a little while, he couldn't wait any longer and turned to leave. But at this moment, the stone door slowly opened. It turned out to be Master Gongsun. Is there something you need from this disciple? Mu Qing pretended to be confused and stood behind the door, looking at Gongsun Bei suspiciously. Why did it take so long to open the door? Gongsun Bei frowned. Mu Qing hurriedly said, Disciple was refining just now. If I offended you, I hope Master will forgive me. Gongsun Bei entered the alchemy room and sniffed. There was indeed a strong medicinal fragrance in the air, so he didn't pursue it. Then, he closed the stone door and looked at Mu Qing. Are you familiar with Ancestor Mu? Very familiar. Mu Qing nodded. Gongsun Bei asked, Then do you know who is in his family? Mu Qing thought for a moment and said, apart from his parents, he has no other siblings. Gong Sun Bei asked again, then do you know where his family is? Mu Qing shook his head. I haven't been there, but I heard him mention it. It seems to be somewhere outside Ice Crystal City. Where is it? Think carefully. Gong Sun Bei urged. Okay. Mu Qing nodded repeatedly, then lowered his head and pretended to think hard. More than half an hour passed as he pondered. Gong Sun Bei was sleepy from waiting. Mu Qing himself was also sleepy because he didn't think of anything at all. When a person was in this state for a long time, even if he didn't want to sleep, he still wanted to sleep. Gong Sun Bei yawned and said, have you thought of anything? Mu Qing was troubled. It's been too long. I really can't think of anything now. Gong Sun Bei's face darkened. He suppressed his anger and smiled. Don't worry, think slowly. I'll go over there and take a nap. After that, he entered the lounge and leaned on the chair, closing his eyes to rest. Okay. Mu Qing nodded. But when he looked at Gong Sun Bei, there was a hint of ridicule. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour passed. I can't delay any longer. Otherwise, it will arouse his suspicion. But over there. Father should be done with the arrangements. Mu Qing muttered secretly. His eyes flashed, then he hurried into the lounge and said, Lord, disciple remembers. Shwa. Gong Sun Bei immediately opened his eyes and asked, where is it? Back then, Ancestor Mu said that his family is next to an ice lake in the south of Ice Crystal City. Mu Qing said. Take me there. Gong Sun Bei said. Mu Qing was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, why are we going there? Gong Sun Bei said, of course, to confirm it. This, Mu Qing hesitated. Lord, disciple has a question. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. Speak. Gong Sun Bei said, obviously starting to get impatient. Mu Qing asked, did Ancestor Mu do something wrong? Investigate him. Don't you know that the chief pagoda master intends to take him as a disciple? Gong Sun Bei looked at him suspiciously. There's such a thing? Mu Qing looked surprised, then anger rose in his eyes. He said unhappily, this bastard actually hid such a good thing from me. This is too much. You really don't know? This time, it was Gong Sun Bei's turn to be stunned. He shook his head and said, he might want to give you a surprise. Who cares? Mu Qing said disdainfully, so, the chief pagoda master wants to investigate his identity? Yes. Gong Sun Bei nodded. That makes sense. After all, if it were anyone else, they would not be at ease to have someone of unknown origin become their personal disciple. Okay, disciple will take you there now. Mu Qing said and opened the portal. Shwa. The next moment, the two appeared in the square of the Pill Pagoda. After Gong Sun Bei explained the purpose of his visit to the law enforcement elder guarding the teleportation altar, he opened the altar and brought Mu Qing to the teleportation altar in the 9th region. Then, the two did not delay at all. They flew straight out of Ice Crystal City and headed south. Mu Qing certainly knew the location of the ice lake. But he brought Gong Sun Bei everywhere, and this was naturally to buy time. Chapter 948. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. At this moment, it was almost dark. Do you know the way or not? After wandering around for so long, Gong Sun Bei had long lost his patience. I said from the beginning that I have never been to his house. How would I know the way? Mu Qing said helplessly. Then how long do we have to search? Gong Sun Bei frowned. I don't know either. Mu Qing shook his head, glancing at the glacier below with a look of annoyance. Gong Sun Bei couldn't help but feel weak. This guy was really unreliable. Gradually, night fell. There was no moon in the sky, and the earth gradually fell into darkness. But for the two of them, it didn't affect them. This should be more or less done. Mu Qing glanced at the sky and muttered to herself. Then, she pretended to look for him in front of her. Gong Sunbei followed behind Mu Qing, looking all over the earth. About half an hour later, Mu Qing suddenly stopped and pointed ahead, saying, "Lord, look, there is an ice lake." Gong Sunbei looked over, and there was indeed an ice lake a few miles ahead. "Let's go and take a look," Gong Sunbei urged. The two turned into a stream of light and quickly landed above the ice lake. The ice lake was about a few 100 feet long, and there was a thick layer of ice on the surface. White mist rose, and the cold air was oppressive. Around the ice lake, there was an endless ice forest with fierce beasts roaming around. Mu Qing scanned the forest. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he locked onto a certain place in the forest in the north, saying, "Lord, there is a fire there." Gong Sunbei turned his head, and there was indeed a wisp of fire in the forest. Whoosh! The two of them flew over. Gong Sunbei suddenly asked, "Have you seen Ancestor Mu's parents?" "No. But I heard from Ancestor Mu that his parents are people who live in seclusion and never appear in front of others," Mu Qing said. "People who live in seclusion?" Gong Sunbei was surprised. Generally speaking, people who chose to live in seclusion and concentrate on cultivation had a far better temperament than ordinary people. In other words, Ancestor Mu's parents were likely to be two hidden experts. A dozen breaths later, the two of them descended above the forest and looked down. In the woods below, there was a courtyard that covered an area of about 100 zhang, surrounded by a row of wooden fences. In the courtyard, there was a small 2-story wooden building. It looked very old and exuded an ancient aura. The roof of the wooden building and the wooden railings were covered with a thin layer of ice and snow. "Isn't this too realistic?" Mu Qing muttered to herself. Although he didn't see anyone in the courtyard, he could basically conclude that this courtyard must have been built by his father. In other words, this courtyard had been built not long ago. However, it looked as if it had existed for decades, or even centuries, and was filled with a decaying aura. At this moment, the courtyard door was tightly shut. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a bonfire that was burning and emitting sparks. In the meantime, from a window on the second floor of the wooden building, faint candlelight could be seen. "Go down and ask." Gong Sunbei looked at the window and whispered. "All right." Mu Qing nodded and landed in front of the courtyard door. He bowed and said, "May I ask if this is Ancestor Mu's home?" Not long after he finished speaking, the window on the second floor slowly opened, and a man and a woman entered Mu Qing's sight. Both of them looked middle-aged. The man's body was slightly robust, and he was wearing a white tiger-skin coat. There were wisps of white hair at his temples, and he was full of vicissitudes of life. The woman looked dignified, wearing a snow-white mink fur coat. Although there were crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, she was still charming. The two of them stood side by side in front of the window, looking at Mu Qing and then at Gong Sunbei, their faces full of suspicion. But at the same time, the man secretly sent a message to Mu Qing. "Young master, why are you only here now? I was afraid that you hadn't arranged it yet. So I took Gong Sunbei to wander around the mountains for most of the day." Mu Qing laughed secretly. "I see." The two of them suddenly understood. Mu Qing said suspiciously, "How did you do it?" "It's actually so realistic. In order to fake this courtyard, we spent a lot of effort. Look at these rotten woods. They were all specially found from our clan. Of course, the biggest credit is the ice and snow here. If it wasn't frozen, no matter how we cover it, there would still be some traces left." The man laughed. "That's true," Mu Qing muttered. Ice and snow could cover all traces. And the 9 regions snowed all year round, and the temperature was terrifyingly low. It was no exaggeration to say that if a basin of water was placed outside, it would freeze in less than an hour. Therefore, in this environment, as long as one did it carefully, it would be difficult to find any flaws. The man said secretly, "What should we do next?" "I believe my father has already told you about Qin Feiyang's situation." You just need to pretend to be more realistic. Mu Qing said. Okay. The man nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, the man glanced at Mu Qing and Gong Sunbei, nodded, and said, "This is the home of Ancestor Mu. May I ask who you are?" Mu Qing cupped his hands and said, "Junior Qin Dai is a friend of Ancestor Mu." "So you're a friend of Zong, er?" The man's face suddenly showed a trace of a smile. As parents, they like to use an affectionate form of address when addressing their son. Mu Qing smiled and said, "So, you two are Brother Mu's parents?" "That's right." The two of them nodded. "Finally found it." Mu Qing let out a long breath and looked up at Gong Sunbei. Swish! Gong Sunbei flashed and landed in front of the courtyard. He cupped his hands and said, "I'm Gong Sunbei, the Chief Tower's messenger." "Greetings." Chief Tower's messenger? The two of them looked at each other, quickly went downstairs, opened the courtyard door, and said with a smile, "It's too cold outside. Please come in." "No need. I'm just here to confirm the identity of Ancestor Mu." Gong Sunbei waved his hand and smiled. The woman was taken aback and showed a worried face. She said, "Did Zong get into trouble outside? If so, please be magnanimous and don't bother with him." "Madam, you worry too much. Not only did Ancestor Mu not get into trouble, but his performance in the Chief Tower made our Chief Tower very satisfied. Now, he even wants to take him as a personal disciple." Gong Sunbei smiled. "He went to the Chief Tower?" The couple looked surprised. "You two don't know?" Gong Sunbei looked at the two of them suspiciously. The man smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, our child has been a little rebellious since he was young. No matter what he does, he won't tell us." "I see." Gong Sunbei nodded and said with a smile, "Many children are like this, but compared to other children, Ancestor Mu is quite sensible, so you two don't have to worry about him." "Sensible? Messenger, don't comfort us. How can we not understand our child?" The two of them sighed. "Haha." Gong Sunbei shook his head and smiled. He asked curiously, "Seeing that you two are one-star combat emperors, you can be considered top experts in the Forgotten Continent. Why are you hiding here?" "I'm tired. So now, I just want to find a place where no one is around and peacefully live out my life." The man said with a smile. "The mundane world is just a dream. Actually, there are many people in this world who want to be like the two of you, to let go of everything and live a peaceful life in the mountains. But how many of them can do it? Everyone can't get rid of the curse of fame and power. But the two of you can do it. Your indifferent nature is admirable." Gong Sunbei cupped his hands and said, "I'm ashamed." The man shook his head and said with a smile, "Our place is remote. The two of you have come a long way, so we don't have much to entertain you. Why don't you have a cup of hot tea before you leave? The Chief Tower is still waiting for me to report back. I really can't stay for too long. When I have time in the future, I will definitely come and visit the two of you." Gong Sunbei said with a smile. "The envoy is too polite. Since the envoy has official business to attend to, then I won't force you to stay. You are welcome to visit us in the future. I also asked the envoy to take care of my son in the future." The couple said, "I'm afraid it's him who will take care of me in the future." Gong Sunbei shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Okay, I won't say any more. I'll take my leave. Then I won't see you off. Take care." The man cupped his hands and said with a smile. Gong Sunbei nodded and took Mu Qing into the air and quickly disappeared into the night sky. The couple couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The woman asked, "What should we do now? Go back? Let's ask the patriarch first." The man pondered for a while and took out an image crystal. After a while, the Mujia's patriarch's shadow appeared and asked, "Did you send them away?" The two nodded. The Mujia's patriarch said, "Then you continue to stay there, in case the Chief Tower sends people to investigate again." Yes. The two bowed and said. Chief Tower. In the courtyard attic. The Chief Tower Master sat in the hall, looking at the flickering candlelight on the tea table without saying a word. In front of him, Gongsun Bei stood respectfully and explained the situation of Qin Feiyang's parents. A hidden person. After Gongsun Bei finished, the Chief Tower Master muttered to himself. After a while, he looked up at Gongsun Bei and said, So, there's no problem with his identity? Yes. Gongsun Bei nodded, then his lips slightly opened as if he wanted to say something, but there seemed to be some kind of concern, so he didn't say it. I know, you can go now. The Chief Tower Master lowered his head slightly and waved his hand. Yes. Gongsun Bei bowed respectfully and turned around to leave. Wait. Just as Gongsun Bei walked to the door, the Chief Tower Master suddenly spoke again. Gongsun Bei stopped and turned to look at the Chief Tower Master and asked, Is there anything else? How's the situation in Qinghai? The Chief Tower Master asked. According to the report of the spy, it has been confirmed that a cluster of 7th-grade pill fire is about to be born. Gongsun Bei said. Yes. This news must be blocked, otherwise, if the major tribes and the Mu family receive the news, they will definitely intervene. The Chief Tower Master said. I understand. Gongsun Bei nodded. In addition, go and arrange a simple ceremony. After all, I want to accept a disciple, so I can't just do it casually. The Chief Tower Master said again. Then, do you want to inform the Mu family and the leaders of the major tribes? Gongsun Bei asked. The major tribes must be informed. As for the Mu family, forget it, it has nothing to do with us anyway. The Chief Tower Master said. Okay. Gongsun Bei nodded and turned around quickly. The inheritance of the first Chief Tower Master, I have to say, you little guy, your luck is really good. Chapter 949. Time flew by. The news that Qin Feiyang was going to become the Chief Tower Master's disciple slowly spread to the world. One could imagine what kind of explosive news this was. In the following period of time, whether it was the major cities or the major tribes, they were all discussing this matter. Similarly, ever since the news spread, countless people went to the first tower to visit Qin Feiyang. Because the Chief Tower Master's direct disciple's status in the Forgotten Continent was even higher than the God's messenger, they all wanted to curry favor with him as soon as possible. However, no one had seen Qin Feiyang before. Other than the Chief Tower Master, young Master Hao, Gongsun Bei, and a few others, no one knew that Qin Feiyang was in the land of inheritance. They also didn't know that he was comprehending the inheritance of the first Tower Master. If this news were to spread, it would be even more shocking. The land of inheritance. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Swish. It was also this morning that Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of purple gold divine light burst out. So that's how it is. He raised his head to look at the statue of the first Chief Tower Master, and there was a touch of excitement between his brows. The inheritance he received was also a type of divine art. Moreover, it was the soul refining technique that he couldn't comprehend. According to the information in the inheritance, the soul refining technique was a divine art created by the first Chief Tower Master. However, although the soul refining technique was a divine art, it had no attack power. Its only use was to train the soul and increase the grade of the mental energy. That's right. It was to increase the mental energy. And this was what Qin Feiyang desired the most right now. Now, he used the 7th grade pill fire to refine pills, and it wouldn't take long for his mental energy to dry up. Why was that? It was because his mental energy had already reached its limit. If it was the 8th grade pill fire, with his current mental energy, he estimated that he could only last for half an hour at most. A mere half an hour couldn't refine a few pills at all. Therefore, the appearance of this soul-refining technique was simply like manna from the heavens to him, solving the most important problem at hand. However, he was still unable to cultivate the soul-refining technique. This was because this inheritance only contained the experience of the soul refining technique, but not the chant. As for the jade slip that he had obtained from the martial arts treasure house, it did contain the incantation, but it was only a small part of it. In other words, the soul refining art that he currently grasped was incomplete. Here came the problem. Where is the rest of the chant? Only by finding all the incantations would one be able to cultivate the soul refining technique. Could it be that it was also in the martial arts treasury? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang stood up and bowed to the statue of the first chief tower master. Immediately after, he then looked at the old man who helped him and transmitted his voice, "Thank you, senior." The old man looked very ordinary. There was a faint scar above his left eye. He did not open his eyes, nor did he respond to Qin Feiyang. He was like a cold stone statue. Qin Feiyang gazed at him deeply. He didn't linger any longer. He turned around and walked towards young Master Hao. During these 10 days, young Master Hao had been meditating with his eyes closed, waiting for Qin Feiyang. "I'm up." Qin Feiyang walked forward and said with a smile. "Done?" Young Master Hao opened his eyes and looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang nodded. Young Master Hao was refreshed. He stood up and asked, "What divine art did you get?" "The experience of the soul refining art." Qin Feiyang did not hide it. Soul refining art? Heard of it. Not only did young Master Hao not have the slightest joy, but there was a trace of doubt on his face. "Is there a problem?" Qin Feiyang asked. Young Master Hao said, "Of course there is a problem." But before he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang suddenly reached out his hand to stop young Master Hao and said in a low voice, "Let's talk while walking. Don't disturb them anymore." "Okay." Young Master Hao glanced at the 3 old men and nodded. Whoosh! The 2 of them rose into the air like lightning and flew towards the holy land of the chief tower. Young Master Hao frowned and said, "The inheritance you got is really the soul refining art?" "Why would I lie to you?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. "That's strange. Didn't you say that the soul refining art is a kind of ungraded battle art?" Young Master Hao frowned. Qin Feiyang looked at young Master Hao with a trace of doubt in his eyes. This person was the son of the chief tower master. How could he not know about the soul refining art? Or could it be that even the chief tower master did not know the origin of the soul refining art? "Hurry up and tell me clearly." Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not speak for a long time, young Master Hao asked impatiently. "The soul refining art is not a ungraded battle art, but a divine art. It was created by the first chief tower master. It can train the soul and increase the strength of one's mental strength." Qin Feiyang explained briefly. "Are you kidding me?" Young Master Hao's body stiffened. He stared at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang looked at him helplessly and raised his hand. "I swear." "Damn." Young Master Hao was dumbfounded. His eyeballs were about to fall out. He did not expect that the soul refining art that everyone thought was a ungraded battle art was actually a divine art. It could even increase one's mental strength? Was this a dream? Suddenly, young Master Hao seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Other than the soul refining art, is there anything else?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Young Master Hao frowned and said, "That's a pity." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "My father said that the inheritance of the first chief tower master contained the opportunity to become a god. Although this soul refining art is also amazing, compared to the opportunity to become a god, it is too far away." Young Master Hao sighed. This time, it was Qin Feiyang's turn to be shocked. Contained the opportunity to become a god? Wasn't this too unbelievable? You don't have to feel regretful. After all, there are gains and losses. As for the soul refining art, to me, it's worthless. But to you, it's worth a lot. After all, you're an alchemist. Young Master Hao laughed. Qin Feiyang nodded. This made sense. Because to an alchemist, nothing was more important than mental strength. This time, we've both gained something. Why don't we go to the Dragon Phoenix house and celebrate? Young Master Hao suggested. Celebrate? Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and he said speechlessly, I think the celebration is fake. The real reason is to see the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. Young Master Hao looked a little embarrassed when his thoughts were seen through. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, I have to go to the martial arts treasury immediately. I don't think I can go to the Dragon Phoenix house. Why are you going to the martial arts treasury? Young Master Hao looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, the jade scroll I obtained before was only a small part of the soul refining art. A small part? Then isn't it incomplete? Young Master Hao was surprised. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded weakly. No wonder those people who obtained the soul refining art in the past couldn't comprehend it. It turns out that it was incomplete. Young Master Hao said in realization. Not only is it incomplete, but it's also a divine art. It would be strange if they could comprehend it. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Thinking about his previous actions, he was really stupid. Not to mention that the soul refining art was incomplete. Just the fact that the soul refining art was a divine art, even if he was given the complete cultivation chant, he would definitely not be able to comprehend it. Because with his current state of mind and comprehension, it was not enough to comprehend the divine art. Alright then, I'll go over first. When you're done, if it's still early, go to the Dragon Phoenix house to find me. Young Master Hao said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Young Master Hao immediately opened the teleportation gate and left. Qin Feiyang also opened the teleportation gate and directly descended on top of the martial arts treasury. Elder Wang was still sitting in front of the gate. At this moment, a young man in black was standing in front of Elder Wang and saying something. The young man in black was about 1.8 meters tall and straight like a pine tree. He had bright eyes and white teeth, and his facial features were as if they were carved by a knife. In Qin Feiyang's eyes, this was a very unfamiliar face. At the same time, Elder Wang and the young man in black also sensed Qin Feiyang's aura, and they both raised their heads to look at Qin Feiyang. A smile immediately appeared on Elder Wang's face. The young man in black's pupils shrank, and then he smiled at Qin Feiyang in a friendly manner. Qin Feiyang also nodded his head politely, but he was somewhat suspicious in his heart. The smile on the young man in black's face was indeed there, but he did not feel any friendliness at all. On the contrary. In the eyes of the young man in black, he could feel a strong bloody aura. This bloody aura even made him feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart. Boom! Elder Wang waved his hand, and the gate of the martial arts treasury quickly opened. He then looked at the young man in black and said with a smile, Go in. Yes. The young man in black bowed and then entered the martial arts treasury. After the gate closed, Qin Feiyang also landed in front of Elder Wang and cupped his hands. Greetings, Elder Wang. Elder Wang nodded and said with a smile, I heard from the Chief Pagoda Master that you have obtained the inheritance of the first Chief Pagoda Master. I was just lucky. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. This is not luck, it's an opportunity. You have to cherish this opportunity. After all, after so many years, you are the second person to obtain the inheritance of the old man, and the first person to obtain the inheritance was the previous Chief Pagoda Master. Elder Wang reminded. I will. Qin Feiyang nodded. Elder Wang asked, Then why are you looking for me this time? I came this time to ask Elder Wang if the rest of the soul refining skill is also in the martial arts treasury. Qin Feiyang said. Elder Wang squinted his eyes slightly and asked suspiciously, What do you mean? To be honest, the inheritance I obtained this time is the soul refining skill. But there are only insights, no incantations. Qin Feiyang said truthfully. He had already told this matter to young Master Hao, and young Master Hao would definitely tell the Chief Pagoda Master, so this matter could not be hidden. After hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Elder Wang's body immediately trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and shook his head with a smile. It seems that Elder Wang also knows the true origin of the soul refining skill. Elder Wang's reaction was enough to explain everything. He was indeed lying to him before. Phew. Elder Wang sized up Qin Feiyang, and after a moment, he let out a long breath and nodded. Yes, I know. Not only me, but the 3 elders guarding the place of inheritance and the previous chief pagoda master also know. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, then why did you make up a lie to deceive everyone? It's a long story. Chapter 950. Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Wang quietly, not bothering him. When the first pagoda master passed away, he left behind the soul refining technique in hopes that someone in the future could comprehend it. But he didn't think that the profound and unfathomable deity formula was not something that ordinary people like us could comprehend. After a long while, old Wang withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang nodded. That was a very apt statement. The second pagoda master, the third pagoda master, and the current pagoda master all went into seclusion to comprehend the soul refining technique, but none of them succeeded. I tried too, but it was too profound. I couldn't comprehend the true meaning behind it at all. Slowly, we gave up. But the soul refining technique was created by the first pagoda master himself. It's the symbol of our pill pagoda and our spiritual pillar. We can't just let it be lost, right? Thus, after our discussion, we finally decided to place our hopes on you youngsters. But if the complete soul refining technique was made public, it would definitely cause a commotion. It might even lead to a bloodbath. So to prevent that from happening, we separated the complete soul refining technique into 10 parts and placed them on the 10 floors of the martial arts treasury. We also hid all the information about the soul refining technique and claimed that it was a gradeless technique. And the jade slip you got was only the first part. Elder Wang explained. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang came to a realization, then frowned and said, then have you ever thought that if the complete soul refining technique is already so difficult to comprehend, wouldn't it be even harder to comprehend it after splitting it up? Of course we thought about it. But the first part is the easiest. If you can't even comprehend the simplest part, how can you comprehend the later parts? Am I right? Elder Wang smiled. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. But in the end, we still underestimated the soul refining technique. Over the years, many young people have obtained the first part, and many of them were monstrous geniuses, but none of them were able to comprehend it. As for you, if you hadn't obtained the inheritance of the first chief tower master, you probably wouldn't have been able to comprehend it either. Old Wang said. Qin Feiyang did not deny it. Deity arts and battle arts were not on the same level. If he wanted to comprehend the god incantation on his own, he would have to become a god first. Qin Feiyang asked, what was the inheritance of the previous chief pagoda master? Elder Wang shook his head and said, she didn't mention it to anyone, so I don't know either. I heard young Master House say that the inheritance of the first chief tower master contains an opportunity to become a god. Is this true? Qin Feiyang asked again. It's true. Elder Wang nodded and smiled. Although you didn't obtain the opportunity to become a god, to be able to obtain the experience of the soul refining technique is also a great fortune. After a pause, Elder Wang continued, moreover, no matter what inheritance you obtain, as long as you obtain the inheritance of the first chief tower master, you will be the successor of the chief tower master in the future. Successor? Qin Feiyang looked startled and said in surprise, there's such a thing? Yes. This is the will of the first chief tower master. No one can go against it. Elder Wang nodded. In that case, won't I be the next chief tower master? Qin Feiyang was a little dumbfounded. In fact, the chief tower master had told young master how about this in the inheritance land, but because it was through voice transmission, Qin Feiyang did not hear it. Don't be happy too early. Although you are now the next chief tower master, you still need to be alive. So no matter what you do in the future, you have to be careful. Elder Wang exhorted meaningfully. I understand. Qin Feiyang nodded. To be honest, he was not interested in the position of Chief Tower Master at all. But this way, his relationship with the Chief Tower Master would be one step closer. After all, he was now not only the Chief Tower Master's disciple, but also the successor of the Chief Tower Master. This would undoubtedly be more beneficial to snatching the heavenly star flame and the five-colored crystal in the future. Elder Wang, since this disciple has already obtained the inheritance of the first Chief Tower Master, then can the remaining 9 parts of the soul refining technique be given to this disciple? Qin Feiyang asked, his eyes full of desire. This, Elder Wang hesitated for a moment and said, logically speaking, since you have obtained the inheritance of the old man, it can be considered that you have obtained the old man's approval, so it should be given to you. But a few days ago, the Chief Tower Master said that you have to find the remaining 9 parts yourself. Find it myself? Qin Feiyang frowned. Elder Wang laughed, don't be dissatisfied, this old man can see that the Chief Tower Master is doing this for your own good. For my own good? Qin Feiyang frowned even more. Because he really couldn't see how this was for his own good? Seeing this, Elder Wang also raised his eyebrows, and said, this old man asks you, now that you have entered the martial arts treasury, what do you need? Contribution points. Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. Then how do you get the contribution points? Elder Wang asked again. Capture all kinds of beasts alive. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. Capturing beasts alive is much more difficult than killing beasts, and without a certain method, it can't be done. Therefore, the Chief Tower Master is doing this to give you an opportunity to test and gain experience. Elder Wang said. All right, I accept. Qin Feiyang lowered his head helplessly. This was the Chief Tower Master's order, he had no choice but to accept it. Looking at Qin Feiyang's dejected look, Elder Wang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, and said, how about this? This old man will show you the way, and I guarantee that you will be able to obtain all the soul refining techniques in the shortest time possible. Please speak. Qin Feiyang's spirit was lifted, and he raised his head to look at Elder Wang expectantly. When I separated the soul refining techniques, in order to make it easier to find, this old man deliberately left a trace of aura in the 10 jade slips. This aura is very weak, others can't sense it, but the 10 jade slips can sense each other. When you go to the top 9 floors, as long as you take out the jade slip you obtained on the first floor, it will immediately help you find the other 9 jade slips. Elder Wang laughed. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. One had to know. There were countless jade slips on each floor of the martial arts treasure house, and they were all stored in the same stone box without any markings. If he were to rely on himself to find them, he didn't know how long it would take for him to find all the jade slips. This undoubtedly saved him a lot of time. He bowed and said, thank you, Elder Wang. It's nothing. Elder Wang smiled and said, this old man originally wanted to have a good chat with you, but seeing your impatient look, I won't waste your time. Then this disciple will take his leave first. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said. All right. Elder Wang nodded, and suddenly said, this old man will give you a coordinate. The fierce beasts there are basically between 1 Star War Master and 5 Star War Saint, they won't pose a fatal threat to you. After saying that, Elder Wang gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. Thank you, Elder Wang. After Qin Feiyang memorized the coordinates, he thanked him again, opened the teleportation gate, and walked in without looking back. Not long after the teleportation gate disappeared, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the black-clothed youth who had entered the martial arts treasure house earlier, holding a simple and unadorned stone box in his hand. After the black-clothed youth appeared, he immediately opened the stone box and took out a jade slip. After looking at it carefully, a trace of disappointment gradually appeared on his face. Sigh. Why is it so difficult to get a perfect battle art? Next. The black-clothed youth sighed and walked in front of Elder Wang, handing the jade slip and the stone box to Elder Wang. If it was so easy to get, then it wouldn't be called a perfect battle art. Elder Wang took the jade slip and the stone box and said with a faint smile. Although there was a smile on his old face, it wasn't as amiable as when he was facing Qin Feiyang. The black-clothed youth smiled bitterly, took out his identity token and handed it to Elder Wang. There was a rule in the martial arts treasure house that if the disciple of the main tower wasn't satisfied with the battle art he had obtained, he could return it to the martial arts treasure house. This way, he would be able to return 1/10 of the contribution points. Elder Wang grabbed the identity token and waved his hand. A stream of light swept into the token and then returned it to the black-clothed youth. After the black-clothed youth kept the identity token, he looked around and asked suspiciously, "Where's Ancestor Mu?" He went to the White Tiger Mountain Range to earn contribution points. Elder Wang smiled faintly, then sat in front of the pagoda and closed his eyes to rest. White Tiger Mountain Range, the black-clothed youth's eyes flashed, opened a teleportation gate, and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, White Tiger Mountain Range. This vast mountain range was located in the west of the Central Divine Kingdom, about 5,000 to 6,000 miles away from the Divine City. In the mountain range, ancient trees towered into the sky. Qin Feiyang stood in the air above a giant mountain peak, lowering his head and scanning the area below. The forest below was dense, and the vines were like horned dragons. In the forest, there were countless fierce beasts, but the strongest was only a 5-star war sect, so their value wasn't great. After watching for a while, Qin Feiyang turned into a stream of light and flew towards the depths of the mountain range. As he went deeper and deeper, the aura of the fierce beasts became stronger and stronger. After flying for about 500 to 600 miles, Qin Feiyang could already sense the fierce beast aura of the 9-star war sect. But now, the fierce beasts of the 9-star war sect couldn't enter his eyes. He continued forward. Along the way, he also encountered some medicinal herbs and picked them up. Roar! Boom! Suddenly, the faint roar of a beast came from the left, as well as the sound of a mountain collapsing. Qin Feiyang stopped in the air and looked in the direction of the sound. He could vaguely see that the mountains and rivers there were crazily collapsing. Whiz! He made a turn in the air, and like a bolt of lightning, he rushed over there. About 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang landed on the peak of a mountain, walked to the edge of the cliff, and scanned the area in front of him. Soon, his gaze was locked onto the area in front of him. In the distance, a white-clothed woman was locked in battle with a ferocious beast. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Within a radius of more than 10 miles, the mountains and rivers shattered, the earth collapsed, and magma erupted from the ground, dyeing half the sky red. The woman in white had her back facing Qin Feiyang, so he couldn't see her true appearance. However, her figure was beautiful, and her waist was slender. His cultivation was also not bad, 8-star war sect. However, that back view gave Qin Feiyang an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As for that fierce beast, it was a fire dragon lizard. The fire dragon lizard was also a species from 10,000 years ago. It had the tail of a dragon and the head of a lizard. However, compared to a real dragon, it was much smaller. It was only 3 to 4 meters long and its entire body was scarlet red, as if it was cast from magma. However, the ferocious might it emitted was rather astonishing. Its cultivation was slightly stronger than the woman in white. 9-star war sect. It seems that it's a bit difficult for an 8-star war sect to deal with a 9-star war sect's fire dragon lizard, right? Qin Feiyang muttered. According to the ancient records, the fire dragon lizard had a thick layer of scales on its body, similar to the scales on a crocodile. These scales were extremely tough, and humans of the same realm were almost unable to break through them. Furthermore, the saliva that the fire dragon lizard spat out carried a type of toxin that could numb one's nerves. Although the woman in white had mastered a battle art, she would have to pay a huge price to kill this fire dragon lizard. As expected, the fire dragon lizard suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a transparent saliva. The woman in white seemed to know that the saliva contained poison, so she didn't fight back. She turned around and quickly dodged to the side. It's her. Just as the woman in white turned around, Qin Feiyang also saw the side of her face, and his expression froze. So this woman was Chu Xian. This world was really small, to be able to meet her here. He had to admit that this was fate. Chapter 951. Performance. Fatso was startled, somewhat baffled. Look over there. Qin Feiyang pointed to Chu Xian, who was fighting fiercely with the fire dragon lizard. Fatso suspiciously turned his head to look, and a trace of excitement immediately crawled up his face. Roar. At the same time. Just as Chu Xian was dodging the saliva, the fire dragon lizard roared towards the sky and instantly rushed behind Chu Xian. Its scaled dragon tail swept out and fiercely slapped towards Chu Xian's back. Puff. Chu Xian let out a miserable groan and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a meteorite, he crashed into the ruins below and was drowned in dust. A mere 8-star war sect dares to challenge this emperor? You really don't know what's good for you. The fire dragon lizard's ferocious nature erupted as it opened its wide mouth, revealing its white fangs as it rushed towards Chu Xian. Qin Feiyang laughed. If you don't help, your sweetheart will most likely be in trouble. Fatso suddenly quivered and immediately rushed over. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang pulled him back and frowned. Before you go save her, shouldn't you change your appearance first? Fatso was now in his original appearance. And back then in the 9 regions, Fatso had also appeared a lot, so many people knew him. If Fatso were to rush out like this now, it was very likely that he would be recognized by Chu Xian. At that time, his identity would naturally be exposed. That's right. Fatso slapped his head, secretly cursing himself for being so muddle-headed that he almost messed up the big picture. Then, he took out an illusory form pill and threw it into his mouth. His appearance immediately changed. In less than 3 breaths, he turned into the appearance he had when he first entered the Central Divine Kingdom. His body was still very fat, but his face and eyes had undergone a qualitative change. Even Qin Feiyang might not be able to recognize him if he didn't know about it. Whiz! After changing his appearance, Fatso did not dare to delay for a moment, and rushed towards Chu Xian like lightning. At this moment, Chu Xian had already crawled out from the dust. She was covered in blood and her face was pale. The fire dragon lizard was only a dozen or so meters away from Chu Xian. Its bell-like ferocious eyes flashed with a frightening light. Looking at the rapidly approaching fire dragon lizard, Chu Xian's delicate body trembled in despair. But at this moment, Fatso stood in front of Chu Xian like a heavenly soldier. Who? Chu Xian was shocked. But then, she realized that this figure seemed familiar. The fire dragon lizard naturally saw Fatso. However, not only did it not stop, the ominous glint in its eyes became even more astonishing. You're courting death. Fatso smiled disdainfully. He stretched out his arm and punched the fire dragon lizard's head. Roar! The fire dragon lizard was sent flying on the spot, howling in pain. The hard scales on its head were shattered by Fatso's punch and blood gushed out. So strong. Chu Xian, who was at the back, was dumbstruck. The fire dragon lizard had the cultivation of a 9-star war master, and its intelligence was not inferior to a human's. After receiving Fatso's punch, it knew that it was much stronger than the woman behind it. It decisively turned around and fled. You want to run? Fatso grinned, using the return to 1 step. He chased after it like lightning and stepped on the back of the fire dragon lizard. Bang! The fire dragon lizard was like a meteorite as it smashed into the ground below, creating a deep crater. Following that, Fatso also landed beside the fire dragon lizard. He turned to look at Chu Xian, who was not far away, and revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome. It's you? However, when Chu Xian saw Fatso's face, his brows knitted tightly together. The smile on Fatso's face froze, and he said helplessly, Do you not like me that much? Chu Xian was silent. I admit that in terms of looks and family background, I can't compare to Guofeng. But in terms of character, I'm more than 100 times better than him. Let's not talk about being lovers, but we can still be friends. Fatso hung his head dejectedly, his face full of disappointment. Hearing these words, Chu Xian couldn't help but look at Fatso. Suddenly, she smiled, walked in front of Fatso, and said, "Thank you." "No need, no need. It's a small matter." Fatso was startled, and immediately raised his head to look at Chu Xian, waving his hand, somewhat at a loss. Looking at Fatso's current appearance, Chu Xian couldn't help but want to laugh. This person was quite cute. But she endured it and said with a cold face, "But don't think that just because you saved me, I will repay you." Before Chu Xian could finish, Fatso hurriedly said, "No, no, I never thought of asking you to repay me." Pfft. In the end, Chu Xian couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. She said helplessly, "All right, I'm not a tigress, don't be so reserved. I won't pursue what happened in the past, as for the future." At this point, Chu Xian stopped abruptly, and a sly look flashed in her eyes. In the future, Fatso looked at her anxiously. "Why are you so silly? Don't you understand? Of course we will be friends in the future." Chu Xian rolled her eyes at him. Hee hee. Fatso scratched his head and couldn't stop laughing. It's over. It's completely hopeless. Standing on the peak of the mountain, Qin Feiyang looked at this scene and shook his head speechlessly. Fatso was usually a very smart person. Why did he become so silly when he met Chu Xian? Whoosh! He took a step forward and landed behind Chu Xian. Who is it? Sensing Qin Feiyang's aura, Chu Xian immediately turned around, her face full of vigilance. "Why are you here?" However, when she saw that it was Qin Feiyang, the vigilance on her face was replaced by surprise. Qin Feiyang pointed at Fatso and smiled. "If he's here, I'm definitely here. What's your relationship?" Chu Xian looked at the two of them suspiciously. Fatso glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Chu Xian and said, "He's my big brother." "Big brother?" Chu Xian was surprised and asked, "Biological big brother?" Faced with this question, Fatso was a little hesitant, not knowing how to answer. Qin Feiyang nodded without hesitation. "Yes, biological big brother." This, Chu Xian looked at the two of them strangely. Why didn't they look like biological brothers? Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and teased, "To be honest, he's not biological. My parents picked him up by the river." Fatso's face darkened and he said angrily, "Get lost, you're the one who picked him up." Still denying it? Why don't you go back and ask Mom? Qin Feiyang looked at him mockingly. "Okay, I'll ask." Fatso snorted coldly. Looking at the two of them arguing, Chu Xian's expression became more and more strange. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and waved his hand. Okay, let's stop joking. We're not biological brothers, we're sworn brothers." "I see." Chu Xian suddenly realized. How could two people with such a big difference be biological brothers from the same mother? Qin Feiyang looked at Chu Xian and asked, "What are you doing here?" Chu Xian said helplessly, "Isn't it to earn contribution points?" "What about you guys?" "Me too." Qin Feiyang nodded. Chu Xian looked at Fatso again. Because Fatso was not a disciple of the main tower. Fatso smiled and said, "I'm here to accompany him. I'm bored anyway." Chu Xian nodded and said, "How's your harvest?" Fatso said, "I just came here, so I didn't get anything." "What about you?" Chu Xian looked at the dying fire dragon lizard and sighed. "You saw it too. I'm going to catch it, but it seems that I can't do it with my strength." Fatso said, "That's easy. You just have to bring it back now." "But you defeated it." Chu Xian frowned. "It doesn't matter who defeated it. Besides, we're friends now. There's no need to be polite with us." The fatty was very generous and said with a heroic smile. "Is this okay?" Chu Xian looked at the two of them and hesitated. "Of course." Fatso nodded without hesitation. Chu Xian struggled for a moment, but finally accepted Fatso's kindness and said gratefully, "Thank you. I told you not to be so polite." If you continue to be like this, we'll be angry. Fatso said unhappily. Looking at Fatso, who was full of sincerity, Chu Xian also showed a sincere smile on her face. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Congratulations." Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, "What are you congratulating me for?" Still playing dumb. Now, the entire Central Divine Kingdom already knows that you're going to be the Chief Tower Master's disciple. Chu Xian said. Everyone knows? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. I heard that there's going to be a ceremony. They even invited the leaders and high priests of the various super tribes. Chu Xian said. This, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Why didn't anyone tell him about such a big thing? Even if they didn't discuss it, they should at least inform him in advance. After all, he was the one involved. This is a joyous occasion. Why do you look a little unhappy? Chu Xian looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "It's too ostentatious. I don't like it." Chu Xian was stunned. If it was someone else, they would have already spread the news everywhere. However, this person was not happy about it. What a weirdo. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let me ask, how do you exchange the wild beasts you capture for contribution points? Qin Feiyang said. Chu Xian said, "You still don't know?" Qin Feiyang said, "I didn't ask in detail." Chu Xian was speechless. He didn't even ask around before coming to hunt. How careless was this person? War Emperor, War Master, War Saint, and War Emperor level wild beasts can all be exchanged for contribution points. The only difference is the amount. 1-star War Emperor level wild beasts can be exchanged for 1 contribution point, and so on. And 1-star War Master level wild beasts can be exchanged for 10 contribution points. 2-star War Master level wild beasts can be exchanged for 20 contribution points. As for War Saint level wild beasts, they can be exchanged for even more contribution points. 1-star War Saint level wild beasts can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. If it's a 1-star War Emperor level wild beast, then it can be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points. Chu Xian explained in detail. Qin Feiyang nodded his head and asked again, "Then how many contribution points do we need to enter each level of the martial art treasury?" The first level, 100 contribution points. The second level, 200 contribution points. The third level, 300 contribution points, and so on. And if we want to go to the 10th level, we need 1,000 contribution points. Chu Xian said. That's not a lot. A 1-star War Saint level wild beast can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. Let me calculate. Going to the first level, 100 contribution points. Going to the second level, 200 contribution points. I've calculated it. Even if we go to all 10 levels of the martial art treasury, we will only need 5,500 contribution points. 55 1-star War Saint level wild beasts will be enough. Fatso said. Chapter 952. Not much? However, hearing Fatso's words, Chu Xian's face showed a trace of dissatisfaction. Sacred beasts may be nothing to you, but for ordinary disciples like us, it is impossible to defeat them, let alone capture them alive. That's true. Qin Feiyang and Chu Xian nodded. In fact, the most important thing was not how many sacred beasts were captured alive, but the probability of obtaining a perfect battle art. Although the contribution points required to enter the martial arts treasury were not much, the probability of obtaining a perfect battle art was too small. For example, Chu Xian. She must have entered the martial arts treasury many times over the years, but so far, she had not obtained a perfect battle art. In other words, even if you have 10,000 contribution points, you may not be able to get what you want. Therefore, in the martial arts treasury, it mostly depended on luck. However, this had no effect on Qin Feiyang. What he wanted was the soul refining technique. With the jade slip he obtained on the first floor, he did not need to rely on luck to find it. He only needed to gather 5,500 contribution points and he could get it all. As for the other perfect battle arts, it would be best if he could find them, but if not, he would not force it. Chu Xian looked at the two and smiled. All right, you guys are busy, I'll go back first. Go back now? Fatso was anxious and hurriedly said, it's still early, why go back? Follow us, I promise to let you bring back a few sacred beasts. It was not easy to have a chance to get along, how could he miss it? No. Chu Xian shook her head. Why? Fatso frowned. It's too obvious. After all, with my cultivation, I don't have the ability to capture a sacred beast alive. When I bring it back, old Wang will be able to tell at a glance that it was you who helped. And if others help to capture a beast alive, you won't get any contribution points. I don't want to be a topic of ridicule. But I still have to thank you for your kindness. Chu Xian smiled. What a strong-willed woman. Fatso muttered and nodded with a smile. All right then, if there's a chance, let's hunt together again. Okay. Chu Xian nodded and then opened the portal, dragging the fire dragon lizard, and walked in without looking back. Fatso looked at Chu Xian's back reluctantly. When the portal disappeared, Fatso turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Boss, you said before that you would let me enter the main tower. What is it? You want to go to the main tower to look for her now? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. With your ability, isn't it easy for you to capture 55 saint beasts? I can't help much here. Besides, the mysterious person who bought the herbs has been handed over to Yen Wei. I have nothing to do. Just let me go, okay? Fatso tugged at Qin Feiyang's arm and pleaded pitifully while acting like a spoiled child. Get lost. Qin Feiyang waved his hand impatiently. He felt goosebumps all over his body. Thank you, boss. Fatso was overjoyed. He immediately opened the portal, leaving Qin Feiyang alone, and hurriedly ran in. Bastard, you put a girl before a friend. I was blind. Qin Feiyang cursed with a livid face. But when the portal dissipated, a smile appeared on his face. Thinking about it carefully, Fatso was not young anymore. It was indeed time for him to start a family and start a career. If Fatso could really win Chu Xian's heart, it would be a happy event for their small group. However, when it came to relationships, it all depended on fate. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal in his arms made a noise. Qin Feiyang took it out and Mu Qing's shadow immediately appeared. Bastard, what have you been doing these days? I sent you messages several times, but you didn't reply to me? Mu Qing did not say a word and directly scolded him. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang frowned. He had been in the land of inheritance these days, so it was naturally impossible for him to respond to Mu Qing. How dare you ask me what's wrong? Don't you know that the Chief Tower Master has been investigating your identity a few days ago? The more Mu Qing spoke, the angrier he became. These days, because he had not been able to contact Qin Feiyang, he was almost dying of anxiety. But this bastard still acted as if nothing had happened. He was asking for a beating. Investigating me? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, What's going on? You really don't know? Mu Qing's face stiffened and then twitched. He cursed, I really don't know what to say to you. You're so careless all day. Qin Feiyang said, Can you cut the crap? What's going on? Mu Qing immediately told Qin Feiyang everything in detail. I see. Qin Feiyang muttered. Let me tell you, if it weren't for my timely arrangements, you would have been locked up and beaten by Gong Sun Bei. Mu Qing rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang and said, Now, can you tell me where you've been fooling around these days? I didn't have time to fool around. I've been in the land of inheritance these days. Qin Feiyang said. What? What were you doing in the land of inheritance? Mu Qing was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, I obtained the inheritance of the first Chief Tower Master. Damn. Mu Qing was dumbfounded and said in shock, Are you sure you're not joking with me? Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's incredible. Do you know what it means to obtain the inheritance of the first Chief Tower Master? It means that you are the next Chief Tower Master. Oh my god, how did you do it? Did you step on dog shit when you went out? Mu Qing was so shocked that he was a little incoherent. Get lost. Qin Feiyang glared at him and said, let's get down to business. I'm thinking, can we change our plan a little? How do we change it? Mu Qing was puzzled. Since I'm already the next Chief Tower Master, why don't we wait for me to succeed the position? At that time, we won't have to fight for the Heavenly Star Flame. Because at that time, the Heavenly Star Flame will be mine. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Qing thought for a moment and said, in the long run, this is indeed the best plan, and there's no danger, but there's not enough time. Is it the time when the miracle will open? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. There are only 2 years before the miracle will open. And if you want to succeed the position of Chief Tower Master, you must wait for the current Chief Tower Master to die or reach the end of his lifespan. But the current Chief Tower Master is a 9-star combat emperor. I even heard from the Great Ancestor and Second Ancestor that he is about to break through to the pseudo-god realm. Do you know how long the lifespan of a pseudo-god is? At least 5,000 or 6,000 years. Can you afford to wait for that long? So the plan you mentioned won't work at all. Mu Qing shook her head and said. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. 5,000 or 6,000 years was simply an astronomical figure for him. Mu Qing sneered and said, besides, the current Chief Tower Master may not pass the position to you. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was surprised. You may not know the current Chief Tower Master, but the Mu family knows him very well. However, there are some things that I can't say too clearly. In short, you just have to be careful. Mu Qing said. After she finished speaking, the phantom image dissipated. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. He indeed didn't know the Chief Tower Master, but when he met the Chief Tower Master last time, he also carefully observed him. He didn't look like a sinister and cunning person. However, he remembered Mu Qing's warning in his heart. Because at this moment, Mu Qing wouldn't lie to him. Then, he put away the image crystal and rushed deeper into the White Tiger Mountain range. In less than 100 breaths, he sensed the aura of a holy beast in front of him. When he got closer, he found that there was a canyon in front of him. The canyon was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and there were no entrances or exits. He could only enter from above. Whoosh! He turned into a stream of light and rushed to the top of the canyon. The canyon was very big, and it was full of tall weeds. The weeds were withered and yellow, and it looked very desolate. As soon as he flew over the canyon, Qin Feiyang smelled a pungent stench in the air. Qin Feiyang glanced at the canyon, and his eyes suddenly locked on the center of the canyon. Amidst the weeds, there was a giant python that was over 30 meters long lying on the ground. Its whole body was pale gold, and there were 2 ant-like horns on its head. Its whole body was covered in scales. It closed its eyes and seemed to be sleeping. The holy aura Qin Feiyang sensed came from this giant python. Golden-scaled dragon python. Looking at the giant python, Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of surprise. This golden-scaled dragon python was also a species from 10,000 years ago. It was said that it was the descendant of the golden dragon and the flying serpent. The golden dragon and the flying serpent were both legendary beasts. And this flying serpent was as famous as the azure dragon, the white tiger, the black tortoise, and the vermilion bird. However, because the legend was too old, there was no way to verify whether the golden-scaled dragon python was the descendant of the golden dragon and the flying serpent. But the strength of the golden-scaled dragon python was an undeniable fact. According to the ancient records, the golden-scaled dragon python was more ferocious than any other giant python. It never ate dead things, only living things, and swallowed them in one gulp. Moreover, its toxicity was enough to kill any creature of the same level. So usually, when people encountered the golden-scaled dragon python, they would take a detour if they didn't have absolute confidence. Now, this golden-scaled dragon python had the cultivation of a one-star battle saint. Qin Feiyang stood in the air and sized up the golden-scaled dragon python, his eyes flickering. Finally, he turned around and left the canyon, continuing to go deeper. It wasn't because he was afraid of the golden-scaled dragon python. Although the golden-scaled dragon python was terrifying, it also had a weakness. He was confident that he could capture it alive. He left because he suddenly thought of an idea to wait for the exhausted to arrive. Although capturing 55 saint beasts alive was easy, it would definitely take a lot of time. He didn't want to stay here for too long. So, he was going to find the Beast Emperor in this area. Berserk beasts were the same as humans. The strong had their own territory. Every mountain range, every region, there was a Beast Emperor. As long as he could subdue the Beast Emperor, all the berserk beasts in this area would also obediently submit. Just as Qin Feiyang was looking for the Beast Emperor, another person came to the White Tiger Mountain Range. This person was dressed in black. His figure was tall, and his eyebrows were like swords, exuding an extraordinary sharpness. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. It was the black-clothed youth he met in front of the martial arts treasury not long ago. Where is he? Where did he go? The black-clothed youth stood above a mountain ridge, scanning the surroundings with his brows tightly knitted together. Hey! No matter where you are, I will find you today. A moment later. Chapter 953. In the sky of the central divine kingdom, the sun shone brightly and there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. Qin Feiyang walked alone in the somewhat stuffy forest, carefully sensing the aura of every ferocious beast. The beasts he had encountered so far were basically all holy beasts. It wasn't that there weren't any War Master level beasts, but there were very few of them. About an hour passed. An unusually powerful beast aura suddenly entered Qin Feiyang's perception. He immediately stopped and stared at the forest in front of him, his expression full of vigilance. That aura came from right in front of him. A moment later. From the strength of the aura, he judged that the beast should still be a distance away, so he continued to move forward. However, every step he took was extremely careful, not daring to make the slightest sound. After a dozen breaths of time, he walked out of the forest and a grassland entered his sight. The grassland was vast and boundless. There were no mountains, no trees, only wild grass. Qin Feiyang stood on a small hill at the edge of the forest. His field of vision was very wide and he could see very far. He swept his gaze over bit by bit, but there were no traces of any beasts. He didn't even see a flying insect. Although the grassland and the forest were close together, they were like two different worlds. On one side, the roar of a beast shook the sky. On the other side, it was as silent as dead ashes. It should be hiding somewhere here. Qin Feiyang muttered. He had seen this situation too many times. Only where the Beast Emperor was entrenched would there not be a single flying insect. He concealed his aura, soared into the air, and silently flew forward. The grassland was extremely vast, and one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. After flying for about a dozen miles. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank, and he immediately stopped in the air, looking at a patch of grass not far away. There was a black stone that was about 10 feet big in that place. Its surface was very smooth. And on top of that stone, there was a beast lying on its stomach. It was a golden leopard. Its body wasn't very big, only about 3 meters long, but it was muscular and very strong. The fur on his body was like satin, shining brightly. It lazily lay on the stone, as if it was taking a nap. Golden Thunder Leopard. Qin Feiyang mumbled. The golden lightning leopard was the same as the golden scaled dragon python. It was also a remnant from 10,000 years ago. In terms of strength, it was not much stronger than the golden scaled dragon python. However, its speed was extremely fast. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if it were to unleash its maximum speed, it would be comparable to a perfect battle art. According to Qin Feiyang's judgment, this golden lightning leopard should be a 3-star battle saint. In other words, as long as it unleashed its maximum speed, its speed would reach the level of a 7-star battle saint. Even if Qin Feiyang used the phantom steps, he would not be able to catch up to it. Therefore, Qin Feiyang did not dare to act rashly. There was only one chance. If the golden lightning leopard escaped, it would definitely take a lot of time. He pondered for a moment. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he landed in front of the golden thunder leopard. Whoosh! The golden lightning leopard immediately opened its eyes, and 2 shocking rays of light shot out from its eyes. Do you dare to bet with me? Qin Feiyang didn't waste any time and directly provoked the golden lightning leopard. Bet? The golden lightning leopard was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang strangely. Was this person crazy? Qin Feiyang ignored its gaze and said, "Let's fight. If I win, you will submit to me. If I lose, I will satisfy any of your conditions." Crazy. The golden lightning leopard rolled its eyes at him, then closed its eyes and continued to nap. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched fiercely. One must know. Right now, he was stirring up trouble. Not to mention a berserk beast, even a good person would be dissatisfied and flip out. But this guy, he didn't seem angry at all. Wasn't he a bit calmer? Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Qin Feiyang stepped forward and kicked the golden lightning leopard twice. This emperor can't cure your mental illness. Go somewhere else. The golden lightning leopard was still not angry. Its tone was very calm, and it didn't even open its eyes. Mental illness? When Qin Feiyang heard this, a row of black lines appeared on his forehead. After all this time, did this guy think he had a mental illness? Bastard, what's wrong with your eyes? Can't you see that I'm here to cause trouble? Qin Feiyang shouted angrily, raised his right foot, and stomped on the golden lightning leopard. Swish! But the moment he stepped on it, the golden lightning leopard turned into a golden light and disappeared in an instant. Boom! Qin Feiyang stepped on the bluestone. Accompanied by a loud noise, the bluestone immediately shattered, and a big pit appeared on the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Seeing the golden lightning leopard disappear in front of his eyes, Qin Feiyang immediately felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Just as his foot landed, he immediately looked up and scanned the surroundings, looking for the golden lightning leopard. Suddenly, an ear-piercing wind sounded behind him. However, before he could turn around, he felt something hit his back hard. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and flew out, smashing into the grassland not far away. In just a moment, his internal organs were seriously injured. What a fast speed! Qin Feiyang was aghast. He had already sensed the aura of the golden lightning leopard before, but he had no time to counterattack. He climbed up in a sorry state and turned around to see the golden lightning leopard standing in the air in front of him, staring at him fiercely. Immediately, he touched his back with his hand, and his hand was full of purplish gold blood. A tearing pain came from his back. Looking at the golden lightning leopard's claws, he saw a piece of flesh. Obviously, it was the one who attacked Qin Feiyang before. I thought you had a mental illness. Otherwise, with your cultivation of 1-star battle saint, how could you dare to provoke me? But it turns out you're not sick. You're really here to die. The golden lightning leopard smiled cruelly. While speaking, it slowly raised its claws, and sent the piece of flesh torn from Qin Feiyang's back into its bloody mouth. This was nothing. It even chewed a few times with relish before swallowing it. That pair of huge fierce eyes also revealed a bloodthirsty light. Perhaps in the eyes of berserk beasts, humans were no different from food. But when this scene fell into Qin Feiyang's eyes, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Because from this point, it could be seen that this golden lightning leopard was more ferocious than he imagined. However, although the injury was very serious, it was nothing to him. Because now, the purplish gold dragon blood also had the ability to heal. Coupled with the merged fire of life, the injury could be healed at the fastest speed, and it would not affect his next battle. This is the first time I've encountered purplish gold blood and flesh. The taste is not bad. The golden lightning leopard licked its lips, and a trace of greed appeared in its eyes. Just now, you said that you want to challenge me, right? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. In just a short while, the wound on his back had already scabbed over. It could be seen how much life force there was in his body. Good. This emperor accepts your challenge, said the emperor. If I'm defeated by you, I'll submit to you. But if I win, then you have to stand there obediently and let me enjoy you. The golden lightning leopard grinned, and its pupils were filled with cruelty. Chapter 954. All right. Qin Feiyang was waiting for this sentence, and nodded without hesitation. As soon as he nodded, the golden thunder leopard launched a fierce attack, not giving Qin Feiyang any time to prepare. Moreover, its speed was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Boom! Puff! Qin Feiyang was once again sent flying, spurting out blood. Whether it's the strong or the weak, this emperor will go all out. So, don't think that this emperor will let down his guard. Only idiots would do such a thing. The golden thunder leopard sneered, and then rushed towards Qin Feiyang like lightning. A pair of claws flashed, not giving Qin Feiyang the slightest chance to counterattack. Poochie! A piece of flesh on Qin Feiyang's chest was torn off again, and purple gold dragon blood spurted out. You dare to challenge this emperor with this little ability? Even if you're not sick, you're still a fool. The golden thunder leopard laughed and threw the piece of flesh into his mouth, chewing with relish. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. When he landed, he turned in the air, supported himself with both hands, and did a 360-degree flip, landing steadily on the ground. Then, he lowered his head to look at his bloody chest, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He raised his head to look at the golden thunder leopard and said with a smile, "Isn't it too early to start being arrogant? You can still laugh?" The golden thunder leopard was surprised, and then grinned, "But this emperor believes that you will soon kneel down and beg for mercy." Whiz! Before its voice faded, it suddenly disappeared. But it didn't really disappear. It was because its speed was so fast that even Qin Feiyang couldn't see it. Boom! Qin Feiyang decisively activated the battle character's secret art. His eyes and long hair instantly turned blood red, and his entire body was filled with fighting spirit. The moment he activated the battle character's secret art, the golden thunder leopard appeared behind him, and its sharp claws fiercely waved. Humph! Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to suffer again. But suddenly, he snorted coldly and threw a backhand punch. This punch just happened to collide with the golden lightning leopard's claws. Although he couldn't see the golden lightning leopard, he could sense its aura. From this aura, he could determine the location of the golden lightning leopard. However, when his fist met the golden lightning leopard's claws, he instantly felt an explosive power crazily surge towards him. With a cracking sound, the skin and flesh on his arm were torn open, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Even the bones of the deities were broken. His entire body was sent flying again, crashing into the ground in the distance. As the dust rose into the air, a deep crater appeared. Not only is his speed fast, his strength is also very strong. Qin Feiyang mumbled. On the other hand, the golden thunder leopard. It only took a few steps back, and there were no wounds on its body. Qin Feiyang struggled to stand up. He stared at the proud golden lightning leopard with a hint of fear in his eyes. A 3-star battle saint golden lightning leopard was not easy to deal with. The golden lightning leopard did not continue to attack Qin Feiyang. It stood in the air like a king, looking down at Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, it rolled its eyes and said, "This emperor has changed his mind. I want to give you a chance. Tell me about it." Qin Feiyang said. The life force in his body was quickly repairing his injured arm. "Your strange blood contains a huge amount of divine dragon blood essence, which is very beneficial to this emperor's cultivation. If I kill you like this, it would be a pity. How about this, you become this emperor's human pet? This emperor is not greedy, you only need to give this emperor half a bowl of blood every day. When this emperor descends to the world, I guarantee that you will not be short of benefits. The golden lightning leopard grinned. Human pet? Descending to the world? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. It actually dared to make him a human pet? It even shamelessly boasted that it wanted to descend to the world. Who did it think it was? The golden lightning leopard raised its claws, picked its nose, and laughed. There's only one chance. If you miss it, it'll be gone. Think about it carefully. Think your sister. Qin Feiyang flew into a rage. How was this a beast emperor? He was simply a ruffian. He took a step forward, and the ground within a radius of a few miles crazily cracked. Whiz! Following closely. He was like a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards the golden lightning leopard. With your speed, it's not enough. The golden lightning leopard shook its head and walked with its two legs. As if it was walking in the air, it slowly walked towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's veins popped out. This bastard was simply playing with him like a monkey. The most important thing was that although the golden lightning leopard was playing with him, it did not lower its guard, nor did it show mercy. This was undoubtedly even more difficult to deal with. Boom! The red sword chi surged out from his body like a tide. 40 sword shadows instantly appeared out of thin air. The terrifying sharpness was earth-shattering. Yeah. Not bad. The golden lightning leopard looked at the 40 sword shadows in surprise. Cut! Qin Feiyang roared. The 40 sword shadows poured out, shaking the sky as they slashed towards the golden lightning leopard. Hey! The golden lightning leopard bared its teeth. Rumble, a golden thunder tide suddenly rushed out from its body, emitting a deafening sound of thunder. This was not an illusion. Whether it was the thunder tide or the sound of thunder, they were all real. Qin Feiyang was not surprised in the slightest. Because the golden lightning leopard was born with the power of thunder. In other words, the thunder tide was formed by the golden lightning leopard's battle chi. The thunder tide rolled, covering the sky and earth. In Qin Feiyang's eyes, it was like countless sharp blades pouncing over, emitting a terrifying aura. Rumble. Clang. Finally. The thunder tide and the sword shadows met in the sky. A series of loud noises resounded in this place, deafening the ears. That terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. In less than 3 breaths of time, the land within a radius of dozens of miles around one man and one beast was shattered into pieces, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Puff! At the same time, Qin Feiyang retreated step by step, blood constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth. Every collision between the sword shadow and the thunder tide would cause a certain amount of damage to his body. The golden lightning leopard was also retreating. The look in its eyes also became a little dignified. When the last sword shadow collapsed, the thunder tide also dissipated. The golden lightning leopard cried out and spat out a mouthful of old blood. This is a perfect battle art, its pupils contracted. Yes. I have already figured out your strength. Your speed is indeed, as the rumors say, comparable to a perfect battle art. And your strength is indeed very strong, especially your battle chi. The power of thunder is naturally stronger than other types of battle chi. But unfortunately, I have a perfect battle art. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's impossible for ordinary humans to have a perfect battle art. Who are you? The golden lightning leopard said in a deep voice. Main tower. Qin Feiyang said. So it's someone from the main tower. This emperor understands. You want to capture this emperor alive and exchange it for contribution points. The golden lightning leopard said. You know quite a lot. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Humph. Of course, this emperor knows. Because back then, This emperor's parents and 4 brothers died tragically in the hands of selfish humans like you. So, you will die today without a doubt. After learning that Qin Feiyang was a disciple of the main tower, the golden lightning leopard became ferocious. That pair of fierce eyes was instantly covered with flesh and blood, full of hatred. Perfect battle art, not only you humans have it, this emperor also has it, thunder 1,000 strikes. With a roar, the power of thunder poured out. Its body flashed with golden lightning as if it was incarnated into a thunder beast. Moreover, the aura emitted by the lightning was 4 times stronger than before. This is impossible. Qin Feiyang was horrified. How could a beast lurking in the mountains master a battle art? Moreover, it was a perfect battle art? Go to hell. The golden lightning leopard roared. The golden lightning around its body suddenly carried the power to destroy the world as it charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang retreated as expected, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. One had to know. The golden lightning leopard was a 3-star sacred beast. With the help of the perfect battle art, its current strength was comparable to a 7-star sacred beast. Facing the fury of a 7-star sacred beast, even if he could block it, he would have to pay a heavy price. Therefore, the wisest choice now was to avoid this attack. However, things weren't that simple. The golden lightning emitted wisps of aura, firmly locking onto him. No matter where he fled, the golden lightning would follow. It's useless. Thunder 1,000 strikes can lock onto your aura. If it doesn't hit you, it won't dissipate. The golden lightning leopard sneered, its eyes filled with strong murderous intent. I can't avoid it. Qin Feiyang frowned and suddenly smiled coldly. If that's the case, then I will shatter it. Shattering a perfect battle art comparable to a 7-star sacred beast was still a bit too difficult for Qin Feiyang at present. But now. Chapter 955. Shatter? Are you dreaming? Ha! The golden lightning leopard laughed wildly, its bell-like eyes filled with disdain. You'll know soon whether I'm dreaming or not. Qin Feiyang turned around and stopped in mid-air, staring at the golden lightning. The golden lightning cut across the sky, the thunder was deafening, and the terrifying destructive power distorted the void. Just as the golden lightning was about to strike, Qin Feiyang raised his right hand and slapped it. In the middle of his palm, a golden word, return, appeared. Immediately after, a wave of golden light burst out, containing a mysterious force. Like a giant golden dragon, it pounced on the golden lightning. Return formula. Boom. Crack. When the two met, a loud explosion sounded between heaven and earth, almost tearing people's eardrums. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's body shook, his arm was shattered, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. However, the golden lightning only paused for a moment, then it shattered the golden light and continued to pounce on Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. It was indeed difficult for a 1-star battle saint to fight against a 7-star battle saint. No. It was not very difficult. It was very difficult. If it wasn't for the protection of the battle character art, his body would have been crushed. But it was not to the point where he could not resist. Without hesitation, he quickly raised his left hand and used the return formula again. Boom! The golden light appeared again. The golden wave covered the sky and fiercely crashed into the golden lightning. With a loud bang, Qin Feiyang's left hand split open again, and dragon blood stained the sky. But it did not shatter. His eyes were like torches, like a mountain, standing tall in the void. In the middle of his palm, the golden light poured out continuously, crazily colliding with the golden lightning. Waves of destructive air waves rushed in all directions. At this moment, the sky was trembling, and the earth was shattering. The fierce beasts in the forest around the plain were crawling on the ground, trembling, and their eyes were filled with fear. So what if you're a 3-star saint beast? So what if you're a perfect battle formula? Submit. Qin Feiyang roared. His blood-red hair danced in the air. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, as if a god of war had returned. Rumble. Finally. The golden lightning was bounced back. How could this be? The golden thunder leopard turned pale with fright. These golden lightning bolts were formed from its battle chi, but it was shocked to find that it couldn't control them. What the hell? While it was in a daze, the golden lightning struck back and instantly engulfed it. Roar! Immediately. The golden lightning leopard's pained screams resounded in the air. How could my battle art turn around and kill me? I don't believe it, this must be fake. The golden lightning leopard roared again and again. All of a sudden, an even more terrifying ferocious aura erupted like a volcano in this world. Behind the golden lightning leopard, a huge beast shadow rushed out. It was also a golden leopard. Its body was over 300 meters long, and it was completely golden as if it was cast from gold leaf. However, it was different from the golden lightning leopard in that it had two huge wings on its back. As the wings flapped, a strong wind blew. This battle soul, Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. He had seen this golden leopard in ancient books. It was also a divine beast called the Wind Thunder Leopard. It was said that in the distant past, there was a terrifying god of thunder. The god of thunder controlled all the thunder tribulations in the world and was one of the rulers of heaven and earth. The god of thunder's mount was the Wind Thunder Leopard. The Wind Thunder Leopard, whether it was in terms of speed or the ability to control lightning, far surpassed all living creatures. Qin Feiyang really didn't expect the golden lightning leopard to have such a terrifying battle soul. Are you afraid? But it's too late. Just wait to be destroyed. Innate superpower, thunder destruction. As the golden lightning leopard roared, the Wind Thunder Leopard rushed into the sky and stood proudly at the top of the 9 heavens. The next moment, in the cloudless sky, golden waves appeared out of nowhere, covering the sky and the sun. That was lightning. Looking from below, the sky seemed to have turned into a sea of lightning, exuding an aura of destruction. Crack. Boom. For a moment, in the sky of the White Tiger Mountain Range, it was as if a god of thunder had appeared. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, deafening the ears. The terrifying power of thunder shrouded the entire world. What's going on? In the distance. In the sky above a forest, the young man in black looked up at the sky, his face full of surprise. Could it be that some kind of treasure has appeared? Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he rushed to the plains like lightning. As for the ferocious beasts in the vicinity of the plains, they were extremely terrified when they sensed the frightening might of the lightning. Looking at Qin Feiyang again. At this moment, his face was full of seriousness. The golden sea of lightning in the sky was even more terrifying than the perfect battle skill that the golden lightning leopard had evolved before. Whoosh! The golden lightning leopard smiled coldly and rushed into the sky. Standing above the sea of lightning, it looked down at Qin Feiyang. In a trance, it was like a god of thunder, dominating the fate of all things. Human, wake up for this emperor. It raised its head and roared. It sounded like a great bell that resounded through the sky. Instantly, the sea of lightning in the sky poured down like a huge golden waterfall. It was an extremely spectacular sight. However, the destructive power it emanated was shocking as well. Qin Feiyang did not dare to be careless. This was because the falling sea of lightning gave him a fatal sense of danger. Clang! Accompanied by 2 loud noises, 2 blazing waves of fire surged out from behind him. That was right. He had activated his Scarlet Sword Soul and the 9-leaf Fire Lotus at the same time. In fact, he was confident in his Scarlet Sword Soul and the 9-leaf Fire Lotus. In terms of power, either of his 2 battle souls was stronger than the Golden Lightning Leopard's battle soul. However, at this moment, there was a huge gap between his cultivation base and the Golden Lightning Leopard's. The power of a battle soul would change according to one's cultivation base. If he only activated one battle technique now, he might not be able to compete with the Golden Lightning Leopard's battle soul. Therefore, he did not hesitate to activate both of his battle souls. As for the Purple Gold Dragon Soul and the Kill Formula, they were his greatest trump cards. Under normal circumstances, he would not use them. Moreover, the Golden Lightning Leopard did not have the right to make him use these two trump cards. Roar. Clang. As soon as the two battle souls appeared, they were instantly awakened. The 9 fire lotus leaves all fell off, each of them releasing a world-destroying wave of energy. The flaming beast shadow roared as it emerged from the scarlet sword soul. Its might shook the world. Crush it! Qin Feiyang shouted. The two battle souls shot into the clouds and blasted into the sea of golden lightning. Rumble. A loud explosion shook the heavens, and the earth lost its color. The stalemate lasted for less than 3 breaths before the sea of golden lightning disintegrated. It turned into a golden rain of light that dyed the sky and earth red. The 9 fire lotus leaves disappeared in the explosion as well. The flaming beast shadow and the scarlet sword soul were slightly damaged as well. However, this did not affect their auras. The two battle souls charged into the clouds at the same time. The scarlet sword soul brought along thousands of sword auras and slashed toward the golden lightning leopard. The flaming beast shadow roared like thunder and charged toward the golden lightning leopard's battle soul, the tempest divine leopard. Damned humans. He actually activated both of his battle souls. However, if he wants to hurt me with this, he must be dreaming. Thunderbolt 10,000 strikes. The golden lightning leopard's expression was ferocious. It once again evolved a perfect battle skill. Lightning surged all over its body as it charged toward the scarlet sword soul. The tempest divine leopard roared and charged toward the flaming beast shadow at lightning speed. Bang! In that instant, both parties collided. The scarlet sword soul, the flaming beast shadow, and the tempest divine leopard were destroyed together. The golden lightning leopard was still alive. However, its body was covered in blood. Furthermore, the scarlet sword soul left a finger-deep wound in between its eyebrows. Blood was gushing out. It had even injured its sea of consciousness. It fell from the clouds helplessly. Its eyes were dull. A 3-star sacred beast could not defeat a 1-star battle saint human? It could not accept this. Phew. Below. Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, his injuries were not light. However, although he had paid a high price, he had finally solved this problem. He slowly descended and landed on the broken plains. The life force in his body was also automatically repairing his injuries. 10 breaths later. With a bang, the golden lightning leopard fell on the ground not far from Qin Feiyang, creating a pit that was dozens of meters deep. This collision had undoubtedly caused it to suffer more injuries. It was lying at the bottom of the pit. Its body was bleeding profusely and its aura was extremely weak. If he did not rescue it, its life would be in danger. Qin Feiyang walked over and stood above the pit. He looked down at the golden lightning leopard and said lightly, "It seems that my skills are still better." The golden lightning leopard raised its head with great effort and stared at Qin Feiyang. Its eyes kept changing. After a while, it fell into a pool of blood again and said weakly, "You win. This emperor surrenders." Qin Feiyang smiled and closed the battle formula. He then took out an essence soul pill and a healing pill and was about to throw them to the golden lightning leopard. "Be careful." But at this moment, the golden lightning leopard seemed to have discovered something in the void above and suddenly shouted. Qin Feiyang was shocked. But before he could look up, a terrifying sacred aura erupted from the void above. Clang. Immediately after, a earth-shattering metallic sound exploded, like a divine sword being unsheathed. Qin Feiyang immediately sensed a world-destroying sharpness sweeping over. Without thinking, he activated the battle formula again. When he activated the battle formula, he noticed from the corner of his eyes that a black shadow fell from the sky and landed behind him. The next moment, he felt a pain on his back. It was as if something cold had entered his back. And it was heading straight for his heart. "You're courting death." Qin Feiyang was furious. He actually dared to sneak an attack on him. He slapped out with his palm. In his palm, the purple gold dragon chi surged. The black shadow also did not expect that at this time, Qin Feiyang still had the ability to fight back. It was not mentally prepared and was directly slapped in the chest by Qin Feiyang. Puff! The black shadow immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a meteorite. Its chest was torn apart by the purple gold dragon chi and was badly mutilated. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang's body swayed and also fell into the pit, rolling to the side of the golden lightning leopard. Chapter 956. What's going on? Golden Thunder Leopard looked at Qin Feiyang and then at the top of the pit. His eyes were full of suspicion. Why did another black shadow suddenly appear? Qin Feiyang endured the pain, touched the wound on his back, and also looked up at the top of the pit. His eyes were emitting cold murderous intent. This place fell into a short period of dead silence. Soon. A series of footsteps sounded above the pit, approaching from afar. Very soon. That black shadow appeared in the sight of Qin Feiyang and Golden Thunder Leopard. It's you. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands. That's right. It was the black-clothed youth he met in front of the martial arts treasury. Yes, it's me. The black-clothed youth stood above the pit, holding a dagger in his hand. The dagger was stained with purple gold blood. Obviously. The black-clothed youth used this dagger to sneak attack Qin Feiyang. Why did you sneak attack me? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Because I don't accept it. You're just an ant in the 9th area. Why are you valued by the Chief Tower Master? The black-clothed youth's expression was a bit ferocious, and his whole body emitted a shocking bloody aura. So it's because of jealousy. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Who are you? How do you know I'm in the White Tiger Mountain Range? Only Elder Wang and Chu Xian knew that he was hunting in the White Tiger Mountain Range. But Elder Wang and Chu Xian didn't have any grudges with him, so they shouldn't harm him. Could it be a coincidence? Who am I? Hearing Qin Feiyang's question, the black-clothed youth was so angry that he laughed and said, You've been in the Chief Tower for so long, but you don't even know who I am. Am I so invisible? Qin Feiyang frowned. Listening to what he said, this person's status in the Chief Tower was not low. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't seem to be pretending, the black-clothed youth became even more angry and shouted, Listen up, I'm the king of the 2nd tower, Wu Shan. So it's you. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. Wu Shan sneered, Remember my name, because soon you will die in my hands. So confident? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Stop pretending. Although I did not see the entire process of your battle with the Golden Thunder Leopard, I can tell from your injuries that you are already at the end of your road. In addition to my sneak attack on you at the end, I'm afraid that even a 9-star war sect can easily take care of you now. Wu Shan sneered. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. Why is it that in this world, there are always some people who like to act smart? Indeed. If it was an ordinary person, after a bloody battle with the Golden Lightning Leopard and then being ambushed, they would have been crippled. However, was he, Qin Feiyang, an ordinary person? He had the battle formula protecting him. It had purple gold dragon blood. He had even fused with the flame of life. These seemingly serious injuries were not even worth mentioning to him. In just a short while, the wound on his back had already scabbed over. More than half of the injuries from the battle with the Golden Lightning Leopard had been healed. However, since Wu Shan liked to act smart, then there was no harm in satisfying him. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, All right, since you've already seen through me, then I won't pretend anymore. Just tell me, what will it take for you to let me go? You should have done this earlier. Wu Shan laughed sarcastically, lowered his head to look at the purple gold dragon blood on the dagger, and said, Answer my first question first. Why is your blood purple gold? I was born like this. I don't know even if you ask me. Qin Feiyang said. Wu Shan raised his eyebrows, and said, The second question, why were you able to break through to the War Sage realm in such a short period of time? Why else? Of course it's because my talent is good. But you, why haven't I received any news that you've broken through to the War Sage realm? Or are you deliberately hiding it? But that doesn't make sense. Every disciple of the main tower yearns to enter the sacred grounds. Once they break through, they will immediately report it. If you're really hiding it on purpose, then you must have some unspeakable secret. Qin Feiyang squinted his eyes, paying attention to the changes in Wu Shan's expression. For some reason, the bloody aura exuding from Wu Shan's body always gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. And it made him feel repulsed, disgusted, and even disgusted. Hearing this, Wu Shan's gaze turned cold, and said, "You have to understand, I'm the one asking you now." All right, continue. Qin Feiyang was somewhat helpless. The third question. Although I did not see the entire process of your battle with the Golden Thunder Leopard, I clearly saw when you activated your battle soul. Your sword soul and fire lotus are exactly the same as Qin Feiyang's battle soul in the legends. Tell me, are you Qin Feiyang? Wu Shan's eyes flashed. Qin Feiyang? Who is this? The Golden Thunder Leopard was slightly stunned, and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, its eyes filled with suspicion. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He was actually seen by this person. Then this person must not be left alive. Next, he looked at the Golden Thunder Leopard and blurted out, "An unforgivable person." Ugh! After saying this, he was stunned. Why did it sound so strange? Then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that after pretending to be an ancestor for a long time, even he himself began to hate himself. He raised his head to look at Wu Shan, and said, "If I say that I am Qin Feiyang, will you let me go? What do you think?" Wu Shan smiled sinisterly. "It seems that I won't." "That's true. If it wasn't for me messing up the situation, that fire Qilin would have already become your Qilin tribe's clan guarding beast." "Right. There's also a person called Wu Shao, who died quite miserably. As far as I know, he's the young master of your Qilin tribe. I just don't know, who is he to you?" Qin Feiyang laughed mockingly. "It really is you." Wu Shan's eyes flashed coldly. Qin Feiyang shrugged his shoulders and said, "I didn't admit it." I didn't expect this." Qin Feiyang, who is wanted by the Mu Jia and the Pagoda, is actually under everyone's nose. Even the Pagoda Lord wants to accept you as a pro-disciple. What a joke. Wu Shan laughed again and again, his eyes full of ridicule. This is a mockery of the Mu Jia and the Pagoda. Haha. Qin Feiyang slowly got up and said, "Knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing." "Then what do you want? Kill me to silence me? But now, do you have the ability to do so?" Wu Shan crossed his arms and looked at Qin Feiyang playfully. "Then you have to be ready." Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, his feet moved and instantly appeared in front of Wu Shan. What? This speed? The smile on Wu Shan's face suddenly froze. "Since you already know that I am Qin Feiyang, then you should know how terrible my means are." Qin Feiyang chuckled. He raised his left arm and casually threw out a punch. "Don't try to intimidate me." Wu Shan was furious, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist and punched towards Qin Feiyang. He doesn't believe that Qin Feiyang really has the strength to fight with him. Boom! The 2 fists collided with a loud bang. Qin Feiyang, who has the battle secret art to protect his body, stood firmly on the ground and did not move. On the other hand, Wu Shan was blown away on the spot, blood spurted from his mouth, and with a loud bang, he smashed into a broken ditch not far away. This power, impossible, absolutely impossible. He was lying on the ground with his hands on the ground, looking up at Qin Feiyang, his face was full of disbelief. "I was just teasing you, I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Now you're surprised." Qin Feiyang stepped forward, walking towards Wu Shan as he laughed. "Teasing me?" Wu Shan was stunned. Following closely. his face contorted in anger. He was actually teasing him. What did he think he was? A monkey? A clown? You are a one-star battle saint, I am also a one-star battle saint. He slowly got up from the ground, his face was extremely ferocious. Yes, we are both one-star battle saints, so what? Qin Feiyang asked. I don't believe that I can't kill you when you are injured. Wu Shan's body shook, and his whole body was burning with flames. These flames were formed by battle force. It also carried a faint aura of a Qilin. It seemed that there was the power of the Qilin bloodline in his body. Following closely, he waved his hand, and the flames around him rushed up to the sky. In the blink of an eye, a huge flaming sword appeared. The huge sword was hundreds of feet long, and its body was surrounded by flames, illuminating half the sky. On the blade, there was a Qilin pattern. Qilin sword, slash. Following that, Wu Shan roared, and the huge sword slashed towards Qin Feiyang with an ear-piercing sound of wind and thunder. Perfect battle art. Qin Feiyang muttered, his eyes full of disdain. If it was any other one-star battle saint, they would definitely not dare to face that huge sword head-on. But Qin Feiyang even had a divine art, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid of this so-called Qilin sword. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of anyone in the same realm. Ever since I mastered the divine dragon technique, I haven't used it in a real battle. Now, I'll use you to test my saber. Qin Feiyang placed his hands in front of his chest and formed a seal. Streaks of purple gold dragon energy quickly gathered between his hands. In the blink of an eye, a palm-sized square seal condensed, emitting a resplendent purple-gold divine light. And at the bottom of the square seal, there was a purple-gold divine dragon. That's right. This was the first move of the divine dragon technique, divine dragon seal. How powerful are you exactly? Qin Feiyang muttered, suddenly looked up at Wu Shan, waved his arm, and the divine dragon seal broke through the sky. Woo-woo. Roar. Suddenly, a violent wind blew, and the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens, as if a divine dragon really was born. At the same time, the divine dragon seal expanded in the wind, and in an instant, it was like a towering mountain, colliding with the Qilin sword. That mighty dragon's might swept across the sky, causing countless beasts to tremble. In less than a blink of an eye, the divine dragon seal and the Qilin sword collided. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise that shook the sky, the Qilin sword was instantly shattered by the divine dragon seal like a withered tree. There wasn't even the slightest bit of resistance, seemingly unable to withstand a single blow. Puff! Wu Shan's face instantly turned pale, his body shook violently, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. He looked at the divine dragon seal, his face filled with disbelief. At the same cultivation level, with the same level of battle art, how could it possibly crush his Qilin sword? He didn't associate the divine dragon seal with a divine art at all, and thought that the divine dragon seal was a perfect battle art like the Qilin sword. In fact, he couldn't be blamed. No matter who it was, no one would think that the divine dragon seal was a divine art. Chapter 957. Crushing, Qin Feiyang was very satisfied with this. From now on, this divine dragon secret art would undoubtedly be his trump card. So strong. At the same time, the Golden Thunder Leopard was also deeply shocked by Qin Feiyang's methods. It was only now that it understood that Qin Feiyang did not use his full strength when fighting with it. This person was really hiding his strength. Could he still have other tricks up his sleeve? The Golden Thunder Leopard could not help but wonder. If Qin Feiyang had used these trump cards from the beginning, it would have been defeated long ago. I am a dignified king, how can I be defeated by you? Wu Shan, who was stunned for a moment, suddenly roared and erupted with an aura that was even stronger than before. Roar. Next, accompanied by a loud beast roar, a Qilin rushed out from behind Wu Shan. That was not a real Qilin, but Wu Shan's battle soul. It was also not a fire Qilin, but a black Qilin. Its entire body was burning with pitch-black flames, like a demonic flame, filled with a gloomy aura. But even so, it was shocking enough. Because the black Qilin was the same as the fire Qilin, they were both divine beasts. And among the divine beasts, the black Qilin's status was comparable to the golden dragon. "You're just an ant, how dare you challenge my majesty, go to hell." Innate divine ability, roaring sky. Wu Shan was hysterical as if he had gone mad. As soon as his voice fell, the black Qilin roared at Qin Feiyang in the sky. Suddenly, an invisible sound wave emerged, like a rolling torrent, pouncing towards Qin Feiyang. Boom! Crack! The already broken ground once again crazily cracked open, and abyss after abyss spread out. For a moment, the plains sank, chasms appeared everywhere, and a sandstorm swept through the sky. It was shocking. At the same time, under the impact of the sound wave, Qin Feiyang's ears also spurted blood like arrows, and his mind rumbled. Damn it, why is one stronger than the other? The golden thunder leopard was extremely angry, dragging its seriously injured body and frantically fleeing. The sound wave was too terrifying, shattering the earth. Even the mountain range outside the plains was destroyed. Towering trees rose from the ground and filled the sky. Mountain ridges collapsed one after another, and countless ferocious beasts were implicated, dying tragically on the spot. Jie, now you know how powerful I am. Today, you will definitely die. No, I won't kill you. I'll cripple you and refine you into a pill so that you can never reincarnate. Wu Shan laughed sinisterly. Refining it into a medicinal pill? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. How could Wu Shan say something like that? Could it be, Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of the blood demon pill? This was because only the blood demon pill required human flesh and blood. I understand. Why does the smell of blood on his body make me feel disgusted, familiar, and disgusted? So it's because of this blood demon pill. Qin Feiyang abruptly raised his head and looked at Wu Shan, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. The purple-gold dragon aura surged wildly from his body, and in an instant, a purple-gold divine dragon was born. Its body was more than 1,000 feet long, covered in dragon scales and shining brightly. Although it was condensed from battle chi, its demeanor and appearance were exactly the same as a real purple-gold divine dragon. For someone like you, even if I destroy your bones and scatter your ashes, it will still be difficult to vent my hatred. Competing in sound wave attacks, is it? You're still far from it. Divine Dragon Art, Second Style, Divine Dragon Roar. Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. The purple-gold divine dragon turned in the air and let out a loud dragon roar at Wu Shan and the Ink Qilin. Roar, immediately. A sound wave was born and instantly shattered the sound wave released by the Ink Qilin. It could be said to be unstoppable. This, Wu Shan turned pale with fright. The power of this dragon roar was actually more terrifying than the Ink Qilin's innate ability. Was he dreaming? One had to know. This was an innate ability. The innate ability of a battle soul would basically be stronger than a battle art by a level. A powerful battle soul's innate ability was even stronger than a perfect battle art. And his Ink Qilin's innate ability belonged to this level. Therefore, even if this divine dragon art, second style, divine dragon roar, was a perfect battle art, it was impossible to defeat the innate ability of the Ink Qilin. Wu Shan could not figure it out. Why was Qin Feiyang's method so strange? Qin Feiyang said coldly, when fighting with me, being distracted will cause you to lose your life. Wu Shan shuddered and suddenly came back to his senses. He immediately felt a fatal danger. The sound wave released by the purple-gold divine dragon had already pounced in front of him. It was too late to dodge now. Ah! Roar! The sound wave enveloped over and Wu Shan screamed in pain on the spot. His body was instantly mangled and blood splattered everywhere. The Ink Qilin also let out a wail and was directly crushed into pieces by the sound wave. Amazing! The golden thunder leopard that was fleeing could not help but be secretly speechless when it turned back to see this scene. Its fear of Qin Feiyang deepened. No, I definitely can't fall into his hands. Otherwise, I'll definitely suffer. It muttered to itself and used its extreme speed to escape towards the mountain stream in the distance without looking back. You still want to run now? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. With a thought, the double-winged snow eagle appeared out of thin air and said, I want it alive. Piece of cake. The double-winged snow eagle laughed and a pair of light wings appeared. It turned into a bright stream of light and chased after the golden thunder leopard. The light wings were the double-winged snow eagle's battle soul, comparable to a perfect auxiliary battle art. Although the golden thunder leopard's speed was comparable to a perfect auxiliary battle art, it was heavily injured and could not unleash its full potential. Therefore, the double-winged snow eagle's speed was now one level faster than it. What the hell? There's still a helper? At the same time. Seeing the double-winged snow eagle appear, the golden thunder leopard's eyes widened and ran even faster. Seeing that you're running so hard, do you want me to give you a pair of wings? The double-winged snow eagle continued to approach with a playful look in its eyes. Humph. What are you so arrogant for? If you have the guts, wait until I've recovered from my injuries and then compete in speed? The golden thunder leopard snorted, feeling extremely sullen. It could tell at a glance that the double-winged snow eagle was a 2-star battle saint. If it was not injured, with the double-winged snow eagle's speed, it would only be eating dust. The double-winged snow eagle was stunned and mocked. Why don't you say wait until you've broken through to the battle emperor realm? Don't you know that there's a saying, take advantage of your weakness? You're so stupid that it's cute. Damn, you're the stupid one. Not only are you stupid, your whole family is stupid. The golden thunder leopard scolded continuously. Damn, say it again if you have the guts. The double-winged snow eagle roared. So what if I say it, bite me? The golden thunder leopard was not to be outdone. It turned around and looked at the double-winged snow eagle provocatively. Looking at the two beasts chasing each other, Qin Feiyang could not help but feel weak both physically and mentally. This was supposed to be an exciting chase, but now it had been turned into a shouting match by these two beasts. Both of them were the best. Following closely. His eyes turned cold and he looked up at Wushan. He saw Wushan falling from the sky. Not only was his body covered in wounds, but his life force was also almost gone. Finally. With a loud bang, Wushan fell to the ground, creating a large crater. The little bit of life energy that remained immediately dissipated. He died just like that? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Wasn't this too easy to beat up? But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. The second form of the divine dragon's roar was also a divine art, so it was not rare for it to kill Wushan in an instant. He walked up and grabbed Wushan's cosmos bag. He lowered his head and carefully searched. Found it. A moment later. His eyes lit up. A few pills flew out of the cosmos bag and floated in front of him. These pills were blood red in color and had 2 pill patterns on them. They emitted a strong smell of blood. It was the blood demon pill. I never thought that there would be someone who could refine the blood demon pill in this forgotten land. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the few blood demon pills shattered. Then, he crushed the cosmos bag and glanced at Wushan's corpse. He hated this kind of person from the bottom of his heart. It would not be an exaggeration to cut him into pieces. Soon. The double-winged snow eagle came back with the golden thunder leopard. Although the golden thunder leopard was a prisoner, it was still arguing with the double-winged snow eagle. Bang! After flying back, the double-winged snow eagle threw the golden thunder leopard at Qin Feiyang's feet. Then, the double-winged snow eagle grew to the size of a palm and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. It looked at the golden thunder leopard maliciously. We made a bet first. Why are you running away now? Qin Feiyang looked at it and frowned. Humph, cut the crap. Today, I am unlucky to have fallen into your hands. Kill me if you want. The golden thunder leopard glared at the double-winged snow eagle and snorted at Qin Feiyang. You have a backbone. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said to the double-winged snow eagle, destroy its cultivation. Okay. The double-winged snow eagle waved its claws and a ray of battle chi flew into the golden thunder leopard's body. Ah, the golden thunder leopard howled in pain. It glared at the man and the eagle and roared, I would rather die than be humiliated. Don't go too far. Yes, I am. So what? The double-winged snow eagle sneered. The golden thunder leopard was furious. It roared, bastard, let's fight one-on-one if you dare. One-on-one? That's exactly what I want. The double-winged snow eagle laughed evilly and rushed up to the golden thunder leopard to beat it up. Bastard, this is not fair, the golden thunder leopard roared again and again. Its lungs were about to explode. The double-winged snow eagle slapped the golden thunder leopard's mouth with its claws. It said disdainfully, you want to be fair? Ridiculous. The golden thunder leopard lost its temper. It finally realized that the double-winged snow eagle was not a good bird. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. This golden thunder leopard was quite fun. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and a seal of slavery appeared. Then, it flew into the golden thunder leopard's head like lightning. The golden thunder leopard screamed and asked in surprise, what did you do to me? Kid, you're lucky. This is called the seal of slavery. If you dare to do anything stupid in the future, Qin Feiyang can erase your soul with just a thought, no matter where you hide. And Qin Feiyang can also peek into your inner thoughts. The double-winged snow eagle gloated. The golden thunder leopard was stunned. How could this be called lucky? It was simply unlucky. Qin Feiyang laughed, don't be nervous. As long as you do as I say, I won't hurt you. What do you want me to do? Chapter 958. Qin Feiyang took out spirit sea pills, essence soul pills, and healing pills and threw them to the golden thunder leopard. He then said, I need 55 one-star sacred beasts. 2-star sacred beasts are fine too. Phew. The golden thunder leopard heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was not killed, it was fine. After taking the 3 pills, it asked doubtfully, why do you need so many sacred beasts? Of course, to exchange them for contribution points. Qin Feiyang said. I understand. You deliberately came to find me and then waited for me to help you gather the sacred beasts. The golden thunder leopard said angrily. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Qin Feiyang laughed. What a treacherous bastard. The golden thunder leopard stared at him and then roared. Dong! At that moment, the earth shook. Numerous saint beasts of different sizes were charging over from all directions. Why was I so stupid? When I was fighting with this person, should have asked them to help. Looking at the group of sacred beasts, the golden thunder leopard could not help but be angry. The sacred beasts in this area were all its little brothers. As long as it gave the order, they would immediately help it beat up Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at it and said lightly, even if you ask them to help, you won't be able to run away. The golden thunder leopard looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. He could actually peek into its inner thoughts. The 2-winged snow eagle joked, don't tell me you think we are joking with you. Humph. The golden thunder leopard snorted and did not say anything more. But in its heart, it was extremely painful. To think that it, the dignified emperor of this area, was reduced to a human slave. How sad. Qin Feiyang glanced at it and could not help laughing. He asked, where is the pool here? There is a lake not far from the south. The golden thunder leopard said powerlessly. Look after it, I will go wash up. Qin Feiyang whispered to the double-winged snow eagle. Then, he turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared to the south. A moment later, he was back. The bloodstains on his body had been washed away, and he had changed into a clean set of clothes. He looked clean, neat, and refreshed. By the time he returned, there were already over 100 saint beasts gathered around him. He scanned them one by one. There were giant beasts as big as mountains and flying insects as small as fists. The golden-scaled dragon python that he had first encountered was also among them. Wu Shan's body had also disappeared, leaving behind only a pool of blood. It was obvious that he had been eaten by the beasts. The golden thunder leopard looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a low voice, "This emperor can let them go with you, but this emperor is determined not to go." "Why?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I've said it before. My parents and a few of my brothers died in the hands of you humans. Therefore, I only have hatred for you humans," the golden lightning leopard said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, but I have a condition." "Say it," the golden thunder leopard said. "What you saw today, you are not allowed to mention it to anyone. And your group of little brothers, you have to keep your mouths shut. Otherwise, I will wash you with blood. Don't doubt whether I have the ability or not." Qin Feiyang said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The golden thunder leopard's pupils shrank, and he nodded, "That's not a problem. It's best if you don't have a problem." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, opened a portal, and said, "Let your little brother go in." The golden thunder leopard shouted, "If you want to go to the main tower to enjoy life, hurry up and go in." Enjoy life? Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle looked at each other. However, thinking about it carefully, these beasts entering the main tower were indeed enjoying life. Because, all the beasts that were captured alive would be released in the mountains deep in the main tower. Qin Feiyang had also been to the depths. There was no killing, no disputes, and it could be said to be carefree. However, hearing the golden thunder leopard's words, all the beasts protested. Although they could be carefree, once they entered the main tower, it was equivalent to staying there for the rest of their lives and losing their freedom. The sacred beasts had spirituality and wisdom. Naturally, they also yearned for freedom. "Do you want to die? Hurry up." The golden thunder leopard raised his eyebrows and shouted impatiently, showing the might of an emperor. Immediately, one by one, the one-star sacred beasts shrank their bodies and flew toward the portal reluctantly. As for the two-star sacred beasts, they retreated to the side under the golden thunder leopard's signal. The golden thunder leopard did this because he wanted to preserve the strength of this area. "Wait a minute." Qin Feiyang suddenly stretched out his hand. All the beasts stopped in the void and turned to look at him suspiciously. "For the sake of safety, I think it's better to control all of you. Relax your body and mind, don't resist," Qin Feiyang said, and his hands quickly formed seals. 55 slavery seals appeared one after another, and then entered the skulls of 55 one-star sacred beasts. This included the golden-scaled dragon python. After the slavery seals were completed, Qin Feiyang put down his hands and said with a smile, "You can go in now." With the slavery seals, the 55 one-star sacred beasts had no choice but to enter the portal one after another. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the double-winged snow eagle to the ancient castle. Then, he looked at the golden thunder leopard and said with a smile, "Thank you, we'll meet again." "Who the hell would meet you again?" A row of black lines appeared on the golden thunder leopard's forehead. He waved his paws impatiently and said, get lost, and don't come back again." Qin Feiyang chuckled as he turned around and stepped into the portal. "Wait a minute." However, the golden thunder leopard seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly shouted at Qin Feiyang. However, Qin Feiyang had already disappeared. "Damn it. I actually didn't let him remove the slavery seal, I'm so stupid." Seeing the portal disappear, the golden thunder leopard was about to collapse. At the same time, the martial arts treasury. Elder Wang sat in front of the pagoda. In the square in front of the pagoda, a few disciples stood together, each holding a stone box and a jade slip. Their eyes were filled with disappointment. Obviously, they had just come out from the martial arts treasury and they were very dissatisfied with the combat arts that they had obtained. Bang! Suddenly, many terrifying sacred beasts appeared in the sky above the martial arts treasury. What is happening? The few disciples looked up at the sky almost at the same time and their expressions changed drastically. Why are there so many sacred beasts? Is this a beast tide? In the sky, many sacred beasts appeared out of thin air and their sacred aura spread in all directions. Not only the few people in the square, but the nearby disciples were also alarmed. They looked up at the sky and their eyes were filled with horror. Beast tide? Elder Wang opened his eyes and looked up at the sacred beasts that appeared out of thin air. 1 beast. 10 beasts. 20 beasts. 30 beasts. 40 beasts. 55 beasts. In the end, Elder Wang could not help but be shocked. 55 sacred beasts appeared at the same time. Whose masterpiece was this? As the guardian of the martial arts treasury, he naturally could not think that this was a beast tide like those disciples. And in the Forgotten Continent, there were no fierce beasts that dared to barge into the main pagoda. So, this must have been captured alive by some disciple. However, to be able to capture 55 sacred beasts in one go, this was the first time in the history of the main pagoda. Who could it be? Who had such great ability? Finally, a white figure appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang. It's him. Elder Wang was startled. Ancestor Mu? Did he catch all these sacred beasts? Oh my God, isn't he a 9-Star Wars sect? How could he have this ability? The disciples were in an uproar, their eyes filled with disbelief. Elder Wang, someone must have helped him. Right, a mere 9-Star Wars sect, capturing 55 sacred beasts alive. Even if you beat me to death, I won't believe it. Nullified, it must be nullified. The few disciples in the plaza immediately looked at Elder Wang and said angrily. Because Qin Feiyang had deliberately hidden himself, other than Elder Wang, the chief pagoda master and a few others, no one knew that he had already broken through to the War Saint realm. Hearing the words of those disciples, Elder Wang rolled his eyes and ignored them. He looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. You have once again made this old man have a whole new level of respect for you. I was just lucky. Qin Feiyang landed in front of Elder Wang, and laughed dryly while rubbing his head. Luck again? Elder Wang's face twitched, and he shook his head. You little fellow, you really are unfathomable. Elder Wang, you can't be thinking of covering up for your ancestor, right? Seeing Elder Wang and Qin Feiyang talking and laughing, the disciples couldn't help but become anxious. Actually, they were jealous. 55 sacred beasts could be exchanged for a total of 5,500 contribution points. To them, this was an astronomical figure. This time, Elder Wang only glanced at those people and didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at those people, his eyes full of ridicule. Did we say something wrong? With your strength, it's impossible to capture so many sacred beasts alive. You're also quite stupid. If you only brought back 1 sacred beast, we can still reluctantly accept it, but you actually brought back 55. Isn't this equivalent to exposing that someone helped you? We all know that you're about to become the chief pagoda master's disciple, but you can't be so arrogant. That's right, your behavior is simply breaking the rules of the chief pagoda. The few of them ridiculed without restraint. Stupid. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Boom. All of a sudden, a terrifying sacred aura roared out from his body and rushed toward those people. Puff. The few of them immediately spat out blood and retreated, their faces full of shock and horror. This is sacred aura. How is this possible? When did he break through to the Battle Saint realm? Those people who ran over to watch the show were also shocked when they saw Qin Feiyang's Saint aura exploding out of his body. Now tell me, are you stupid or am I stupid? Qin Feiyang looked at those people indifferently, the contempt in his eyes was undisguised. We are stupid. Those people were trembling with fear, terrified to the extreme. Qin Feiyang glanced at them disdainfully, retracted his sacred aura, and turned to Elder Wang with a smile. Can I enter the martial arts treasury now? Of course. Give your identity medallion to this old man. Elder Wang said with a smile. The more he looked at the young man in front of him, the more satisfied he was. He could always bring surprises. Qin Feiyang took out his identity token and handed it to Elder Wang with both hands. Elder Wang waved his hand, and a ray of light swept into the identity token. He then smiled, "You can go in now." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang grabbed the identity token, thanked Elder Wang, and walked toward the door. As for those disciples, as they looked at Qin Feiyang's back, their hearts were filled with bitterness. They wanted to embarrass Qin Feiyang in front of everyone, but they did not expect that they would become clowns instead. Most importantly, they had offended the future Chief Tower Master's disciple. If this person took revenge on them in the future, they would not be able to resist at all. Regret. At this moment, they wanted to slap themselves. Why did they have to show off for no reason? Weren't they just looking for trouble? After Qin Feiyang entered the martial arts treasury, Elder Wang looked at them and said, "Remember this lesson. It will be helpful for your future growth." "Yes, yes, yes." They nodded repeatedly. Elder Wang looked at the jade slips in their hands and said, "Do you want to take these jade slips with you? If not, return them to me." They hurriedly and respectfully handed over the stone box and the jade slip. The highest quality jade slips were only medium-grade battle arts, so they naturally would not take them with them. Elder Wang put away the jade slips and stone box, and returned the contribution points to them. He then soared into the sky and flew toward the mountain range deep in the chief tower with the 55 sacred beasts. Chapter 959. Inside the martial arts treasury. Qin Feiyang went straight to the second floor. On the second floor, there was a tightly shut stone door. In the middle of the stone door, there was a groove, the shape of which was exactly the same as the identity token. Qin Feiyang grabbed the identity token and pressed it into the groove. Buzz! Immediately, the identity token shone brightly. In the next moment, accompanied by a low rumbling sound, the stone door slowly opened. Qin Feiyang put away the identity token and walked in. The second floor was the same as the first floor, with shelves neatly arranged on the four walls, and countless stone boxes were placed on them. Next to him, there was a staircase. This was the entrance to the third floor, and there was also a tightly shut stone door. "You're back so soon." Just as Qin Feiyang was about to take out the jade scroll, a familiar voice entered his ears. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw a beautiful figure standing in a corner, looking at him with a smile. "Chu Xian." Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said with a smile, "I didn't expect to meet you again. It seems that I have to admit that we are really fated." "Hee hee." Chu Xian smiled faintly and asked, "How was your harvest in the White Tiger Mountain Range?" "Not bad." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "What about you? Did you get the battle art you wanted?" "No. Since I came back from the White Tiger Mountain Range, this is already my third time here, but the best battle art I got was only a mid-tier auxiliary battle art." Chu Xian said with a disappointed face. "Don't be discouraged, you will meet again." Qin Feiyang comforted, and suddenly thought of something, and said, "By the way, did you tell anyone that I was in the White Tiger Mountain Range?" "No." "Why do you ask?" Chu Xian was puzzled. "Just asking casually, it's nothing." Qin Feiyang smiled and shook his head, then walked to the center of the second floor and scanned the stone boxes on the shelf. Chu Xian also turned around and looked at the few stone boxes on the shelf in front of her. For a moment, she hesitated, not knowing which one to choose. Suddenly, she turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Why don't you help me pick one?" "Me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Chu Xian sighed, "I really don't have much confidence in myself." "Don't worry, even if you help me pick out a low-tier battle art, I won't blame you." Qin Feiyang walked to Chu Xian's side and looked at the stone boxes. He didn't dare to make a decision. "It's okay. You can choose whatever you want." Chu Xian smiled. Qin Feiyang glanced at her. Although this woman appeared very relaxed, he could tell that she was still quite nervous. "This is it." After pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang pointed at a stone box. Chu Xian glanced at the stone box and asked, "Are you sure? This is all about luck. There's nothing to hesitate about." Qin Feiyang laughed. Then, he grabbed the stone box and handed it to Chu Xian. Chu Xian gritted her teeth, took the stone box, and immediately opened the lid. As soon as the lid was opened, Chu Xian disappeared in front of Qin Feiyang. On the entire second floor, only Qin Feiyang was left. Qin Feiyang also immediately took out the soul refining technique jade slip, and then let go of his hand. The jade slip floated in the air. About 10 breaths passed. The jade slip suddenly moved on its own and flew to a shelf on the left. It really works. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly followed him. In the end, the jade slip stopped above a stone box. Qin Feiyang glanced at the stone box, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out to grab the stone box and opened the lid. Inside the stone box, there was a jade slip lying quietly. What's going on? However, Qin Feiyang's face was filled with shock. What surprised him was not the jade slip, but that after opening the stone box, he was not expelled from the martial arts treasure house. Could it be that Elder Wang opened a back door for him? After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was the only explanation that made sense. Then, he threw this question aside, took out the jade slip, and immersed his mind into it. A moment later, a bright light burst out from his eyes. The battle art in the jade slip was indeed the second part of the soul refining technique. You're right. Qin Feiyang smiled, put away the jade slip, and walked to the third floor. Outside, Elder Wang had returned. The disciples who mocked Qin Feiyang were still standing in the square. Chu Xian was also there. At this moment, she was holding a jade slip, and her beautiful face was full of joy. Elder Wang looked at her suspiciously for a moment, then smiled and said, "It seems that you finally got the battle art you wanted." Chu Xian did not answer. She went forward and handed the stone box to Elder Wang, and then put away the jade slip. Elder Wang shook his head and smiled, and did not ask further. Whoosh! At this moment, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, a woman in red flew through the air and landed in front of Elder Wang. The woman was beautiful. Her dress was slightly transparent, and her skin was faintly visible. She looked very sexy and enchanting. She also had a nice body fragrance on her. Who is she? What an unfamiliar face. Her aura is also very strong. She should be a battle sage. Chu Xian and the other disciples looked at the woman in red in surprise. The woman in red glanced at Chu Xian and the others, and there was a trace of disdain in her eyes. She was also extremely arrogant. Then, she looked at Elder Wang and bowed, "Greetings, Elder Wang. What are you doing in the martial arts treasury?" Elder Wang was stunned and asked. He obviously knew this woman. "Look at what you're saying. Can't disciples of the sacred grounds enter the martial arts treasury?" The woman said with a smile, and there was a trace of innate charm in her eyes. "She's a disciple of the sacred grounds." Chu Xian and the others were stunned, and there was a trace of respect and envy on their faces. Elder Wang looked at the woman in red with a doting gaze, but it was not obvious. He smiled and said, "Of course, you can go in by yourself." "Okay." The woman in red nodded and walked towards the door with a proud smile. After the woman in red entered the martial arts treasury, Elder Wang looked at Chu Xian and the others and said, "Don't be jealous. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will enter the sacred grounds sooner or later." The few of them immediately clenched their fists, and there was determination in their eyes. Back to Qin Feiyang. At this moment, he had already reached the 10th floor. In other words, the soul tampering art was only missing the last part. He was very excited. To an alchemist, increasing his mind power was more important than obtaining a divine art. He opened the stone door to the 10th floor. The contribution points in his identity token were finally depleted. Compared to the 9 floors below, the number of stone boxes on the 10th floor was more than half. There were only about 1,000 of them. The stone boxes were basically covered with a layer of dust. It was obvious that very few people had entered the 10th floor. Qin Feiyang walked to the center and took out a soul-tampering art jade slip. Because the 10 jade slips were all connected to each other, there was no need to take out the jade slip on the first floor. Time passed breath by breath. This time, it took a little longer. About 20 breaths passed. The jade slip flew toward a shelf in front and finally stopped above the 3rd stone box on the 2nd floor. Qin Feiyang quickly ran over, put away the jade slip, and was about to grab the stone box. Rumble. However, at this moment, the stone door to the 10th floor opened again. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked suspiciously. He saw a woman in red walking in hurriedly. What a powerful aura! Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. This woman's aura was actually comparable to Yan Wei's. One had to know. Yan Wei was now a 9-star battle saint, one step away from becoming a battle emperor. This also meant that this woman was also a 9-star battle saint. The woman in red naturally saw Qin Feiyang. She smiled charmingly at Qin Feiyang and walked straight toward Qin Feiyang. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Could it be that this woman was looking for him? But that was not the case. The woman in red walked to Qin Feiyang's side. Without saying a word, she glanced at the shelf in front of her and directly stretched out her slender hand to grab a stone box. Wait. Qin Feiyang was stunned and quickly said anxiously. Because the stone box that the woman in red grabbed was the 10th part of the soul refining technique. However, not only did the woman in red not let go of the stone box, but she also put it away. Then, she turned to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "You must be Ancestor Mu?" "I am." Qin Feiyang nodded. The woman in red raised her other hand and hooked Qin Feiyang's chin. She smiled charmingly and said, "You don't look very good, but why are you so talented? Have I been flirted with?" This was Qin Feiyang's first reaction. The woman's behavior was frivolous, her eyes were charming, her red lips were sexy, and her body was intoxicating. She was simply a stunner. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a wave of evil fire rise in his heart, attacking his rationality. He shook his head forcefully and slapped the woman's wrist. When he came into contact with the woman's skin, his mind couldn't help but tremble. Her skin was so smooth and tender. He even grabbed the woman's wrist uncontrollably, unwilling to let go, as if he had been bewitched. Hee. Little brother, did you fall in love with big sister so quickly? The woman covered her mouth and laughed. Her beautiful body trembled, and she had an indescribable charm. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be lost in thought. The woman leaned forward and blew a breath of hot air beside Qin Feiyang's ear, and said ambiguously, "If you want the jade scroll in this stone box, then come to Longfeng Pavilion to find me tonight." Finished. The woman gently broke free from Qin Feiyang's big hand, then grabbed another stone box, opened it in an instant, and disappeared without a trace. Looking at Qin Feiyang again. He stood motionless on the ground, as if he was still immersed in the woman's charm, his eyes infatuated. How could this be? About 10 breaths of time passed. He suddenly quivered and regained his senses. His face was filled with bewilderment. The woman in red was indeed very beautiful. But he had seen quite a few beautiful women before. Especially the mermaid princess, she was a peerless beauty, but even when facing the mermaid princess, he had never been so infatuated. But now, this woman in red had only teased him a little, and he couldn't help but be distracted. Wasn't this too strange? Crap, the jade scroll. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's face changed. He grabbed a stone box from the shelf and immediately opened it. The next moment, he appeared in the square in front of the martial arts treasury. Senior apprentice Brother Mu, the few disciples who had mocked Qin Feiyang not long ago immediately swarmed over. Scram! Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and shouted. The few of them shrank their necks and hurriedly retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang was not in the mood to pay attention to them at all. He swept his gaze across the square and saw that the woman in red was not there. Chapter 960. What are you looking for? Chu Xian walked up and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Elder Wang was also puzzled. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Chu Xian. Did you see a woman in red? Woman in red? Chu Xian was slightly stunned and asked, Are you talking about the disciple from the sacred ground? From the sacred ground? This time, it was Qin Feiyang who was stunned. After reacting, he said, It should be her. Where is she now? She just opened the portal and left. Chu Xian said. Damn it. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and his eyes were gloomy. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. He didn't expect that someone would suddenly appear and snatch the last part. What's going on? Elder Wang stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Elder Wang and transmitted his voice. She snatched the last part of the soul refining art on the 10th floor. Elder Wang raised his eyebrows. Elder Wang, do you know who she is? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. Elder Wang was a little hesitant and his expression was unnatural. It's really strange. Qin Feiyang didn't notice Elder Wang's expression and muttered with his head lowered. What's strange? Elder Wang asked. As soon as she entered the 10th floor, she went straight to the stone box. Obviously, she already knew that the 10th part of the soul refining art was in the stone box. That's the problem. How did she know? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Elder Wang with a questioning look in his eyes. I'm not sure either. I only know that she's a disciple of the sacred ground. Elder Wang shook his head, but his expression became more and more unnatural. Disciple of the sacred ground, Longfeng Pavilion. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered to himself, his eyes flickering. At the same time, Chu Xian looked at him as if she had something to say. Seeing that Qin Feiyang had his head lowered and didn't move for a long time, she couldn't hold it in and transmitted her voice, Thank you. Qin Feiyang raised his head suspiciously and asked, Thank me for what? The stone box you picked just now contained a perfect battle art. Chu Xian smiled. Ugh. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He had just casually picked a perfect battle art. Wasn't his luck a bit too good? Suddenly, he remembered that before he came out, he had also grabbed a stone box. He lowered his head and looked at the stone box in his hand. Could it also contain a perfect battle art? Next, he opened the stone box, took out the jade slip inside, and immersed his consciousness into it. In the end, he was disappointed. This was only a superior battle art. Perhaps other disciples would still take away a high-tier battle art, but to him, it was completely worthless. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and handed over the jade slip and the stone box to Elder Wang. Then, he quietly asked, I wonder if you have mentioned to anyone that I was hunting in the White Tiger Mountain Range? No. What happened? Elder Wang was doubtful. Nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If it wasn't Chu Xian or Elder Wang, then who was it? Was it really a coincidence? Suddenly, Elder Wang said again, Oh right, I remember now. After you went to the White Tiger Mountain Range, Wushan came out from the martial arts treasury and asked me about your whereabouts. I casually told him. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. However, Elder Wang didn't do it on purpose. He couldn't blame him, and of course, he didn't dare to blame him. Then, he secretly thanked Elder Wang, took out the teleportation gate, and prepared to leave. Senior Brother Mu, wait. Seeing this, the disciples quickly surrounded him. What? You still want to humiliate yourself? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. No. We're here waiting for you to come out. We want to apologize to you. We were wrong before. Senior Brother Mu, please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. The few of them lowered their heads. So you're afraid that I'll take revenge on you? Qin Feiyang came to a realization and a cold smile appeared on his face. The few of them trembled in fear. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who likes to be calculative. Thank you, Senior Brother Mu. Hearing this, the few of them were overjoyed and thanked him profusely. Qin Feiyang glanced at them and didn't say anything else. He didn't take them seriously at all. In fact, if they hadn't mentioned it again, he would have forgotten about it. Therefore, there was no such thing as revenge. Besides, it was purely a waste of time to take revenge on them. Taking back the last part of the soul refinement technique was the most important thing. See you again. Then, Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled at Chu Xian. He opened the teleportation gate in his hand and walked in without looking back. After Qin Feiyang left, Chu Xian and the few disciples bowed to Elder Wang and left one after another. After everyone left, Elder Wang's face was immediately filled with anger. He took out the image crystal. Soon, the illusory image of the red-clothed woman appeared. Elder Wang said angrily, "Do you know what you're doing?" "What did I do?" The woman in red looked at him suspiciously. "Still pretending? Tell me, did you snatch the 10th part of the soul refinement technique?" Elder Wang broke the silence. "Yes, can't I?" The woman in red nodded. She wasn't afraid of Elder Wang at all and had a cheeky smile on her face. "Nonsense. I shouldn't have told you the location of the soul refinement technique and that Ancestor Mu obtained the inheritance of the first Chief Pagoda Master." Elder Wang was so angry that he was fuming. The woman in red said, "Why are you angry?" "I'm just a little curious about Ancestor Mu and wanted to play with him." "Is that something to play with? Do you know that he's about to become the Chief Pagoda Master's personal disciple?" Elder Wang said angrily. "Of course I know about such a big matter. Don't worry, when I'm done playing, I promise to return the 10th part of the soul refinement technique to him." The woman in red giggled. "No, send it to him immediately. This is an order." Elder Wang said with a straight face. "No way. If you have the ability, come and snatch it." The woman in red made a face at Elder Wang and directly turned off the image crystal. Elder Wang's face was pitch black and his veins were bulging. In the end, he helplessly put away the image crystal and sighed helplessly, "This damn girl, I've really spoiled her." 1 Tower. Alchemy Room Number 10. Qin Feiyang sat cross-legged in an independent cultivation room, calmly comprehending the 2nd and 9th parts that he had just obtained. But after a while, he opened his eyes with an annoyed expression. Without the 10th part, it was impossible to master this soul refinement technique. He put away the jade scroll, took out the image crystal, and sent a message to young Master Hao. Buzz. A while later, young Master Hao's shadow appeared. Seeing young Master Hao sitting in a tea room, Qin Feiyang asked in surprise, "You're still at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion?" "It's all because I'm waiting for you. It's been half a day, aren't you done yet?" Young Master Hao said unhappily. "I didn't say that I had to go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion." Qin Feiyang laughed bitterly, then nodded and said, "Now that I'm done, give me your coordinates." After young Master Hao gave Qin Feiyang his coordinates, Qin Feiyang opened the teleportation gate and directly descended in front of young Master Hao. In the tea room, there was a faint fragrance of tea. Young Master Hao was cleaning the tea set for Qin Feiyang, and laughed, "Sit anywhere." Qin Feiyang glanced at the pavilion. There was only young Master Hao in the entire pavilion, so he sat beside him. "I just received news that you brought back 55 holy beasts. Is that true?" Young Master Hao asked as he poured tea. Qin Feiyang was startled, he shook his head and laughed, "You're quite well informed." "Nonsense, don't you know who I am?" Young Master Hao rolled his eyes, pushed the teacup in front of Qin Feiyang, and stretched out his hand, "Try it." Qin Feiyang picked up the teacup and took a sip, a trace of surprise crept into his eyes. He had been to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion several times, so he was quite familiar with the tea leaves of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In the past, the tea leaves were fragrant and sweet, but today's tea leaves had a bitter taste. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion sent someone to deliver this to me. Although the taste is bitter, it is said that it can strengthen one's foundation and prolong one's life. Young Master Hao said with a happy and satisfied smile on his face. Is that so? Qin Feiyang was enlightened. He teased, the son of the chief tower master is actually so satisfied with a pot of tea, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Mouths are on other people's faces. If they want to talk, can you stop them? So, as long as you're satisfied, it's fine. Young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang nodded, that's true, but some things can't be forced. I understand. It's because I understand this that I haven't forced her to do anything. After all, with my identity, if I really want her to do something, she won't dare to not do it. Young Master Hao smiled. Qin Feiyang frowned. I really don't understand. There are countless beautiful women in the Forgotten Continent. Why are you so infatuated with her? How should I put it? Anyway, it's a very strange feeling. A cultivation maniac like you won't understand. After young Master Hao finished speaking, a trace of disdain crept into his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly, then his face turned serious. Let's talk business. I want to ask you about a person. Who? Young Master Hao picked up the teacup, took a sip and asked. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The image of the red-clothed woman condensed in the void. Pfft. Looking at the red-clothed woman, young Master Hao immediately spat out the tea in his mouth. Isn't this reaction too big? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He asked, who is she? Wait. After young Master Hao came back to his senses, he hurriedly put down the teacup, looked at Qin Feiyang strangely and asked, why are you asking about her? Qin Feiyang said in annoyance, previously in the martial arts treasury, she stole the 10th part of the soul refining technique. Young Master Hao was stunned, then he laughed. What are you laughing at? Qin Feiyang frowned. Congratulations, you've hit the jackpot. Young Master Hao laughed more and more happily. Jackpot? I think it's bad luck. Stop laughing, hurry up and explain. Qin Feiyang waved his hand impatiently. Okay, I won't laugh. Let me tell you this, anyone who is targeted by her will only end up with a mental breakdown. Young Master Hao said. Is it that scary? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. It's even scarier than I said. Moreover, in the entire Forgotten Continent, apart from me, only she dares to mess around in the martial arts treasury. Young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang's face was stunned. This woman had such a great background? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at young Master Hao and said, she can't be your father's illegitimate daughter, right? Scram. Young Master Hao's face darkened, and said, this old man is not the kind of person you're talking about. Stop talking nonsense. Then hurry up and tell me who she is. Qin Feiyang was somewhat powerless. After talking for a long time, he did not mention a single word about the red-clothed woman's identity. All right. Let me tell you, her name is Wang Yu, Elder Wang's granddaughter. And her parents, one is the Tower Master of the Sacred Ground, the other is the Peak Master of the Sacred Ground. The position in the main tower is only second to my father, and their strength is also very terrifying. Young Master Hao said. Elder Wang's granddaughter? Chapter 961. He didn't expect that this woman was related to Elder Wang. Qin Feiyang looked at young Master Hao and asked, you have a good relationship with her too? Sort of. Young Master Hao nodded. Qin Feiyang said, then can you help me? No. Young Master Hao waved his hand decisively. I haven't even told you what I want you to help me with, and you refuse like this? Qin Feiyang frowned. Don't you just want me to help you get back the 10th part of the soul refining technique? If it were anyone else, I would definitely agree to help you without hesitation, but Wang Yu, I really can't afford to offend her. I can only say that you're on your own. Young Master Hao shook his head with a trace of schadenfreude on his face. Qin Feiyang's head was throbbing. Even young Master Hao kept a respectful distance from her. How difficult was this woman? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and said, "One more thing. Is there a ban on refining blood demon pills in the Central Divine Kingdom?" Young Master Hao was shocked and said, "You're not refining blood demon pills, are you?" Qin Feiyang said, "Tell me first. Blood demon pills are absolutely forbidden. This is the order of the first pagoda master." Young Master Hao said solemnly. Qin Feiyang said, "Then what will the consequences be if someone refines it?" "Kill without mercy." Young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang laughed. There was a written ban, but Wu Shan still refined the blood demon pill. This was simply playing with fire and burning himself. "Brother, since we're brothers, listen to me. Don't go and refine the blood demon pill. Otherwise, even I won't be able to protect you." Young Master Hao said in a deep voice. "Don't worry, I will never touch this kind of pill." Qin Feiyang laughed. "That's good." Young Master Hao breathed a sigh of relief. After being together for so long, he believed in Qin Feiyang's character. Qin Feiyang said again, "But there's something I think I should tell you." "What is it?" Young Master Hao asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang said, "Wu Shan is refining the blood demon pill." Young Master Hao was stunned. He shook his head and laughed, "Brother, don't joke around. Wu Shan is a member of the Qilan tribe. He doesn't dare to violate this taboo. Do I look like I'm joking? I won't hide it from you. Before in the White Tiger Mountain Range, he ran over to sneak attack me. In the end, he was killed by me, and in his cosmos bag, I found a blood demon pill." Qin Feiyang said. "Really?" Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang nodded. Young Master Hao said, "Show me his Qinkuan bag." Qin Feiyang said, "I crushed the Qinkuan bag and the blood demon pill in a fit of anger." "What a fool. These are all evidence. Why are you crushing them? There is no evidence now. Even if you are telling the truth, who would believe you?" Young Master Hao glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He also hated the blood demon pill. So, he crushed the blood demon pill and the Qinkuan bag out of instinct. Young Master Hao pondered for a while and asked, "Does the Qilan tribe know that Wu Shan refined the blood demon pill?" "I don't know about that." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Young Master Hao said, "This is not a trivial matter. We must investigate it thoroughly. Try to find a way to inquire about it, especially those who are close to Wu Shan." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. Dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Young Master Hao looked at the door and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open. A waiter walked in with a jar of Dragon Phoenix wine in his hand. I didn't ask for wine." Young Master Hao looked at the waiter suspiciously. "Young Master Hao, the thing is, our young lady knew that young Master Mu was coming, so she asked me to bring you a jar of Dragon Phoenix wine." The waiter smiled. Young Master Hao's expression froze as he turned to look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang also had a puzzled look on his face. One had to know. He had opened the teleportation gate and directly came to find young Master Hao. How did the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion know? "Please enjoy it slowly." After the waiter placed the wine jar on the tea table, he bowed and left. After the waiter left, young Master Hao suddenly stood up and glared at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Tell me honestly, when did you hook up with her?" "What?" Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. "Still playing dumb?" "When I came to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, she gave me a pot of tea, but when you came, she actually gave you a jar of Dragon Phoenix wine. Doesn't this mean that your position in her heart is higher than mine?" Young Master Hao said angrily. "Ugh." Qin Feiyang was stunned, so this guy was jealous. However, he couldn't figure out what this lady meant. "You bastard, don't you know that you can't bully your friend's wife? I treated you as a brother in vain." Young Master Hao was about to lose his mind. Seeing that he was about to go berserk, Qin Feiyang hurriedly stood up and said, "Calm down, calm down." "I can't calm down." Young Master Hao shouted. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, and said helplessly, "I swear, I have nothing to do with her." "Then how do you explain this?" Young Master Hao pointed to the wine jar on the tea table. "I'm wondering the same thing." Qin Feiyang frowned. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't seem to be lying, he asked, "You really have nothing to do with her?" "I really don't. I saw her once during the auction of the Dragon Phoenix wine." "You know it too, what could have happened?" Qin Feiyang looked at him helplessly. Bam! Suddenly, another knock on the door rang out. "Who is it?" Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows. The door opened and a person stood outside. It was the waiter who had left earlier. "I'm sorry, I forgot to tell the two young masters that the young lady sent this jar of Dragon Phoenix wine to congratulate young Master Mu in advance for becoming the direct disciple of the Chief Pagoda Master," the waiter said. "Is that so?" Young Master Hao was stunned. "Yes." The waiter nodded, then closed the door and left. Qin Feiyang sat down on the chair, glanced at young Master Hao, and was about to speak. "Don't say any more. I was wrong about you. I apologize to you." Young Master Hao looked at Qin Feiyang with an awkward expression. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, saying, "I think you're really obsessed." "Heh heh." Young Master Hao scratched his head and laughed dryly. In order to ease the atmosphere, he said, "How are you going to snatch back the 10th part of the soul refining technique from Wang Yu?" Qin Feiyang said, "She asked me to come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to look for her tonight." Young Master Hao's face twitched, and he said in a low voice, "Then you have to be careful. She has mastered a type of charm technique that can make any man unknowingly be bewitched by her, and even fall in love with her and die for her." Charm technique? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and he was wondering why he would be obsessed in the martial arts treasury, so it was because of this. "But you don't have to worry, she knows that you are about to become my father's disciple, so she won't really hurt you. She probably just wants to tease you." Young Master Hao laughed. "Tease me?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and then the corner of his mouth pursed into a teasing smile. "Then let's see who will be playing who in the end." In the evening, young Master Hao left. Qin Feiyang sat alone for a while, then got up and walked out of the pavilion, standing at the side of the corridor, scanning the hall below. Ancestor Mu. What is he doing there? He's motionless. Is he waiting for someone? When the guests of the restaurant saw Qin Feiyang, their faces were full of suspicion, and at the same time, their eyes were filled with respect and fear. Time passed breath by breath. Finally, an enchanting figure entered the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. It was Wang Yu. She was wearing a light pink dress that was 3 parts transparent, and her 2 long legs were faintly discernible. Her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her expression was a little lazy, but she looked extremely charming. Wow! So beautiful. All the men in the hall were stunned in an instant. Even those women were a little mesmerized when they saw Wang Yu. Looking at everyone's reaction, Qin Feiyang's fear of Wang Yu increased a little. In fact, Wang Yu was not that kind of devastatingly beautiful woman, and the reason why these people were so mesmerized was entirely because of her charm. Wang Yu, who entered the restaurant, glanced at the expressions of those men with a trace of disdain in her eyes. Subsequently, she raised her head and looked up, just in time to see Qin Feiyang standing at the side of the corridor, and immediately beamed with joy. "So it's Miss Yu, we are honored by your presence. I hope you can forgive me for not going out to meet you." At this time, the steward of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Pang Su, walked out from the back hall. When he saw Wang Yu, it was as if he had seen his ancestor, and he immediately went up to greet her. "Steward Pang, long time no see." Wang Yu retracted her gaze and looked at Pang Su with a smile. That's right, that's right. Pang Su nodded repeatedly, but did not dare to look into Wang Yu-er's eyes. Her eyes were like a pool of spring water, bewitching all living beings and causing them to sink into oblivion. Then it's been so long since we last met, did you miss me? Wang Yu-er walked towards Pang Su with a smile. Pang Su retreated in a panic while thinking about how to answer this question. Because he knew Wang Yu-er's identity, he could not afford to offend her. Boring. Wang Yu-er pursed her lips and turned to walk upstairs. Phew. What a tormenting little ancestor. Only then did Pang Su let out a long breath. His entire body was already drenched in cold sweat. Then, he hurriedly looked at a waiter beside him and shouted, "Why aren't you arranging a private room for Miss Yu-er?" Yes, yes, yes. The waiter was also mesmerized. Hearing Pang Su's words, he hurriedly chased after Wang Yu-er. There's no need. Wang Yu-er pursed her red lips and looked up at Qin Feiyang. Silly brother, why are you still standing there? Come and welcome your sister. Everyone was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang. The waiter also glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Pang Su helplessly. Pang Su also looked at Qin Feiyang meaningfully, then shook his head at the waiter, indicating that he should not ask for trouble. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang. He stood by the corridor and looked down at Wang Yu-er without any change in expression. Do you still want the 10th part of the soul refinement technique? Wang Yu-er sent a voice transmission with a hint of threat. Qin Feiyang raised his brows and said indifferently, "Can't you just fly up from this distance?" After saying that, he ignored Wang Yu-er and turned to enter the private room. What a temper. Not only was Wang Yu-er not angry, the smile on her face became even brighter. Chapter 962. Whoosh. Wang Yu-er flashed and landed in front of Qin Feiyang's private room. Then she walked in slowly and closed the door. Steward Pang, who is she? Someone in the hall immediately asked. Pang Su said in a deep voice, "She's someone you can't afford to offend." Can't afford to offend? Someone was surprised. Pang Su said, "Have you heard of the charm technique?" Charm technique? I know, she's Wang Yu-er. Yes, it's her. It's said that she has been in seclusion for more than 100 years. Many people have only heard of her but have never seen her. The hall immediately became lively and everyone was talking about it. However, there was dead silence in the private room. Qin Feiyang sat in front of the tea table and didn't entertain Wang Yu-er. He just tasted the food by himself. Wang Yu-er sat opposite Qin Feiyang and looked at him curiously in silence. I can't figure it out. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang shook his head. What can't you figure out? Wang Yu-er was stunned and asked. Qin Feiyang looked up at her and said lightly, Elder Wang is such a good person. How can he have a granddaughter like you? Wang Yuer's red lips curled up. She actually got up and sat directly on Qin Feiyang's thighs. Her two lotus-like arms hooked around Qin Feiyang's shoulders. She smiled and said, Then tell me, how am I? Qin Feiyang didn't expect Wang Yuer's behavior to be so bold. Her charming body fragrance rushed to his face. The majestic twin peaks were right in front of him. Qin Feiyang only felt that the blood in his body was spurting and his mouth was dry. At this time, Wang Yuer leaned forward and clung to Qin Feiyang's chest. Her red lips moved to Qin Feiyang's ear and she whispered, Tell me quickly. This posture was like a bunch of couples in love, leaning on each other and being as intimate as possible. If it were other men, they would have lost control long ago. Qin Feiyang was also feeling very uncomfortable at this moment. He was desperately suppressing the evil fire in his heart. It was not because his willpower was not good enough, but because Wang Yuer's charm technique was too terrifying. It could not penetrate his body at all. Don't you want to be intimate with Big Sister now? Don't be shy. If you want to, just say it. The bedroom is just next door. I can satisfy you at any time. Wang Yuer got up from Qin Feiyang's body. As she spoke, she stretched out her jade-like hands and gently rubbed Qin Feiyang's chest. Qin Feiyang was about to collapse. This woman was simply a little vixen who wanted people's lives. He finally understood why young Master Hao was so afraid of Wang Yu. In the face of such teasing, no matter how strong a person's willpower was, they would still collapse. Be rational, you must be rational. Qin Feiyang fiercely bit his tongue. The sharp pain finally woke him up. He immediately pushed Wang Yu away and said with a frown, "As a woman, you should know how to respect yourself." However, before he finished speaking, Wang Yu sat on his lap again. And her movements were even more frivolous than before. She directly grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and pressed it against her chest. Qin Feiyang was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He said angrily, "What on earth do you want to do?" Wang Yu said with a charming smile, "Silly brother, can't you see it? I want to be your woman. I already have a sweetheart." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. If he believed this kind of nonsense, then he would really be a fool. "You have a sweetheart?" Wang Yu's face froze, and then she said with a smile, "Is she prettier than me?" "Of course she is," Qin Feiyang said. "Are you sure there is a woman more beautiful than me in this world?" As Wang Yu spoke, her temperament suddenly changed. Her whole body was full of charm. In the past, she was an irresistible calamity, but now, she was a beauty that could drive anyone crazy. Even the air in the private room had undergone a subtle change, and it was filled with a kind of uncontrollable emotion. She had activated the real charming skill. And in an instant, Qin Feiyang's eyes became dull. Then, his eyes were bloodshot and filled with a sense of possessiveness. Then he raised his hands uncontrollably and held Wang Yu's slender waist tightly. He even raised his head and kissed Wang Yu's red lips. Seeing this, Wang Yu's face changed slightly. Obviously, she was frightened by Qin Feiyang's move. But soon, she calmed down again, reached out to seal Qin Feiyang's mouth, and chuckled, "Answer me first, who is more beautiful?" "You are more beautiful," Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. At this moment, under the urging of the charming skill, his reason had been drowned by the evil fire in his heart. After that, he suddenly stood up, held Wang Yu in his arms, and walked toward the bedroom. "What are you doing? Let me go." Wang Yu's face turned pale and she quickly struggled. In fact, she just wanted to tease Qin Feiyang. She didn't really want to do anything. Besides, although she had practiced the charming skill and had teased many people, she had always kept her chastity. And when she had teased others before, she had never activated the charming skill, so she had never faced such a situation. And this was the first time. So when she saw Qin Feiyang was serious, she couldn't help but panic. But no matter how hard she struggled, Qin Feiyang didn't let go, as if he had been possessed. After entering the bedroom, Qin Feiyang directly laid her on the bed, and then violently tore Wang Yu's clothes apart. Her jade-like delicate body was immediately exposed to Qin Feiyang's sight. "Ancestor Mu, I have already dispersed the charming skill. Wake up." Wang Yu completely panicked and was extremely anxious. However, Qin Feiyang still turned a deaf ear to her. He suddenly pounced on Wang Yu's body and instantly blocked Wang Yu's red lips. Wang Yu was stunned and stared blankly at Qin Feiyang, who had fallen into madness. She was kissed by force? "Bastard, get out of here." Immediately afterward, she roared and tears came out. Originally, with her cultivation, she could easily shake off Qin Feiyang. But she, who had never experienced anything, was at a loss and completely forgot the gap between her and Qin Feiyang. Especially this kiss, she was completely at a loss. Qin Feiyang didn't show any signs of waking up. He firmly pressed her hand and crazily demanded. But suddenly, there was a heart-wrenching pain in his heart, which made him unable to help but let out a beast-like howl. And there was a burst of strong light in his heart. This was the concentric knot. As long as he had intimate contact with other women, the concentric knot would act up. Finally, the exuberant evil fire in his heart disappeared, and the lost reason also recovered. What am I doing? Looking at the tearful Wang Yuer under him, he couldn't wait to slap himself in the face. But in addition to being annoyed, he also felt a little happy. This woman should be taught a lesson. Otherwise, she would think that all the men in the world could be played by her. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he reached out to stroke Wang Yuer's black hair lovingly. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I will be very gentle." After that, he lowered his head and kissed Wang Yuer's red lips. Bang! But at this moment, the door of the private room was kicked open, and a group of waiters rushed in aggressively. Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer suddenly froze. Looking at the messy bed and the ambiguous scene, the group of waiters also froze. They heard Qin Feiyang's miserable howl and thought that something bad had happened, so they ran in. However, they never expected that it would be such a situation. Young Master Mu, Miss Yuer, Yu, Peng Su also ran into the private room in a hurry, his face full of worry. But when he saw Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer sticking together intimately, he was dumbfounded on the spot. There was dead silence in the private room. "Get out!" Suddenly, Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer shouted at the same time. I'm sorry to disturb you. Please continue. What are you looking at? Get out of here." Peng Su shivered and hurriedly apologized to the two of them. Then he roared at the waiters, turned around, and ran out in a hurry. Bang! The door was also closed. The room fell silent again. The two of them maintained their previous posture, staring at each other with their big eyes. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang gave an evil smile and said, "Well, looking at you from such a close distance, you are really quite charming." Wang Yuer couldn't help blushing. Qin Feiyang asked again with a smile, "Tell me honestly, do you really want to be my woman?" Wang Yuer shook her head hard. "Don't lie. If you don't want to be my woman, why don't you blow me away? After all, with your strength, it's too easy to blow me away. Why don't we do it for real? It's also my first time. You won't lose out." Qin Feiyang smiled evilly. "Yes, my cultivation is stronger than his. Why should I be afraid of him?" After being reminded by Qin Feiyang, Wang Yuer finally remembered the gap between their cultivation. At this moment, a cold light flashed in her eyes and she kicked Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen. Hee. Qin Feiyang grinned. He had expected that Wang Yuer would do this. He got up at lightning speed and retreated quickly. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." Wang Yuer immediately got up and pounced on Qin Feiyang with threatening gestures. But for this, Qin Feiyang was not nervous at all. Instead, he crossed his arms and looked at Wang Yuer's body evilly, saying, "It's exposed." Wang Yuer's delicate body stiffened. She hurriedly grabbed the blanket and wrapped it around her body, not daring to move anymore. She stared fiercely at Qin Feiyang. And gradually, her eyes became misty as she squatted on the bed and curled up. Her face was filled with grievance. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's heart softened. This woman looked frivolous, but she was actually quite weak and innocent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so flustered when he forcefully kissed her. He walked forward with a trace of apology on his face and said, "I'm sorry, it was my fault just now. I apologize to you, don't play like this in the future, you'll bring trouble to yourself." "What's the use of apologizing? I'm afraid the people of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion already know about this. How do you want me to face others in the future?" Wang Yuer glared at him. "How can you blame me for this? If you didn't tease me, would all of this have happened?" Qin Feiyang said. Wang Yuer had nothing to say, and could only glare at Qin Feiyang angrily. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed softly and said, "All right, I'll go out and explain it to them right away." With that, he got off the bed, tidied up his clothes, and walked towards the door. "Stop," Wang Yuer hurriedly said. "What's wrong now?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. So many people saw it. If you go out and explain now, wouldn't it be more conspicuous? Wang Yuer said. Qin Feiyang frowned. What Wang Yuer said did make sense. In this situation, explaining was equivalent to covering it up. It was useless. He asked, then what do you think we should do? You go out first, I want to put on my clothes. Wang Yuer stared at him warily. I've already seen it all. What's there to hide? Qin Feiyang shook his head and turned to enter the tea room. He sat in front of the tea table and made tea with his back facing Wang Yuer. Chapter 963. Pervert, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. She glared at Qin Feiyang fiercely, then found the Qingquan bag on the messy bed and ran into the bathroom as if running for her life. A moment later, she finally came out of the bathroom. Hearing the footsteps, Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at her. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. At this moment, Wang Yuer was wearing a snow-white floor-length dress, which was spotless. Her black hair was like a waterfall, exuding a faint fragrance. Her previous charm had also vanished without a trace. Instead, she looked even more pure, making her seem even more charming. Pervert, bastard. Seeing Qin Feiyang staring at her, Wang Yuer's face suddenly showed a trace of disdain. Qin Feiyang was quite speechless. Who began to tease him as soon as she came in? Now she called him a pervert. It was natural for women to be unreasonable in front of men, but there should be a limit, right? Wang Yuer sat opposite Qin Feiyang and said, Tell me, how are you going to compensate me for my loss? Qin Feiyang was stunned and then said, Are you kidding me? It seems that I'm the one who suffered a loss today, right? You suffered a loss? Wang Yuer suddenly stood up, and her eyes were full of anger. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said indifferently, Don't look like you're going to eat me alive. This matter was caused by you in the first place. If we're talking about compensation, it should be you compensating me. Bastard, are you still a man? Wang Yuer said angrily. He took advantage of her and actually wanted her to compensate. That was too much. Whether I'm a man or not, you'll know after you try. Qin Feiyang said with an evil smile. Wang Yuer was so angry that her body trembled and she gritted her teeth. Okay, it's already happened. What's the use of saying this? The most important thing is to think about how to explain it to everyone. Qin Feiyang said. She heard about it. Wang Yuer slumped in the chair and sighed. It's hard to explain. So we'll just let everyone misunderstand? Qin Feiyang asked. What else do you think we should do? Wang Yuer glared at him angrily. There's no other way. But I'm quite worried. Qin Feiyang frowned. You're a man. What are you worried about? Wang Yuer sneered. I'm worried about your grandfather and your parents. If they find out about this, regardless of whether it's right or wrong, they'll definitely come after me. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. This woman was really a troublemaker. You deserve it. Wang Yuer snorted coldly. Unreasonable indeed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I'm not in the mood to bicker with you right now. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to give me the 10th part of the soul refining technique? You want the soul refining technique now? Do you think it's possible? I'm telling you, this isn't over. Wang Yuer snorted, got up, opened the portal, and left without looking back. Headache. Looking at Wang Yuer's back, Qin Feiyang felt extremely irritated. Why was he so unlucky to meet such a difficult woman? Dong. Soon. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Qin Feiyang sorted out his emotions and looked at the door. As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Su pushed the door open and entered. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Mr. Mu, Miss wants to see you. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Didn't this lady never see anyone? Why did she suddenly want to see him in person? Qin Feiyang asked, Did your lady say anything else? No. Pang Su shook his head. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He got up and walked to Pang Su, saying with a faint smile, "Steward Pang, please lead the way." "My pleasure." Pang Su chuckled, turned around, and walked along the corridor to the top floor. At the same time, seeing Qin Feiyang walk out of the elegant room, the people in the hall also had a strange look in their eyes. "Mr. Mu, you're really good." Suddenly, Pang Su said with a smile, with an inexplicable ambiguous tone. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously. "Others might not be familiar with Miss Yu, but I know her very well. Not only is she beautiful, her talent is also good, and her family background is unparalleled. In the past, who knows how many young elites pursued her, but she never looked at them in the eye." Pang Su said with a smile. Qin Feiyang frowned. "So you're saying that I should feel honored? Shouldn't you?" Pang Su asked. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and did not reply. Because he really did not know how to answer. Pang Su did not say anything else. Not long later, the two of them arrived at the door of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Pang Su pushed open the door and retreated to the side, smiling. "Young master, please enter." Qin Feiyang glanced at the room and walked in. Pang Su closed the door as well. The layout of the room was still the same as before. There weren't many changes. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was still sitting behind the curtain. It was hazy, making it hard to see her clearly. "We meet again. Please take a seat." The woman's voice came from behind the curtain. It was as clear and pleasant as an oriole leaving the valley. "It's better not to meet like this." Qin Feiyang shook his head. There was only one chair in the room. Qin Feiyang looked at the chair, raised his head to look at the blurry figure, and said, "There's no need to sit. If you have something to say, just say it." Young master's personality hasn't changed at all. He's straightforward. "All right, I'll be direct. I saw everything between you and Wang Yu. I hope that no matter what conditions Wang Su puts forward to you in the future, you will agree." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said. "You saw it?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "Yes. As long as it's in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, nothing can be hidden from me. You can think that every pavilion is under my surveillance." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. No wonder this woman knew that he had come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion immediately. "Then," he said in a deep voice, "then last time, young Master Hao and I set up a trap to kill Guofeng. I know that too. But don't worry, I'm a businessman. I won't meddle in other people's business." The woman said. Qin Feiyang believed in this point. Because if this woman really wanted to say something, she would have said it long ago. She wouldn't have waited until now. "Who is Wang Su?" Qin Feiyang asked. The woman said, "Wang Yu's grandfather." Qin Feiyang frowned. "How do you know that he will raise conditions with me?" "It's very simple. Wang Yu is his only granddaughter, and he loves her more than anyone else. As for the matter between you and Wang Yu, if there is no reasonable explanation, then Wang Yu's reputation will be damaged. Wang Su will not let this happen. He will definitely come forward to settle it." The woman said. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted, and asked, "How?" "I don't know. In short, no matter what he says, you have to agree. Even if he asks you to marry Wang Yu, you can't refuse." The woman said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Why should I listen to you?" "Because I won't harm you." The woman was silent for a moment and said, "You may know a person for a long time, but not his heart. Besides, I know nothing about you. How do I know that you won't harm me?" Qin Feiyang sneered. The woman fell silent again. After a long time, she said, "In this central divine kingdom, you can only trust me, Qin Feiyang." Boom! Qin Feiyang was like a bolt from the blue, his mind rumbling. This woman actually knew his identity? Swish. Suddenly, he took a step forward and lifted the curtain, wanting to see who this woman was. But before he could lift it, an invisible force pounced on him, knocking him back. So strong. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. Although this woman did not release her aura, but from the invisible force, he could instantly determine that this person's cultivation was definitely not lower than the War King. Who exactly are you? Qin Feiyang's face was as gloomy as water. The woman said, knowing too much might not be a good thing for you. Let's go. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. This feeling of being manipulated by others made him extremely displeased. However, in the end, his rationality prevailed over his impulse. He looked deeply at the woman's figure, opened the teleportation door, and directly returned to the alchemy room. He stood there, deep in thought. In the entire Forgotten Continent, the only people who knew his identity were the Mu family and the mysterious lady. And in his opinion, both of them were possible, so it was hard to judge. Suddenly, he thought of the old man who helped him in the land of inheritance. Could this person be related to the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house? He couldn't figure it out. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, then opened the stone door of the alchemy room and walked towards the number 1 alchemy room. Dong! Walking to the door, he lightly knocked on the stone door. Soon, the stone door slowly opened. Pei Yi was sitting in the lounge, with an exquisite coffee table in front of him. A teapot was steaming, and the fragrance of tea filled the air. Mo Feng was also there. At the same time, upon sight of Qin Feiyang, Pei Yi and Mo Feng were slightly stunned. Pei Yi then smiled and said, "What brings you here today?" "What brings you here?" Qin Feiyang chuckled, walked into the alchemy room, closed the stone door behind him, and entered the lounge. "Sit anywhere." Pei Yi pointed to the chair beside him. After Qin Feiyang sat down, Mo Feng immediately washed a teacup and placed it in front of Qin Feiyang. Then, she poured the tea and smiled, "Senior brother Pei and I were talking about you." "What about me?" Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them suspiciously. "We were talking about how capable you are. Not only did you break through to the Battle Saint realms so quickly, you even subdued that demoness." Mo Feng shook her head and smiled. "Demoness?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Don't you know? In our eyes, Wang Yu is a demoness. No, to be exact, she's even scarier than a demoness. Can you tell us, how exactly did you subdue her?" After putting down the teapot, Mo Feng looked at Qin Feiyang with a face full of curiosity. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that the news would spread to the two of them so quickly. It was really like the old saying, "Good things don't go out, but bad things do." Qin Feiyang said, "If I say that this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Pei Yi and Mo Feng looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and smile. Obviously, they didn't believe him. However, the two of them were tactful and didn't dwell on this issue. Most importantly, the current Qin Feiyang was no longer someone they could control. Pei Yi picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said with a smile, "I know you don't visit me for no reason. Tell me, what do you want from me?" "I want to know who has the best relationship with Mount Wu in the main pagoda," Qin Feiyang said. Pei Yi was surprised and said, "Why are you suddenly asking about Mount Wu?" "Yes. Now that you've broken through to the Battle Saint realm, you can enter the sacred ground at any time. The position of the king of the 10 Pill Pagodas is meaningless to you. Besides, aren't you not interested in the position of king?"